Um, Hello, welcome. Hopefully the stream is live now. It always takes a minute for it to catch up on YouTube's end. I can't actually access YouTube from Chrome for some reason. Like, I can access the studio and stuff, but I can't actually get on YouTube, which is very bizarre. So I don't know what I've done to break that. It just says that I'm trying to access things out of order or something, and it just throws a type exception. Anyway, not relevant to what I'm doing today. So I saw this video that I have open, or had open in Edge. Apparently I've closed it. Can I restore? It's history. Yeah. So this video here is Godot. That's loud. Is someone using Godot and making a calculator, and I thought it'd be really cool to do the same thing in Bevy because they made like a really silly calculator. Like every time you use certain button inputs. Hey, Ponda. I think that's how you said it. I don't know. So the idea was that they made like a calculator that as you did things in the calculator, it just did stuff, like it moves all the buttons around and they like all fall over the screen and stuff. I was thinking doing this in Bevy would be really cool because Bevy has a really good API for modifying the windows. So I wanted to check to make sure it was actually as easy as I thought it was. And if we run the game, I've made like an app and it does two things. Like it checks to see if you press plus or minus and if you press spacebar. That's all this app does. So if I press plus, it makes the window wider and smaller accordingly. And if I hit spacebar, it spawns in a new window over here, like a small little window that you can't close because it's got no navigation buttons. We'll have to go to our desktop now because it's gone. So you can't close this window because I down here when I was spawning, I said to skip it in the taskbar so it doesn't appear down here. So if I go here and I close the main window, there's no taskbar, so you can't close it. And the decorations are false, which means that it doesn't have a close thing. So I had to add a special shift escape to close all windows because otherwise it gets stuck open. But the idea is I'm going to try and make a calculator, and I was thinking it'd be really funny because of how easy it is to make windows is if certain things happen, say like you get to a certain point and the keys like pop out into their own window. I'm quite worked out because I did turn on movable by window background, which supposedly makes you be able to click and drag the window by anywhere, but it doesn't seem to work. Like it's supposed to let me click and drag the window, but maybe I need to actually check that. I don't know what I've got open. I probably shouldn't have random windows open. But the idea being, oh no. Oh, I guess Task Manager is going to be a pretty major part of this because I keep getting windows stuck open. But the idea being that what was I going with? Like I can make keys pop out and stuff like that, so that when you like click and drag them, they do fancy stuff. I think there was a way to check to see if a window is being clicked and dragged, but I'm not sure. I thought that's what this was supposed to do because it does say enables click and drag behavior for the entire window, not just the taskbar. But it doesn't seem to let me do that. So, like I still can't click and drag it. But I thought what would also be interesting is having like an AI level like thing, not real AI, but like a pretend AI that's telling you like the missions that you're going to do, and like having it react in certain ways. Like the first time the enter key pops out onto its own window, it'll have like the close button. But if you close it, it's like, oh, you closed it. Let me reopen that for you, and because otherwise you don't have an enter key. And so reopen the enter key, and it's like if you close it again, it goes, oh wait, no, I said. You need this, and then reopens it, but without the button, so you can't close it again, which I think would be like a really interesting way of doing a story with this. Again, we're just going to start by making it. No, why doesn't it have to be my location? I'm going to start with just building a very basic calculator app first. But it just, to me, feels like it'd be really funny to make some kind of like interactive thing where it's like, do all these calculations, and then like as you go, it's like, another thing I thought of was if you double click I should write these things down so I can actually remember them later. New file. So the idea being that if you click any one key enough, it will fall off. So the idea being that like when we add the UI, instead of just being a generic basic UI of like UI elements, if you click it enough, it's like give it a physics object and then make it like fall. But like also do it in a funny way, like maybe specifically will be like the 6 and the 9 are the numbers that I'm thinking would work the best, is check the orientation of the object when you click it. And if a 6 is upside down, it is a 9. If an 8 is sideways, not a B, it is infinity. If a 0 is upside down and it's still 0, yeah, that doesn't make any fucking... if a 1 is sideways, it is a minus. If the plus is at 90 degrees, is... I don't know why the AI keeps trying to like auto-correct me into shit that doesn't make any sense. It's usually better than this. But anyway, it is a multiply. What else could you do? I don't think divide makes any sense to be anything but divide. That would be funny because it's a slash, which means if it turns to 45 degrees. I guess if minus is yeah, it's good to know that my Bevy tutorials help you so much. This is like I am so not looking forward to doing this, but this is my recording session for the first episode of the remastered. For some reason, this editor starts at hour 1, which makes no sense to me, but it's like 2 hours and 15 minutes of recording, or 20 minutes of recording. A lot of it is double talk and me repeating stuff to try and get it right. But the idea like is I'm going through and doing like a basic first-person shooter game. I actually have it open. We just get sidetracked because we never stay on task on these streams. So if we run this, it's making this application and like going step by step. If we go to the Git, like each commit is a chapter of the video, and it's like we add this, and then it's like, oh, and now we're gonna go back and change this because I've introduced a new concept. Like I start off by just spawning the balls in using commands. This is not the right app. Why are you taking so long to run? Oh, it takes forever to run while I'm streaming, I think, because it uses the same hard drive space. Maybe it shouldn't, because I'm not recording either. It just takes ages while I'm streaming. Anyway, so the idea being, if we can fucking, is that I'm going through going like, we do it this way where we just use commands and the asset server, well, I think it's just the assets, and we just create a new mesh, create a new standard material, spawn in a ball is the first thing we do. But then later I'm like, and now we know about resources, let's create a resource that holds our materials and our standard material and then add that to the game, and then do things like spawning items in, then adding the player looking around, then adding the player moving, then I don't remember. Let's go to the commits and see what we go from there. So we add player look, and then we only make the player look when the camera is currently focused. We then make the player move, then we add the ability to spawn balls in, which is done by like, we have a system, we add an event, and then we have a system that looks for that event and spawns the ball, and then we have a system that emits that event. And then we change that to using a resource so that we're not constantly making new materials every time we spawn a ball. We then add a basic physics system that adds velocity to the ball when they spawn in. We then add gravity, and this is all about showing that like we don't have to modify our velocity code at all to add gravity to our game. Then we add the ability to bounce, which is just more about making the game complete. We add the ability to hold down to charge up a shot, which is about showing off local variables. So the shooting function then holds a local variable, and then we swap it over to using a resource because local variables isn't really the best place to use them. It's about showing things off more than the correct way of doing things. And then we like add the bar at the bottom here and show off like how you can make something react to a resource changing and render it in the stream. So like it's fucking a lot to pack into one video. I don't know if the video is going to be half an hour or an hour long because it's a 2-hour recording session, and if I lose about half of it to double talk, but I'm also going to have to record some extra stuff because I know there's definitely some things I forgot to mention, like certain imports that I didn't go, oh, we need to import this, and then I have to animate bits and pieces of it. But anyway, back to the calculator. So we're going to try and make a calculator that, I guess, at first it's just a regular calculator, and then we'll add the dumb shit like the buttons being able to move around. But I just like the idea of it being like, as the buttons move around, they do different things based on what their current orientation is. So minus is, minus at 45 degrees is a divide, and then if minus is at 90 degrees, it is a plus. No, it is it's a 1. I don't know if that's the best idea because a 1 on its side doesn't really look like a minus, but it's kind of like the implication. I was also thinking of using my, do I still have it open? It shows I never close anything. I've got my Tetris. I think I could use my my Tetris font because they will look so similar. Like the plus and the minus will look the same. But I'd have to modify the 1 and stuff to make it look the same, so maybe not. That's to be decided later. But it is kind of, I like the idea of the buttons being able to fall around. And then I think I had an idea of like how each button is quote attached is potentially different. The idea of this, which we'll add some extra notes, is I want to say it's somewhat inspired by the like do not click the button game, where it's like certain things would fall off and they're glued on. And so the idea I was thinking is like if screwed on individual screws fall out. So the idea being that it's, if I do this on the 8, it means when the 1 screw falls out of one corner, it'll tip and then therefore show off the infinity more easily than if you just click the 8 a lot, it falls off and that's it. And same with the 6 and the 9, is it's like you need some kind of way of making it so that they actually do end up upside down, because if they just fall to the bottom of the screen, it doesn't really do anything. So if screwed on, we need a comma there. If screwed on, individual screws fall out, so it will rotate around pivot. Right. So if you lose a screw, you pivot around. If glued on, it will just fall off. Space left will be quote sticky. So the idea being that if it's in quotes, because like it's just a way of referencing. Like I don't know what sticky would do, but I like the idea of like maybe if you click on the sticky spot, your mouse becomes sticky, and then the next key you click on sticks to your mouse. That'd be kind of dumb. And I used for the glue, and yeah, maybe you could click on the screws to make them screw back in. That would also be funny. I also like somewhat was thinking about an idea of like adding different keys, but maybe we should actually just make the basic calculator. So I think the first thing we need to do before we add the basic plugins is app.insert resource. It's not the primary window. How do you spawn the primary window? The window plugin. You check for something, I'm sure of it. Primary window equals. That's okay. So where do you just self? So is it the window plugin when we add the window plugin? Not plugin. Window plugin. Do you hold the window? Okay, you do have a primary window. Exit. On primary window close. On all windows closed. Do not exit. I like that one. Do not exit. What is the default though? What is your default? On all windows closed. So I think we should change this to on primary close, because close when request. Okay, so first thing we have to do is in our default plugins say dot set window plugin. So exit condition is Bevy window exit condition on primary window close. The idea being that that'll fix my problem where I keep ending up closing the primary window and then the game's stuck open because you can't close the little windows. And then we want to say primary window is some window to do. Yeah, thank you. And then comma dot default. All right, so that should set up primary window. You're really annoyed because I've said to do. I guess we just say dot default, don't we? There we go. Okay, so first thing, we want to say resolution is a... what does resolution take? No, not resizable, resolution. Resolution. Window resolution. New. Okay, so let's just open the default Windows calculator and we're going to steal all the sizes from this. So I also discovered that if you put this in the minimize mode, it doesn't actually let you, or it lets you screenshot it. It just gets stuck on top of the screenshot. So if I do this, which makes it into like minimized mode, and then I open the screenshot thing, it's still here. I can still move it around inside the screenshot. So that's a bit weird. Anyway, back to where we're doing. We're going to go to GIMP. We're going to go create from clipboard. All right. So we need to like go. This is the bit where we're going to copy, make it the right size. Out of laziness, I feel like I might just... See, I kind of want to do it at a UI, but I think doing it at a UI is a bad idea because it's going to bite me in the ass when I got to do it out of... like when I try to add physics interactions and stuff, because the UI elements won't be as easy to UI element. That makes sense. So we're going to Control X that. We're going to like delete you, discard changes, create new from clipboard. Okay, so then we go, I think it's the image canvas size. Right, your 320 by 500. I don't know what aspect ratio that is, but we'll do that. Okay, height. So 320 is width, and height is 500. Now, should we have made it a more reasonable aspect ratio? I don't know. Well, I don't know what that aspect ratio is. What is 300 divided by 500? 0.6. 300. Why is my calculator? Did I number lock it? I did somehow. 166. 16 divided by 9. 177. It's not quite 916. Okay. Interesting. What would we have to do? So if we multiply times 300. If we make it 530, it'd be 916. Interesting. I mean, we could probably do that. I feel like I need this to be a UI element because I don't want it to be interacted with. It would be funny if it fell off too, but I feel like... yeah. So I also feel like each key needs to kind of be square because then it makes it easier to... what are we doing? So we'll go with that for now. I think that's the only thing we need to set. So now when we run our game, it should be... Apparently it was already running. That's always good to know. I should probably be working on more code while this compiles. So fn spawn UI, I guess. Which is obviously going to need commands. Hello, Joes. So we'll go to commands and then we're going to say open the calculator. I'm going to put this up screen so I can look at it while also working out what I want to do. So I think the first thing we're going to do is we're going to break this into some parts. We're going to go spawn top bar. Then we'll spawn... you don't really need the top bar, but I do think it'd be interesting just to have it be like little silly silly goose style, like actually do something. The also thing is, do I want to go with text or images? I think I want to do images because then I can intentionally make things like the one look like the divide, that kind of thing. Spawn answer box. Yeah, box is good enough. I don't know where this spell check is coming from. So I think we'll skip the M line. So we're just going to write that so I know that skip M line. Not long line. There, brain spell. So then we need to spawn 4 by 2, 4, 6 grid of buttons. Now I think we want to go drive component enum button. And then this is 0.16 is the version of Bevy I'm going to be making it in. Just because it's the newest version, there's something special about it. Sometimes, because, you know, like I do videos and stuff, I feel like I should work on the what's it called? The master build or whatever, the main. But I don't like things changing all the time on me, so I tend to avoid it until big versions come out. And it's never hard to convert because they have the nice convenient the migration guide, that's the one. Eight. That's not correct. It's 32 divided by 56. So 1, 2, 1, 2, 5. Just setting the right clear color. Okay. There. And I think we can also get rid of the alpha, so it's just linear RGB. Okay. So buttons. So we're gonna have a mod. Clear everything. I don't know what clear. I don't know what C is, so I'm assuming it's clear everything. Clear current. Back. Square. It's on to me now. Square root. It knows what I'm doing. Divide. Divide. Oh, it's split up into 2 lines. The autocorrect doesn't even know. Oh, yes, 7, 8. No. Multiply. 4, 5, 6. Minus. 1, 2, 3. Plus. No, not 0. Inverse. 0 decimal equals. Okay. I think it's called plus minus. I prefer invert because that's what it's doing. So spawning the top bar. So in this case, the top bar is like settings. So let's break this down. Settings. That would be like an interesting, but the part of the punchline of the game is that there won't actually be a separation between the characters, like the operations and the characters. At least not this. This is like the buttons, as in like the UI elements, like what you click on. So the idea is that if the one's on its side, technically the 1 and the minus are going to, and the divider are going to be the same interaction. It will then determine based on the orientation of the character which one it's supposed to be. So you'll still need to know which is which, but the actual operation will be its own separate thing, because depending on the orientation of the button will determine what operation it actually triggers. Anyway, so we need that. Let me see, like I guess like a title. Maybe mode. We'll call it mode. I'm just like, again, I'm just trying to clone the Windows one first because it's easier. Spacer. And then history. Okay. Then we spawn the answer box. So let's bring this back on screen so we can see what I'm talking about. So I've got the settings, the mode. I'm just going to call this spacer because I'm not going to implement this. I don't know how this is implemented. This is like a Windows thing, as shown by the fact that it breaks when we do this. It's clearly not a standard implementation of something. Get me the fuck out of this. The fact that it still works in that mode, but if I don't have it in that mode, it doesn't. Like, it's not just that the calculator does that. It's something about that mode. Anyway, so then we have history. So just going to be a blank space here until I work out what I'm going to put there. So then we're going to have the answer box. So the answer box seems to work. That's like what you're currently doing is here, and then the previous thing that you were doing. So like if I said 6 plus, it puts that up here, and then this is the current selection. Okay, so it needs to have like I guess this previous operation would be a good name for it. The biggest difference, I don't know, I'll open up the changelog, which secretly I already have open because I never fucking close anything. Let's go through all the... So these are the big changes that they mention on the post. GPU-driven rendering is not going to have any impact on you really. Like, it'll make your game more performant, but you don't actually have to do anything. Like, everything I remember reading about this was like, it's all done behind the scenes unless you're specifically interacting with it. Procedural atmospheric scattering is pretty cool, but again, it does no difference unless you actively want to use it. You just like enable it on a camera, and then it makes any directional light give like a sunset effect as the directional light goes below the horizon. Decals, useful, but again, if you're not actually using them, there's no difference. Occlusion culling, ECS relationships is probably one of the big things that would be really helpful moving to 0.16. So they changed it from being parent-child to being a type relationship, which means that you can make more than just parent-child relationships and use the built-in code. And they also changed it from being a bidirectional connection, where if you modified the parent, it would update the children, and if you updated the children, it updated the parent. It's now the only way to change a relationship is to change who's the parent is. So you update the child to have the correct parent, and then Bevy under the hood takes care of updating to make sure that the parent has the correct children. So this is the big thing that if you want to swap, this is why you'd be swapping. Improved Spawn API. The only time I went to use the Improved Spawn API, it is just so much worse than the old one. But I don't know if it's a Bevy problem or just a VS Code issue, but they changed it so that you can go like, close the windows, commands dot spawn, and then you know, do something like my bundle, and then you go spawn, I think it's children, isn't it? Then you go children, and then you go child bundle, right? And so the child bundle, and then it's like different. Child bundle. So the idea being that this macro works and then we'll spawn all the children. But the only time that I've tried to use it, IntelliSense doesn't work in here. Like if it seems to now, so I don't, maybe I just fucked something up, or I was doing something different. Where's the project that I was working on? I think it was this one. So I was trying to spawn the UI, and I ended up having to use with child because while I was trying to write node, it wasn't giving me IntelliSense. So what was I doing? Let's just copy that piece of code and try and rewrite it, because that'll actually be the easiest way. So we go all this. So this is using the old API, but you can still use the old API, like, and it's not even really deprecated. It's just like you use with child and then provide a bundle. And before, I think it was with child, and you gave it an entity. Anyway, so let's get rid of you and you because you're constants, and let's just say like 0.1. Okay. So then this is what I ended up writing, because I couldn't work out how to get the spawn API to work. Because from what I understand, the spawn API works by saying that you have children, and whoa, don't put all the buttons. Please, for the love of God, do not put all the buttons. And then we say node. Okay, so it seems to be working now. Maybe I was doing something wrong. Or was it something else? Maybe there was a spawn. Yeah, so it reckons you can do this as well. Which, okay, I was obviously doing something wrong because I couldn't get for the life of me IntelliSense to work. It was having an absolute fit while I was trying to do it and wasn't IntelliSensing everything. So I ended up doing it this other way because then the IntelliSense worked. We'll go back to more of the changes. Now that we just go, come on, there we go. Let's see, what else did change? Yeah, it's not even that it's using 14. It's using, I want to say 12. We'll track that down in a second. So relationships improves Spawn API, which personally I feel like is a step backwards, but I understand why they did it because and again, it appears that it was purely my IDE wasn't working. Maybe it's because I've restarted my computer since then that it's actually fixed it. But yeah, I just was having issues with IntelliSense working inside of the macro. Unified error handling. This is another big reason that I would recommend swapping to 16 is because writing all of your code to throw a result back to Bevy to panic on the operating system level or the engine level, like Bevy will panic rather than your code panicking, works so much better because when you put Bevy in release mode, it no longer panics on a bunch of these issues. It reports a error in the console, meaning that you get like a significantly better result of not unwrapping shit all the time, but not having to spend heaps of code writing, I want to say catches, but like, what's the if-let statements? Do I have examples? I don't think so, because I very rarely use them because I've been trained on the old versions of Bevy. Pong probably has an example. Let's just say, let's search for if-let sum. There we go. I knew there'd be some. So we if-let sum equals target because we don't know if target is sum. But with the new version, it's like I'm doing this inside something else, which is even funnier. But with the new version, you can just have a system. So this is like apply gravity. We can just say apply gravity. It won't work because I'm not. This is on 16, isn't it? It might be. It's probably on the pre-release version of 16 if it is. Yeah, it's on the release candidate, which is fine. It'll still find it with the IntelliSense. Oh, applying gravity. Nope. Here, this apply gravity. So we say result. Yeah. So you say return result, and then instead of doing something like this, we just say like if let okay get mute. We just say this, I think. And then we just say let target equal target question mark operator. We just do that. And for some reason it's yelling at me because something about, oh, it's because that is not where you place that, because I'm an idiot. It's, you place it here. Okay. Found unit type. Oh, because doing that we have to go to the bottom and say, okay. Thank you. We need to make immutable. Anyway, the idea being that instead of having to if let things, I can just question mark operator. And I don't know if this would actually matter. I don't remember what this code's doing is more the problem with this. But the idea is that if I know that 99% of the time I'm just checking to see if something exists, if it doesn't exist, it doesn't matter. I could if let and ignore the bad cases. But if it was like grabbing the player's camera, which is a very common thing, so common in fact they added a system parameter for it. Let's see if I've used it anyway. Single. So okay. So here's the place that is okay, right? So what I could do instead of is okay is not use it. Yeah, you can ask away. Wandering forward's a weird phrase. It's all good. The fact that you know English is good enough. Like I don't know a second language, so I can't say shit. But what's happening here is I'm checking to see if there's only one. Whereas what I could actually do instead, single. So single returns a result because it checks, and I'm saying is okay. So I'm going if there's more than one, or there's don't do this. And if there's less than one, don't do this. But I could actually replace this with a active single. Well, I should probably keep the type. Doing this means that first off, Bevy won't actually run this function if single fails to find exactly one result. It just won't run. So that's somewhat faster there, but it also I mean, they don't have to unwrap that stuff. But the idea is that when you call single, it now returns a result that I could then bubble up, whereas before it returned, it would panic if there was more than one. So you had to check to make sure there was only one to then use only one, or you had to be sure that in your code you never spawned more than one thing that you wanted to be single of. So yeah, the unified error handling is like one of the, I'd move now because it'll just be harder later. Like the more code you write, the harder it will be to get that paradigm in your head of throwing errors up. As I don't throw errors up, I just unwrap everything. No STD, kind of pointless unless you're actually intending to target something with no STD. And fast propagation, transform propagations is an amazing performance improvement, but again, no modification needed on your end. It'll just be fast. They talk about something about, let's find this, fast propagation. As you can tell, I'm still really enthusiastic about all the new stuff that Bevy added. I just, so their example is a map that had like a few thousand, so 127,000 objects in it, and in 15 it takes 0.1 of a millisecond. No, 1.1 milliseconds in 0.15 and 0.1 of a millisecond in 16. So 16 is just really much faster if you've got lots of things in your scene. But again, that's not necessarily something you have to worry about porting across. Yeah. Physics, ground detection, and sprites, animated sprites, hitboxes, but struggling to find a solution for my level design. So you're talking about like coming up with something to make your level? I'm stuck trying to extend my game with a level. So just gonna look up. IDTK. What is IDTK? Infrastructure Design Toolkit. Okay, let's maybe refine that to Bevy. I think there was a Bevy bundle extension called that. Bevy IDTK and ECS friendly. LDTK plugin for Bevy that it allows you to use LDTK projects as an asset. I mean, if you're okay waiting for it to update, that LDTK, someone's already got a migration to RC2, which to make that migrate to 16 is like straightforward enough. So you can just use that person's branch or make your own fork of their branch and update it to 16 if you wanted to do that. Or you could, if you're staying on 15, you can just use 15. There's already an official release for 15. But my solution, if it's updated, let's go Bevy editor, please. Is it up to date? The answer is apparently no, because it's been like 7 months. What about on Git? What's the Git version up to? When we last updated 2 weeks ago. Now, apparently the last official support was Bevy 14, so that's not I'm getting side distracted because I'm trying to read stuff so I don't give false information about something. Let's update 5 months ago. What version? Bevy 15. So there's if you're staying on 15, I would recommend Bevy Editor Please as a way of not necessarily making levels directly. So the Bevy Editor Please basically gives you like a Unity style inspector, so you can see the hierarchy. You can set it up so that you can see different debugging stuff down here. So frame rate, components. You can, I think you can view any resource that implements reflect. And then in an inspector, so if you select an entity over here or by clicking on it, you can then see all the values here. But what's really nice about the Editor Please, outside of the fact that it seems to be a version behind and it's depressingly being ported by people that don't understand the code, me being one of them. I think I did the the 13 to 14 port or something, and some shit's just broken because it hasn't been ported properly. It's just been ported to the point that it compiles. So I was having issues that every time I expanded the drop down, it would crash. But the idea is that you can make your own custom window. This will be a throwback. Let's go code. And I'm pretty sure Untitled Dinosaur Tycoon game uses it. So I don't think I've ever showed this on stream, actually. Wait, anywhere, actually. I kind of got distracted. Is it this Untitled Dinosaur? I don't think it's this one. This one doesn't have enough shit to be. So it must be projects. Is it this one? This one seems more likely. It seems just a little bit more fill. Yeah, terrain, UI, shaders, blend. Yeah, okay, this one's probably the one. Can we go back to here, please? Please open this. No. Oh, no, don't not say open folder. Am I? No, I'm still in open file. Where? Open folder. Here, projects. That one. Select. This is probably gonna take forever to compile. Cargo run. This is old, if I remember. Like this is like 14. No, it's on 15. Interesting. But somewhere in here we have OBG loader, DevTools. Nope, DevTools has nothing in it. Map editor. Map descriptor. Nope, must be map editor. One of these somewhere. Editor. Okay, so map editor. Then the map editor. Somewhere. Window. No. Search. Window. Not my cargo lock. Fly cam. So I'm gonna be in fly camera. Editor. Yeah, editor window. Alright, yep. So here I implement my own custom editor window, which is what I would recommend doing if you're gonna make like a level editor and you're like, you know what you want it to do. Like if you want to be able to spawn in specific objects, like you have a like a set of like an enemy spawner, you could make a window that lets you set all the properties of an enemy spawner and then spawn that as an entity into the world and then place it where you want to place it. And then the editor has a built-in save function, but I would 100% recommend making your own that actually saves it into a format that you might want to edit, like a custom TOML format or RON format, a custom RON format, so that you can like more easily edit it, because we'll have a look when it opens. But the see, I built this, which is like my biome descriptor. So when I edit biomes in the editor, I can click save and it'll save them in this format that I can easily read and edit. And I also can specify a file and I can then load them back in. So you can make like a level editor pretty easily with the editor please, and it just like lets you do it. But it doesn't appear that it's currently getting ported to reopen my other monitor while I wait for this to compile. Sometimes it's helpful to like peek through people's forks of the code to see if there's a fork that's up to date. So that's what I'm going to do. Last updated period 1 month. Thank you. Someone updated it yesterday, so I can only imagine that if we give it 6 months. Okay, so probably one of these two. Let's have a look. What did you do in your yesterday change? Apparently nothing. I think you just forked it. You didn't actually one commit behind, which is hilarious. So you actually forked backwards, which is funny. That was the same one. Last month. One commit behind, 2 commits ahead. You updated to 14. Okay, that was the commit behind. Oh, let's grab my mouse. 2 commits ahead. What did you commit ahead to? Updated TOML. Okay. So yeah, there doesn't seem to be anyone working on updating it to the 0.16, so I'll probably do that in my spare time. Yeah, it looks like a lot, but it's actually not when you actually get into it. I don't know what's happened here. I don't know. For some reason, this is pink. I assume because I fucked up some of the colors. But just to show you the editor itself, if we go map descriptor. So the idea being that I can set the seed. So if we say 5, I think somewhere this shows me the actual like map that comes. So if I change the seed to like 10, Okay. Interesting. I'm sure this is the seed. It doesn't seem to be changing anything. Maybe I need to do this. Anyway, but the idea is that I can tweak all the little scale settings and stuff for the editor. And then I can save this as test2. Apparently I don't tell it to ignore the E, so that's a bit annoying. But anyway, so then if I like tweak something else and then say like generate that, and then we end up with this like really bad looking thing, we can say load test3 and it'll, well, it should. I don't know if it's actually working. It doesn't appear to be. It's probably only the biomes that I'm saving, actually. If I look back, let's have a look at that fucking file. Test biomes. Biome. Yeah, I only saved the biomes. So technically, modifying the map descriptor wouldn't work. But that's only... So I guess the idea of that would be... There's no way to reset it, which is annoying. We just make this number small again. And go regenerate this, please. Right. So the idea being that now we're getting this big map of like big chunk of water. I think this is because I've modified the height map. So what I can do here is I can say, actually, water doesn't start at max height of 0. It starts at a max height of negative 0.1. And then when I say generate, it should make the sea level a little bit lower. So weirdly, there's like a double lip sea level thing here. I think that's because there's more than one type of water. But if I make it even lower, this strip gets further out, which is somewhat hilarious. The game's also stuck generating little islands because I'm clicking, apparently. Don't mind the buggy ass code. It's placing power posts everywhere. So something else must be beach. Terrain is sand. Okay. So something's generating beach, but then the water still wins out, which is a bit weird. It's probably because theoretically what's happening there is that I've said that the water can't be below a certain height, so the beach wins out, but then I've also said that the beach can't be above a certain height, so then water's the default, so fill it back with water, hence the little bump as it reaches it. So it can be sand, and then it can't be sand, it's water again. So hence the priority of dirt's negative 1 million. So actually it should be filling it with dirt, but water's a priority of 1. Yeah, so I actually don't know why that water's there, but so we could also, like, you know, for example, raise the maximum temperature of snow and then say generate, and then there should be like a whole bunch more snow. But I can save and load these settings as needed. So anyway, just to show you, it's not as complicated as it appears. Like, again, it's one of those, it looks daunting because you didn't write the code, but when we come in here, we extract our state, which we just specify here. This is our state, which is the data that we save between frames. So in this case, we're saving 3 image handles so that I can modify what the generated noise maps look like. And the file name, which is because otherwise, you know, as you type, it'll only remember 1 letter at a time. So to save and load the settings, we'll just slowly go through this list because it'll be at the bottom. So we said type registry, and then we grab access to our type registry because we need this to do some of the behavior. So then we go resource scope. This just lets us grab out the map descriptor and still have mutable world access. If we didn't do this, we wouldn't be able to edit the map descriptor because we'd need mutable access twice. And then we get our type register, and we read our type register context. This is all UI related stuff to be able to reflect UI. So the generate button just triggers a map event regenerate. This is just rendering a UI element called seed and getting it to read a number. Where's the saving and loading? Because someone asked about it. So what I've got is a horizontal UI, so they're next to each other. And then we say single text editor single line, which will cause that box to appear. I should have the game running so I can go back and forth. So just go, yeah. So this text here is that line. It's a UI element, text single line. Single line meaning that when I press enter, it returns rather than writing a second line, it actually exits. Then I say, if I click button, save, so if buttons, this bit here spawns the button. This here determines if the button was clicked. So like if, and then a code clicked, which means it now runs this piece of code. It tries to save it as a run serializer. So it literally just serializes the descriptor.biomes, which is just a vector of biomes. and it tries to save it, serialize it. Well, it serializes it to a string. If to string pretty. Yeah, okay. So if it manages to serialize it, it then writes it to the file, which is then .assets map descriptive items, which means that this may not work if I released the game because that I'm hard coding this. In reality, you should probably use the environment variable or something to work out where it's saved. State.save data, and then if it fails, it prints an error saying it failed to save. Same here, like if you click button load, it just does the reverse where it extracts the same information, where it reads the states.save file and extracts it back into a RON. So if I wanted to also save like the settings as well, if I wanted to save the height and the rain and the temperature, all I would do is make a serialized version of them, because at the moment, I think the reason I'm not serializing them is if we go to our map descriptor, they're FBM simplex like noise generated, so you can't just serialize them. I would need to write a serialized form which contains that information, which is, go back to this, the octaves, frequency, laconicity, and persistence. So all I do is make a struct that has these 4 numbers and then extract those 4 numbers out of the noise generator and serialize those 4 numbers. I just didn't do that for whatever reason, probably laziness, if anything. But the actual generating of the UI is not nearly as complicated because it's a lot of boilerplate. It's because it's EGUI, so it's not as trimmed down as Bevy is about getting rid of boilerplate. But the reality is it's not actually very complicated. Once you've got a hang of it, at least. I had a lot of trouble trying to work out how to make dynamically serialized things, is I think what I was doing. So had to work out some kind of way of getting access to the data and serializing it in a recursive way that then let it, that's for its enter. And that's why I've got the type registry here, is because I needed access to the type registry to be able to render these, the height map. So we make a collapsible section called height, which is why they're little drop downs. And then we say draw noise, which is a function that I wrote that takes in the world, the UI, the state of the height, which is handled to the image, type registry, and descriptor. Then let's go draw noise, because it was just about making it repeatable. So noise takes in a reference to the noise FBM noise function, which again is just about me being lazy and not. I could have had this as a serialized form that is displayed. So then we say we do exactly the same thing. We just make a horizontal section that says octaves, and then we pass in the context and the data. The interesting one is the image, I think, sharpness. Apparently I labeled something sharpness, but didn't it? Oh, I've got comments at the end, roughness, sharpness, just commenting what each. This is the bit that I need the type registry for. So I say if the image isn't the default handle, which means that the image hasn't been generated, or it's been updated, we then run this code to make the noise, make a new image of the correct size, min height, max height. This is about scaling it. So the idea being we run through the noise, sampling every single point for the entire map. We let the sample value, we set the color at that pixel to being that value, and then somewhere I think we return the min and the max. So I print it into the console when it changes, and it was about I was trying to work out what the minimum and the max value were in terms of color, because simplex noise returns specific, like I think it's a value between -1 and 1, but it's like you'll never get those values, and depending on the roughness and laconicity, you'll end up with different values, much more like that. They might be between -0.1 and 0.1 if you've got your like amplitude really low or something. Yeah, no, this is a horrendous code. I wrote half this shit on stream, I think, and when I write code on stream, it gets real messy because I just try to make things work. We're supposed to be making a calculator, and this is why I don't do streams. I get distracted as fuck. Yeah, but it's one of those. It's not nearly as complicated if you were the one writing it, because you just think through the logic of make a button, do a button. As for making tweet boxes collide, that one can be complicated depending on how you're going about it. If we go, Bevy Rapier, is this up to date? I have no idea if Bevy Rapier is up to date. It should be. Last update was, I want to say that was 16 hours ago. So no doubt this is, We got rapier 3D. I actually, you said it was a something Holy Knight. So it's probably 2D, which again, it's not going to matter because rapier is going to be up to date on both or neither. Wait, let me see Bevy. No, Bevy. Okay. So yeah, rapier is up to 0.13. So if you wanted to port over and still use rapier, you could. But rapier is really good at doing like hitboxes and stuff where you just check to see if they've collided. If you wanted to do your own bespoke physics system, let's get rid of Untitled Dinosaur Tag again. The code offends me. Like check collision. Let's just write a quick collision piece of code. I have no idea if the AI will get it right. That's not what here. Yeah, if you missed the beginning of the stream, the idea is that the buttons will fall apart. The rapier is, I was showing it off unrelated, but I actually do intend to use it. The idea being that if you click a button too many times, it might just fall off. And you know, that kind of thing. And if it like lands upside down, it'll stop being a 6 and start acting like a 9, that kind of thing. So you got to try and work out how to flip the buttons back up the right way. Anyway, so to check collision, we would be like query, just go to objects. Objects, and then we say query. Why does it want buttons here? So we need to transform. Size, we'll just call it. Doesn't really matter because again, this is just pseudocode. Then we say like 4, something like that. That's interesting. Well, we probably need entity for that. I'm sure there's a way. We'll just have a check. Object. Is there any like iter pairs? Iter many? Yeah. Unified combinations? Is this returns a combination over all combinations of k query items with restriction? Okay, so I think that's what we want. So instead of this, we want combinations like this, and then we say we need to give it a k, which is a size, so 2. And then you're gonna return a. What do you return the type of though? Read only dk. Yes, but what is your return type? 4. Okay, so apparently it's 4. 0, 0, comma. Transform 1, comma size 1. And just having a look at this, I think the AI got it right. So we can get rid of this check because that's not a thing anymore. Okay, so then to check collision, we don't need that either. I think we just do this, we just handle collision, and then we say that bit's not needed anymore. Is that correct? Yeah, if translation is less than other translation x plus other size, yeah, I think it's this is is size. Technically, it's all wrong because it's dot x. It's because it's not other. I guess we could call it other. Let's just paste that and paste that, and then we just say that you're actually called size, and it's transform. Okay. That would be x. So it's your transform plus x plus the other minus, I think. So wait, so if your transform plus x is greater than their x minus their size, and your size minus your x is greater than their size plus their x, it might be the other way around. Anyway, my head's not in the right spot for fucking around with I think the idea of the calculator, well, one is I saw this video, my reference video, where they made a calculator. It was just dumb like this, and I was like, I can do that in Bevy, and I thought in Bevy it's even better because they were confined, maybe not necessarily because Godot has a restriction like this, but just because they didn't, to having it all be on the same window. Where I was like, I can make mini windows that pop out, that do dumb things. Like, I think the code's still working. If I do this, come on, compile. If I hit spacebar, it'll spawn a little window, and then I'm like, I can make it so that, like, the enter key just escapes and, you know, is now its own window that you can move around. And then, like, if you close it, it'll be like, no, you can't do that now, and gives it back to you. But with the, so hit spacebar, it spawns another window over here, but you can't move this window, and there's no way to close this window. I've set it so that it closes it when you exit there, but, you know, and the idea being that, like, I can make a key escape, and then I can remove all the controls from the key, so you can't do anything once it's gone. Like, you know, it's like, no, stop closing the enter key. You need that. But the idea, like, I want to say it's something like, do I own Calculator? I might. The issue with Steam. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. I was going to open Steam and see if I had Calculator in my Steam library, but the issue with Steam is there's a not insignificant chance that it'll dox me by putting my username on screen, so I really don't need that. Calculate. Yeah. So this is like a roguelike game where you, like, it gives you a target number and a certain number of keys that you can use. And, like, when you go to the shop, you can buy, like, random buttons that do really dumb shit. Like, you get, like, sets the value to 2. And that's, like, what it does. When you click this button, it sets the value to 2. There's a pair of scissors that just remove the last digit. So if you used them, it just cut the 9 off, and now you've got 1. There's like an append 7 where it's like, it just adds 7 to this number. Like, it just puts a 7 at the leftmost position, or there's a pen right where it puts a 7 there. So it's like it becomes 197, or it could become 719. And the idea is you're trying to get to this number, and there's like so many turns. You only get to use buttons so many times. It's like, what's the best way to get there? Not necessarily in the least button presses, but in, like, the most obscure buttons to press. So there's a whole bunch of keys that are like, honestly, like the modulo key, not very useful, because most of the time when you want to use the modulo key, you're going to end up with a really small number because you have to use multiple other numbers to get there. So it's like, if you can get there with a modulo key, you want to use the modulo key because you're unlikely to use it for anything else. But yeah, so the idea is I want to make this same kind of game where it's going to give you, like, a list of numbers you have to get to, where each number you get, like, each subsequent number is a different thing. And the idea being that, like, the more you use a particular key, the more it fucks you up. And then the idea is there's a game called Password Game, the Password Game. Oh, that's not where we want to be. The Password Game. I don't know if this is an internet game. I think it might be. It went a bit viral for a while there. Nope. Come on. There. So it's like, it has this rule, and it's like, okay, so the password needs to be, you know, and then it's like, the password must include numbers. Like, the password has to have at least one capital letter, and it's like, so you keep getting these more rules. And my thought was, if I can come up with, like, a path of calculations. Yeah, it wouldn't leak to any of my passwords, but it may have doxed me, which I need to check when I go through the VOD. Because it may have had usernames in there, which will dox me for sure, but... So I had a VOD that I had to get rid of because I opened Stack Overflow, and Stack Overflow, hey, you're not logged in. Do you want to log in? And just, like, put my fucking name on the screen. I was like, thank you for that fucking Stack Overflow. Yeah, but the joke being, like, I want to come up with some kind of, like, path where it's like you got to, like, not necessarily speed run it, because, like, that's what I've seen people do with the password games, like speed run it, where they know the password, but some of the rules in the in password game, some of the rules in the password game are, like, specific. Like, it's like, you must include today's date. You must include a certain number of elements. Or, like, the sum of all the elements in your password have to sum up to a specific value. So it's like, if you use the letter V, because that's an element, it's like, it adds to that too. So it's like, there's certain letters you got to avoid using, and there's, like, a whole speed run thing about getting the password as quick as you can. I think the username on the quick bar is just Fox, though, which is fine. It's the it's the other usernames that I'm worried about. Yeah. We should probably get back to work on actually making a calculator. We got very, very distracted. GitHub repo? Apparently my GitHub's not even signed in, which is hilarious. I don't know how I got signed out. Again, the GitHub I'm not really worried about, because again, that's all most of my usernames that I use is Fox, but some of them are not, because some of them are really old accounts. I don't want to go to Stack Overflow to shop, but it is definitely my Google account when it logs you in. When you pop into Stack Overflow, it shows all of your Google accounts, not just the Google account that you were last logged in. So it shows my private Google account, not my YouTube Google account, which is a level of like, please don't go looking for it. Anyway, it's a Boolean answer box, so we need a like a last sum and current sum, and then let's always skip the M line. Not yet. Adding this, and then we need to spawn our grid. So we use button enum. Okay, so let's get started with this here. What we may need to do is go new. That's not helpful. Please don't do that. Yeah, probably should do that. It's not clever. It's not really a problem in the grander sense of things. I just do not like the idea of people mixing my real identity with my YouTube identity. Not because I plan on saying anything stupid, just as a general sense of don't want to do that. So if you could avoid posting that shit. So yeah, probably shouldn't have said anything, and it wouldn't have mattered. It's very much a Streisand effect there, whereas because I mentioned you could do it, it was going to get done. What was I doing? I was making a new window, and we want each key to be, I don't know, we're going to work out the size of these. So each button is going to be, yeah, if I hadn't said anything for the stream, because I noticed that I did it. That's why I immediately closed the password thing, didn't say anything. It's like what I would have done normally is just gone back and unlisted the VOD, because then it becomes that you can't just scroll back and look for it. But because I mentioned it, you can scroll back and look for it while I'm still streaming. But yeah, it doesn't really matter. It's not that important. So your position size is apparently 76 by 51, which is the most Y. If I remember correctly, someone said that like one of the letters is not like lined up properly. I don't know if it's been fixed, but there was definitely like one of the letters wasn't in line. I'm just looking for it now. Maybe it wasn't this calculator. Oh, they all look in line. I don't like that one though. I seem to have clipped some of the calculator off, which would explain what's happening. Why you weren't a nice number. Why do you? Okay. So 316 is not the right number, obviously. 490. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I've tried swapping to other than Windows, and all I've learned is that I kind of do rely on the fact that Windows is very user-friendly. Admittedly, sometimes it's not very user-friendly, but like I've found it, at least because I understand it. I need like a notepad or something to fucking... That's another thing, Windows needs to stop changing shit like that. I used to use Notepad all the time for opening a... just randomly like being like, I need to note something down for a second. But now Notepad keeps your previous note fucking pads open, which means that I'm like, I don't want to open Notepad because what if I had fucking something like password written down, and it fucking pops up and it's like, here's your password. It's like, fuck off. So another one of those. I should really have something for when I'm doing streaming. Let's put this over here where I can see it. So it's 76 by 50. I'm gonna say 52 because fuck doing an odd number of pixels. Okay, 76 by 52. Okay. Yeah. I think it's, I don't know if it's a me problem, but every time I try to use Linux, I break it hard. Like when I originally got this physical computer, not this particular build of it because I've rebuilt it a few times. One of which was I don't know what I did. I think I corrupted the fucking Windows drive or something, which is part of why I had to rebuild it, is because I had installed Linux and then Linux retroactively like overwrote my boot drive, which means that I needed to use whatever the Linux like dual boot thing was. Is like I had to dual boot into my Windows, but there was no Linux, so the dual booter didn't work very well. So that was majority of the reason that the computer broke, is because it overwrote the default entry point into this one that would let me dual boot either Windows or Linux depending on what I wanted. And then when I broke Linux so bad that it didn't work anymore, I uninstalled it. That broke that dual booter, which meant that I had to manually in like the BIOS navigate through the file system until I found the Windows launcher or the Windows I forget what they're called. I don't know, it's in like the GPT file and it's called, you like chain load into it or something. I like memorized the fucking commands to do it, and then one day it stopped working because I guess something overwrote something and it just broke even worse. Hence I rebuilt my computer, and that was the birth of Zero to Pong. But yeah, every time I install Linux, something goes horribly wrong. Like it will just spontaneously crash. It'll do something. Admittedly, one of my first attempts at trying to do Linux, I was trying to dual boot it from a thumb drive, because everyone's like, oh, you can run it from a thumb drive. I'm like, that's a great idea. I can have it when the thumb drive's plugged in, boot to Linux. When it's not plugged in, it'll boot to Windows. It didn't like that. I don't know if I had a shitty thumb drive. It was an expensive thumb drive, and it was like 128 gigabytes. It should have been able to do it fine, but it did not like it. It had problems. Okay. Right, I keep forgetting what we were doing. So we're going here, and we're going to go, okay, create new, and then we need to go, okay, so if each button is going to be, I forgot, we wrote it down somewhere. So we're going to say like 760 by 520. That should give us the ability to make like 400 buttons. Then we're going to go view, configure grid, and we're going to say 760 by 5, not square. Is it 52? Okay. And then we go, I think, view show grid. Okay. I still don't see a grid. Configure grid. Where's my grid? What have you done with my grid? View show grid. Did I break something? What the fuck? Foreground color? I ain't seeing the grid. Oh, inches. No. Pixels. Well, that's in pixels. Yes, that's fine. Line style. Dashes. I don't fuck. Background. I don't fucking see it. Add alpha channel. Please delete. I don't see my grid. Why are you like this, Gimp? What? Okay. That works. Did I 76 by 52? Code. I love how I've got absolutely nothing done. 76 by 52. Okay, apparently 76 is really wide. Did I not put zeros? Okay, 76 by 52. Something tells me that I forgot to put a 0 or something, which is then made the canvas the wrong size. Image canvas size. Okay, apparently I just like forgot an order of magnitude. Okay, there we go. So now we get to do some like really bad programmer art just to make things interesting. Kind of want to just go like a rectangle. The big obvious reason why I'm not using textures is because I plan to do really dumb shit with it later. The primary thing being, I'll explain it. Like as I say, I want to have the buttons do fancy things at a certain point, and you can't do fancy things on the UI elements. Like I can't make a UI element rotate. I don't think. Possibly, but they don't take transforms, so I'm pretty sure I can't specify a rotation. Let's just double check that. Because, yeah, I agree. Like, using the UI layout and a grid layout would be very smart, but I don't think we can say, like, node rotation. There's no, like, rotation. Yeah, so it would be nice to be able to use the UI layout. And in theory, I could use the UI layout for things like what I'm going to do now, the settings menu and stuff like that. But it's easier to make all that stuff use the same stuff in the end. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to work out what use a calculator to work out our calculator. As I say, yeah. So the issue is that I'm planning on doing stuff that would be outside of the scope of UI elements, and so it's easier just to make everything a 2D sprite and work from there. So it's 52 divided by, I'm going to say 5, 10 pixels from the top. I hate doing math like this. 10 pixels from the top. And then, in theory, it's 10 pixels from the bottom. All right. And then it would be 10 pixels. No, that's said the wrong number. 10 pixels. Actually, that seems right. Yeah, that is right. Okay. Which means we're going to put it here. That makes it put 10 pixels from the end, 11 pixels. So you probably want to be more like, it's more like here. And so what was that? 2 pixels down, 2 pixels down. To here. And then we're going to got to get rid of all the other stuff except my markers. Don't mind my horrible GIMP skills. I like making mathematically pure art, and that results in not working very well when you're using certain applications because they don't like doing mathematically pure shit. So it's a lot of drawing a box and then deleting on those boxes because everything wants to anti-alias is more what ends up happening, so it ends up causing problems. So there should be, when I make this pencil, nope, apparently I've got that wrong. Okay, so you're there, 2 spaces. You're there, 2 spaces. Why the hell are you not centered? So you're 10 and you're not 10. 2 spaces. Right. So you're 10 and you're 8, so you need to go there. Like that. Then we go pencil, we go, okay, so you're 9 and now you're 10, which makes even less sense. 10 and, oh, right, because math works that way, doesn't it? So 10 to 10 to 10. Okay, so one option would be to make you, got that selected. Okay, so if we make you like here, I still got something fucking selected you. Okay, so your 10, and so it would be, so it don't overlap, which means that we kind of want, so you're 10 and you're, okay, it's 10 and 1, which means you're, I'm getting very confused. One of these needs to be an odd number. But it's 52, so it can't be done. I'm dividing by 3, right? I can't do it that way. Okay, so something has to not be centered. Because we have a 3. We could go with 4 lines. Yeah, the UI element of Bevy is lacking, to be honest. This is, why do I have this open? I'm never going to touch that again. I'm just gonna, this is the code from the the first episode of Bevy Basics Remastered. It uses some basic UI elements, which I actually quite enjoy. Like, it's very simple to set up. It's only like this little bit of code here. This is all I'm using to set up the UI. And it looks really nice. Like, this box looks really nice, and then I can like rainbow its color and like it's, you know, it's really quite intuitive to use. Except Bevy does really dumb shit. Like, I've got all this code. No, wait, where's one here? I've set its Vmax to 0.125 because I want the box. Let me open this back up. See, it's like equally spaced top, bottom, and left. To do that, I have to do Vmax 0.125 because I know that its height is 0.5 and I wanted 5% of its total height, which is, this is 2.5% of its total height, so that the percentage 95% makes it equally spaced. I do this because if I use percent 2.5, it uses 2.5% of the width, not 2.5% of that dimension, which results in the margin being really goddamn big. Like, if I just comment this out and said margin UI rect all val percent 2.5. Well, not 2.5. So to show why this is annoying is I know that it's 95% tall, so I want to equally space at top and bottom, so I'm doing half of the difference. So to make it the remaining 5%, so 2.5%, and then we go run. Yeah. That is what's nice about Bevy. It's less that it's in Rust, it's just that it's open source. So if you don't like how something works, you can change it. But I really just like this. It does mention in the thing that margin, padding, and borders always use the width. But look, it's really big at the top and overshooting on the bottom because it's using 2.5% of the width, not 2.5% of the dimension that you're trying to specify. It would also not work for what I was trying to do because this would be too wide anyway, because that would use 2.5% of this way. But I was like, I can work with that. But no, instead you have to say that it's a certain fraction of the Vmax, which is the bigger of the two viewports. So in this particular case, it'll use the width, because the width is the biggest of the viewports. So it's really annoying that I have to do all this math here to work out what I'm actually trying to do. Like, it would have been nice if they had percent and like percent H and percent W. So percent uses percentage of whichever dimension you're setting. So horizontal uses the width, and vertical uses the height. And then percent H uses the height of the parent, regardless of which dimension you're setting. But no, instead percent just always uses width, and it's so confusing to set because it doesn't do what you expect it to be doing. Back to making a calculator. Got very sidetracked. Right, we're in GIMP. That's what we were. Okay. I think I'm going to go to 4 lines. So we want 1. So we divide by 5. So we need to divide by 6. 52 divided by 6 is apparently 8. So what we want to do is go like get that off there. Pencil. We're going to say 9 pixels. 9 pixels, and then we're going to go 8 pixels. 8 pixels. Swap back to this to space things. 9 pixels and 9 pixels, and then swap back to this and go. Okay, so that's incorrect because that doesn't let me fit 1, 2, 3, 7. Do I have to divide by 8? Is that what my problem is? Because we have 4 lines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 spaces. So it's 52 divided by 9. So like 6. I mean, I could just do this and have the thicker line in the middle with that. Okay. So I went with... Wait a second. Why are you 8? Why are you 8? I thought I said 9. Apparently 9 is the same size as 8, which is just dumb. Why you do this? Anyway. How big are you actually? Oh, you just go up here. How big are you actually? That looks like you're actually 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Even more confusing. Anyway, we're going to stick with it because I cannot be bothered. Which implies that you're also 2, 4, 6, 7. Okay. Very, very confusing. Anyway, I'm going to turn this back up to 8. And then we're going to go, okay, so put it back on red for a second. Put it there. Put it there. 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 And there. And then we go, huh? Then we go, And then we go, ba-da. 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 Okay. So then we're going to go like magic select you, and then we're going to select shrink by 2, and then select and grow by 2, and then we're going to select shrink by 3 maybe. Yeah, it'll do. Select and then grow by 3. I don't think that made any difference. Then we want to invert and delete. Wait, I crossed the line. Damn it. I went too far. Then we want to go... Wait. I want to X that. There you go. So then we want to go something like that. Go down to there and go, we need to delete. So that's 7. There's 1 pixel, so 8. And then we want to paste that back in. Except that's going to be too long, isn't it? Thank you. Wait, no, we do one more. Maybe I should just do that because we really don't need the full length. We go X and V, and then we sync it all up and we go done. Okay, so there's our settings. This got like really distracted doing way too much of the shit. Like the only thing we've managed to do is settings. But okay, I think I can do 2D text for that bit, and then that's just blank space. And we need to like a. I wonder, can I be really lazy with this? Probably not. But if I paste this in, and then I need to like, interestingly, apparently that's enough pixels for it. So kind of implies that we need to scale it a little bit. Well, what we can do is we can scale it and then anti-alias it. So I think it's you, then we want to scale, and we want to scale. Okay. Really what we need to do is we need to trim it so that it's exactly the right number of pixels, and then we can scale it to exactly the right size. Do you mind, please? Please and thank you. All right, so we're going to X that, and then we're going to just delete that, and then we're going to paste this back in. We're going to move it up here, then we're going to say scale it, and we're going to scale it until it's, I guess 50. I don't want to go right to the top. We want to go 52 minus 14. 38. So I want you to be 38 pixels high. Okay, cool. Scale. Oh. Okay. We need you to be, I don't know, somewhere. I don't know how to center it that way. That's annoying. You can just measure. Oh, don't do that. Okay. Let's to new layer. We're gonna go. Okay. So you're currently 18, and 20. So you need to go like 1 pixel over. Okay, that would make it 19 and 19. Oh. And then you should be like 7 from the top. That says it's 6. Are you 6 from the top? You should be. No, you're 7. Okay, cool. So that means we need to go move you 1 pixel down. Okay, and then that should make you 7 from the top. Okay. Okay, and we want to delete this bit, and, like delete this bit, and like delete this bit, and like delete this bit, and like that bit, and then we want to, I think, probably tighten up a little bit. So you're massive pixel wise. I want to kind of reduce you to just big. So each pixel's like a 4 by 4. So we're going to get the pen and we're going to go down to like a radius of 2, which I don't think it lets me do because the minimum size is fucking 3 for whatever goddamn reason. Okay. So we're going to go like that. And we go, that's by 12. Okay, so that's 6 pixels. I don't know if we're going to make it black, but that also by 12. Yep. Okay, cool. Which means we can pencil that in and go, that's 6 pixels. And then we go, we want you. Yeah, who said there to be grid aligned pixels? We can really fuck with it, can't we? 12. Yeah, really messing with the grid aligned pixels here. I love it. I feel like it should be like here. Here. Definitely want that one. 6. 6. Actually, I think you should go down 4. 6. 8. I should color this in before I accidentally fucking misclick and it's all gone. Okay, you can be 12 and then you can also be 12 and then you can be 10. Um, 4 by 4. And now I've got really quiet, which means the stream's gonna be really fucking boring. That's why you don't do art on stream, people. I'm really impressed by the people that can do art on stream. I'm just not very good at it. So it takes too much of my brain power to focus it in. Now that's a little bit annoying. Now in order to keep my pixel grid size thing, I need to make you 1 higher. Which means I need to get rid of that one. And I need to make you go to there. Somehow I missed that one fucking spot. Okay, so first off we need to go, you're gone. And then you need to be black, please. Okay. So outside of it being really thin over there, which means we need to, so we can add the 2 here. We could add 2 here. Kind of, not really. Pulling some weird ass shit with the non-grid aligned stuff, but I don't do that. Okay, so if I do that, and then I just need to like get rid of, I think it's these, right? Because that would be UR then pixels. Yeah, okay, so okay, so we delete that, then we go, okay, so we got a 2 by 4 here. Yeah, okay, so in theory I could color that in. Color that in. I reckon I want to do that maybe. We'll break the 2 by 2 grid in there because it looks nicer. Just making everything that little bit bigger. Okay. So I feel like this all needs to just be that bit thicker. Through here. Then we almost certainly need this corner here. Now I'm just purely gone off vibes to what I think is right. Okay. And then we need to make this bit, which is going to be 2, and apparently it's 3, which is weird. Anyway. Okay, and now we need to go like select U, and then we need to be like select invert. Okay, wait, we should have. There we go. Okay, so this feels way too thick. Okay. Still feeling pretty chunky in there. Okay. This here definitely needs to be filled back in. I also have to then wonder, is it still centered? We'll never know. I'm not going to check, and it'll drive anyone with OCD crazy when they work out that it's not. Okay. All right. Oops. Okay. It still feels way too chunky in here. This feels like it needs to like have this whole like section cut gone. Like that maybe. Okay. No, we definitely need like an extra pixel there, I reckon. Then I think this needs to go. Okay. We're at the limit of my art skills, so I should stop spending ages trying to tweak stuff that I'm never going to be able to get right. Something feels wrong in here, but I can't put my finger on it. So I'm just going to leave it. I feel like it needs to be 3. The little arrow. There we go. Cool. So we've got our history button, which is again shit because we're not actually gonna like map that to anything, I guess. So we need like the. I guess we make the rest of the keys while we're here. I guess. I don't know. Some of them are going to be really easy because some of them we just go, hey, give me a letter and call it a C, and then we have to set U to being like the full size of the thing, and then we work out what the fuck's going on. Why are you... Okay, so you want me to be left aligned. Okay, why are you hiding this, like, on a fucking... No, no. No. It's like that, please. And go, what fucking size do you need to be to fit? Okay, so you can be bigger, because for some reason you're not centered, which is just so goddamn obnoxious. Why? Can I tell you to, like, move upwards? No? No? Okay. None? Okay. Full. Anti-aliasing off. Ooh. Kind of want anti-aliasing on. That's really horrible. Use editor. Okay, so what we've concluded is the letter can actually be much bigger than this, because you can move it like here. And then we go, oh no, please let me edit the letter. Okay. A, and then we need to stop putting the fucking thing outside of the zone. Let's go size like 50. And then I guess we'll just put it like somewhat in the center. Again, we're not going to bother actually making it centered though, because just drive everyone spare. Okay, can we copy you? Nope. So why can't I? Oh. Weird. So then you were like, USCE? Weird. Okay. So we have my calculator, wherever that's gone. Okay, so CCE, we need a percent sign, which is going to be the same thing again, where we like to new layer, please. No, this one. We move you. We got letters. We go. You are the percent sign. To be honest, should probably just be doing this in Bevy with text. That would probably be smarter. Let's make... Okay. Is there anything else that we actually need? I guess technically the square root, the 1 to the x, and that are... they're fancy symbols, so we probably would actually need fancy things, but everything else should be a character, except backspace. So backspace is going to... We just need to make like a big fat arrow. So to do that, we're going to click... Okay, we're going to X out of here. We're going to click here. We're going to go, okay, make it red so that I can... So if I go like this, you'll... Where's my settings? To the bottom there. So that's 50. Okay, so that means if that's 50, we want to go to 25? I want to say 25. Why did that not draw anything? Because we're on the wrong layer. We need a new layer. Thank you. Okay. Oh. Okay. So from here to 25. Okay, and then from you to you should also say 25. No, you say 50. From you to you should say 25. Okay, so that is in fact the center, which means we can now remove that. Like that. Okay, so there's our center. And then we need to go... If I take this up... Sometimes I wish GIMP was less customizable. It's so annoying when it does stuff like that. Okay, so this is 7. So we want to go like 7. Somehow I tweaked the opacity, which is kind of funny. Okay, so we want to put like a big border around everything, 7 pixels away from all the edges. Okay, so then and we can still see our center line. Okay, so then next we're going to go back to here. I'm going to go back down to 2, please, and then we're going to go. Okay, so I'm thinking from here to, so what do you say? You say 8? Nope, you say 388. Okay, so if I go to like 370 maybe. 400. That should be like 12 pixels from the end. No, we need to be like 410. 410. Okay. Then we're going to go from you to 410 as well. Okay, and then we're going to do you. What are you? You're 25. So from you to 25, then you to 25. Makes me wonder if that it's not the middle. what is my length? 24 pixels. And your length is 25 pixels. 24, 25, which means you're not actually the center, annoyingly. So from there to there is 25, which means we need to shorten by one. That would be the center. Those two would be center. Okay. So what we want to do is go Z, 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 Z. Okay, swap back to red and go here. Okay. So from there to there is 24, and then from there to there is 24. Okay, and then we would go back to black and we go, okay, so here, dot and dot, there we go. Okay, so from you to you. Okay, so I need to shorten it until I get a nice staggered stair. So if I go there, no, that looks right. If I go one more, it won't. Okay, so there, which is 405, 40. Okay, so yeah, to 405. Okay, question, if I go this way. Okay, yep, which means that's a perfect 45. There we go. Okay, and then we're going to do the same thing from you, is we're going to go, first off, we could probably just go from you to here. Nope. Here. And you, no, you to here. And then we're going to go from you until you intercept this. So how many pixels have you traveled? My brain can't do it. 45. So you're 17 pixels, which means we want to go to 430, I want to say. Okay, and then we're going to go down one and then to there. Okay. And then we delete this and then, oh, it's too far. Delete this bit and then we delete that bit, and then we come down here and we continue this horrible monstrosity onward of going one. Done. Okay. And then we just paint bucket the rest of this black. Black. Okay, and then we're gonna like color select this monstrosity and delete that. Okay, that's our back arrow, which is slightly stubby, so we should probably fix that. I'm getting way too sidetracked on art, and I dislike it. And apparently I can't do two. Okay. Whoop. Okay. Oh, don't leave a random black pixel. Okay. So arrow is done, and I think that's everything that I can't just do with text. Because let's face it, we're doing it with text. Now what I need to do is actually create like a button with rounded corners, because we kind of need the button with rounded corners to be our background. And admittedly, I should probably just do that as a new 76 by 52. Should have made them all individual characters, because I was thinking, oh, it'd be cool, do a sprite sheet. But then I'm like, no, don't do a sprite sheet. Sprite sheets just add complexity. Useful, yes, complexity. Pain in the ass. Let's make it white, because, you know, then we're going to go, please select everything. And then we go selection, shrink by, let's say 10, and then selection grow by 10. Should give us nice rounded corners. Okay, and then we're gonna, well, close whatever the fuck that was. Well, I have no idea what I had open on that window. It is gone now. I think it was, yeah, it was internet. Okay, restore. Okay, I just randomly closed everything. Okay, what was I doing? Going back to here. All right, we were exporting this file, export as a button. Okay, I have caps lock on. Button.png. Then we want to go to YouTube projects. Nope, that's projects. What's it called? Calculator. Calculator. New folder. assets, button. Okay. Yeah, let's just split these out because again, if I was doing every character, I would be like, yeah, sure. Make every character a Okay, no, we're apparently selecting the wrong layer as well, which is even more confusing. This layer. Okay, and then we go. Well, I guess technically we do this. We paste this to new layer, and we just need to make sure it's placed evenly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. I don't know if it's placed evenly that way. So let's get this and go to this corner here. You should be 8 by 8. Yep. And then here to here, you should be 8 by 7. Yep. Okay, cool. File, export as. This is settings. And then we got a little clock thing because again, everything else was a complete fucking waste of time. Then we come here, we go turn this off, paste this monstrosity into a new layer. Apparently I didn't copy it, whatever it was. That's the clock, right? I feel like the clock should be recreated. You know what? It'll be easy just to recreate the clock because I just thought of a really good way of doing that. So what we're going to do is we're going to go black, and then we're going to go pencil, and we're going to go make me a clock that was for, it was like 38. Okay. 38. A circle. 38 is too tall. Why did you go to 51? I said 38. Okay, so then we need to remember that if we go first off new layer. Yes. Okay, so that works. Okay, so we go, if I put my mouse here, we zoom in. Kind of need like a per pixel grid turned on because you're a pain in the ass. Wait, I can do that. I can go like grid lines, and then we can say, not grid lines, guides. New guide by percent, 50% horizontal, image, new guide by percent vertical. That should put us a guide perfectly in the center. Like so. Okay, so there's our roundness of the clock. I feel like it needs to be bigger though. The question's more of, is that actually, I don't think it is. I think you have a really big issue with making not fucking round things. 2, 3. Okay. What is this? 19. What is this? 20. Not round. You little piece of shit. Okay, to make it round, we need to go like there and there. Correct? And then I think we fill the missing singular pixel. There. That doesn't seem correct. You're 3. Now we gotta track down the missing pixel. So you're 4, but you're 3, you're 3. So something's wrong here. Something's wrong there as well. So instead, what we will do is we're going to go copy this and delete the rest. I should be able to say paste you, or can I go pencil and go use this, but I want you to rotate 90 degrees, and then we just put it in the, interesting. Okay, delete you, go circle, pencil. Sure. You can make it 52. I don't think 52 is the right size, but yeah, 52 is way too big. Maybe we'll go with a 42. And then we click right on that pixel. Right there. Alright. And then we go, okay, fuck off the rest of the circle and go, you better be fucking symmetrical. You look pretty symmetrical. So let's copy you. Go here, go. Looks right. And then we go, I need you to be 180. That's not the right spot for 180. Okay, and then we want to go negative 90. Not 19, 90. Negative 90. And then we go, okay. And then I think, just for the sake of, like, this circle is not quite round enough. So I think we just want to pencil in like that. I'll get there eventually. Except I need you to be like that. Okay, and we just pencil in those ones as well. Okay, we made it slightly rounder. Right, so with that nice and round, we can select it, and then we can go select, shrink. We want it to be like 3 pixels thick, so I shrink by, let's say 4. It seems not very good. Grow by, can I shrink by another 4? I said, can I shrink by 8? And then I want to grow by 8. Wait. 6. Okay. That's looking half decent. Okay. Then we need to somehow remove a segment from here, which, look at it. So we need to remove from like there up. The question is, how much do we need to remove? The arrow needs to be like pointing down. Which is annoying. How long did I make it? From there to there is 8 pixels. So from there to there, 8 pixels. Okay. The other option is to make it slightly longer. So if I undo that and then do it, like, where would we want to put it? Maybe when it's getting slightly thicker. So if I take it from like here, and then we want to go from here, we want to go 8 pixels. 8 pixels. 8 pixels. 8 pixels. I think that makes that a little bit too long now. From here to here is now 9 pixels. Here to here is 8. Okay, so we just need to nip just that little bit there. There we go. Okay. So now we have the clocky clock, and then we need to go, okay. Need to pencil in here, and then like 8. And then here. You want to go 7. Maybe one more. Just make it a little bit longer. Okay, cool. Then we export you, and then your clock. Okay. To be honest, I don't know what we need next. I think we're going back to just these should be done. Technically, there's still a bunch of random characters, but we can work on those later. We could also just represent them as words for now. So let's go back to actually, working on actual code. Okay, so settings. So what we need to do is be all like, Bevy has a flex box, if I remember. Like, I know, 9 box, which is like a UI way of scaling that you like split it up, but I don't know if it works as a sprite. So we need to be like commands.spawn. Need the asset loader. That's it. Server. Res asset server. Okay, so okay, so maybe we should put this in the correct spot, like where it says settings. This is what we're doing. Well, actually, more like we're doing the main. So more like take all of these. We're gonna spawn the main box. I think actually technically each one can just sort of be its own thing, kind of. Yeah. All right, so we need to be like spawn settings. So we need to spawn a image. It's not an image. It's a sprite. I think that's the correct term, sprite. Okay, then we say image is asset server dot load. I should probably move this into a folder called icons, just for the sake of having everything nice and neat. So then we want to say icons slash settings.png. What I called it, yeah, settings.png. Okay, and then we just like dot default you, but I need to place your position. So your interesting, because we're not using UI, we have to sort of manually do this, don't we? Okay, so const, I don't know, we need a component. Anchor. Okay, and then you're just going to be like a it's a vec2. Thank you. This is going to be relevant for me building custom UI. Maybe I should move into its own module then. This is one of the big issues with doing stuff on stream. They always end up being like, they've got to do it correctly. Okay, UI stuff. Let's call it UI. Don't fucking UI stuff. All right, we need a component struct. We'll call it a sprite anchor. And then it's just a vec2. Except we're going to use Bevy prelude, please. Prelude. Okay, then we come down here, we go semicolon. Semicolon home. Make you public. We need to plug in. This is going to be our UI plugin, and then UI plugin is going to do nothing for now. We come down here, we're going to fn update anchor. Okay, and then you will do something. Then we're going to fn maybe set anchor. So yes, did it actually get that right? Is that exactly what I wanted to do? So first off, we need to change you to single window and primary window. Mute commands. Okay, I don't think we need access to the commands. It seems a bit weird. Did it get it right? Does it actually do what I want it to do? First off, you don't need to do this. So transform translation equals vec3 anchor. No, okay. That's incorrect. That's very incorrect. What the fuck are you doing? Okay, no. I don't remember. I think, does Bevy work from the top left corner of sprites? We'll find out. So we're going to say let x equal window dot width divide by 2 plus x to anchor height. Okay, we might need to make better anchors because at the moment this is So we're setting everything to the top left corner, which is how UI is usually laid out, but it's not going to work for sprites. Anyway, so then we're going to say transform.translation equals, we should probably say transform.z, translation.z. Yeah, work, we can tell me I can't because it's mutable. Okay, cool. Why'd you put a semicolon there? Weird. Okay, so that's set anchor, except you are going to be added. Oop. Added. Right anchor. Okay. Actually, a smarter way to do that would be to say, don't derive component. We're going to implement component ourselves. Import component for sprite anchor. Storage type is not a vex storage type. What is your problem? It's a Bevy ECS component storage type. I don't remember what it's called. I don't think that's the right type then. No, it really is. Table. Why is the IntelliSense not working? I think it was called table. On add. Sum. So what do we need? Component hook. We need world and context. Okay, and then we say okay, no, let trans equal world dot get mute ctx dot entity dot can you return an error? No. Okay. Expect just added derive. No. Ooh, how do I do that then? That's annoying. So this is right anchor requires transform. Okay, and then we say and then we say let anchor equal. Apparently that's the correct way of spelling anchor. Bevy has an anchor, but it's different. It's not the same thing. Okay, I think that should be fine. So we say let anchor. We get. So we need to specify that get mute is a transform, right? And then your sprite anchor. Is that you mute apparently? So you're gonna complain, I believe. Maybe not. A bit weird. Okay, so you need a component. Mutability. Type storage is not a member. Okay, weird. Did they change that, or am I just? Mutability is Bevy ECS component. Immutable. Okay, it is missing const storage type. Bevy ECS component storage type table. Okay. So you do this, and then we say we do what we're doing down here. So we need to get access to the window. So let window equals world dot query single. I don't remember how to do this query. State. How do I write a query?
dot entity, entity mute, reborn, get entity, spawn batch, add observers, query filtered, try query. Try query. I don't query. But how do I get a query state? Get. And with that, we give up on doing it as a component hook. We comment this out for later, because I think that's still the better way of doing it, but it's eluding me to how to make a query to get the world size. Anyway, so then we update anchor, and that's this exactly the same thing, except, you know, called update. And you're called when anchor change. Okay. Anchor is correct. Changed. Actually, I don't think we're going to need to do that. We could probably just comment the whole thing out, because that's going to happen. Adding is the same as changing. App.add systems update update anchor. Okay, so the update anchor, and then we can say that the anchor requires a transform. Require transform. Okay. Then we have to find out if that works. So first off, don't delete the anchors. Okay. So we're gonna go something like that, UI sprite anchor new let's go with 10 and see if that actually fucking works. That's what I need. Okay, so first off, you need to import and program. So set anchor is different to update anchor. I think I can just leave it changed. Update anchor can run on change. We don't need this to be middle. What I'm getting wrong here is that set anchor is the one that actually sets it. Update anchor is instead going to events event reader and apparently to be middle. What are they? There are resize, window resized. Okay. Now, when window resized, I assume you just have the window that was resized, the new logical width of the window, the new logical height of the window. Okay. So what that means is we can say if let some new equals events dot read dot last else return, and we get rid of that. Okay. So this is let something. Okay. And then when that happens, we instead, I don't think we actually need the window anymore, because we provide the new, which means that instead of using window.width, we say new. And new. And then they're not parameters anymore, they're back to days. Okay. Now, technically, we should probably check that it's the main window that was resized, but I feel like I'm going to turn resizing off on all the other windows, because, you know, don't need that. Okay, so we need to add a new function to you. So we go up here and go impulse sprite anchor fn. Okay, new, and then we say new, and the new just does that. Okay, cool. Because then we can have different types of sprite anchors, like top left and then spacing. Well, we should probably add the spawning UI system. That would help, wouldn't it? Okay. App.add underscore systems. Startup. Is it called spawn UI? Okay. So we have this. I'm not seeing wherever our UI is decided it's going to hide. That's annoying. If I said like 100, 100, just make sure it's definitely far away from the edge. Why can I not see you? You're loading the settings, which is this. I should be able to see it, which is what's annoying me. Like, why can I not see it? Maybe I can, and it's just really fucking small. It doesn't look like it's there. All right, let's spawn another button. We won't give it an anchor. We'll just spawn it. It should be in the center of the screen. We also, should make sure that set anchor is actually programmed to run. Oh, and we should probably also add the application, which is actually more scary because it means that the anchor wasn't doing shit. So I need to add that plugin, and then actually I'll use I like to add plugins separate to the default plugin rather than grouping them all together. Let me use UI plugin. So add default plugins, add custom plugins, set app color, go here, like add UI systems, and then here we can add update systems. System. There we go. AI has been very confusing. So somehow I've implemented the prelude twice, which is hilarious. Okay, goodbye. All right, so we're adding the plugin. We're spawning you. So here's the next thing to spawn. So we'll go down here because it's going to be one of those. We're going to turn off the anchor so that it doesn't move, and we're going to load icons button. Okay. Now, I don't see it throwing an error saying it couldn't find the icon, which maybe it's we got to start up spawn UI, and then spawn UI equals spawn sprite. Nah, okay. Pretty sure sprite requires. So why am I'm an idiot. That's why I haven't spawned a camera. Okay. Mute commands. Camera 2D. I think that's how that works. Like, you don't need to specify anything in the camera. Yep. Okay. And we need to make sure that it happens at the start of my spawn camera.
Okay, there we go. We now have a button in the center there. Now, the question is, why are we still not seeing our loading thing? If I set the UI anchor to 100, 100, does it actually move the UI button? Like, is it just that they're underneath each other? Okay, it's putting it somewhere. Well, apparently it's moving in the wrong direction, because that's... Maybe I've got the X and the Y wrong, because that's definitely, like, it's supposed to be here and it's over there, which means that it's probably just got the wrong Y. Interesting. No, height should be minusing Y, because... Right, because, yeah. Negative. Right. I guess technically the X should be negative to start with. So Y is positive because up, and we're trying to start in the top left corner, which means we actually need to be X is negative. So then we add the X and then we subtract the Y, because we want to go, if we've got a positive offset in our anchor, we want to go down. This is the annoying thing of writing your own UI stuff. Okay, I'm not using the Bevy stuff, not because it's that bad, but because yeah, there we go. Because using the they're on top of each other now anyway. So we want to use like 10. That's right. Okay. The Bevy stuff's not capable of doing what I intend to do by the end of the game, is what's happening. So I think we can work on more UI elements, because basically we're going to end up making our own custom flex box is what's going to end up happening. So we need a struct layout. I guess. No, it's an enum layout. Enum layout. Okay. And then horizontal, vertical, and then we say, we set the anchor, but the anchor... See, what we need to do is something more like... we need a... There's no way to do an optional... Like, I can do an optional when, like, this thing, like, option, child of... Stuff like that. No, used to be a reference, optional child of. Right, and then we could say, see, but in each sprite anchor is a sprite anchor. Yeah. Annoying. I guess then we're gonna go like it'd be like roots, and then we say query or global transforms. We need to do that, right? And then we say match this, and then parent. Right. And this is an option, and then we say, okay, so we say if let some parent equals parent so it's gonna be like let X start, Y start equals this, and we're going to say if you have a parent, we'll get the parent, else you're going to be okay. Interestingly, because it just caught my bug, which, and then your minus on the Y, and we say you X start and Y start like so, and then again, these aren't parameters like that. Okay, so that will return those two, and then we come down here and we say let parent go root unwrap. Can I just return a result? Technically not the best thing to be doing. Oh no, just return result like that. You just return okay, because if there's no events, then it doesn't matter. But I don't unwrap here, and it's a okay. Actually, that's not the returning a result on this is not the best idea, because we want to do all the others even if one fails. So it's more like let okay, and let me say else error fail to get global transform for parent. Zero, maybe parent. So failed to get. Can I do backticks in this? I don't know. Parent. So you okay, you just go back to being returned. Okay, so then we do that and we go okay, and then we need to continue. Okay, then don't else zero, you little. Sometimes AI does really dumb shit. Okay, we do that. They do that. Okay, okay. Translation. So parent here. Okay. Dot. I guess we say let t equal parent dot compute transform, and then we say t dot translation. If you can't tell, I don't use global transforms very much. And then we say t dot translation y. Okay, it's a little bit of a weird way to do it. You don't implement display. Okay, so we then want to do exactly the same thing. Okay, so again, this is update anchor. And then this is set anchor. So we're going to paste this in here, but we want to say this one doesn't do the event check first. This one defaults to window. If I can spell window with plus X and then window. Wait, what? You have access to the window? Oh. Window. That doesn't seem right. Why? Yeah. Don't do that. We should probably put those up there for the sake of not calculating it every single time. Okay, Windows single window. Why? Okay. Negative. We're not a query. You're a single. Dot height. Okay. And then again, don't do the weird anchor stuff because you do it down here. Subtract. Okay. So I think up here we're gonna say let global equal this. So we're not calculating it every time. And then so you just say global. And then you're going to be the same. We're going to say let global equal that. Then you want to be global. Okay, so it kind of works. You're a little bit weirdly placed, but why? I think it's because if I put it's the center of you, 0, 0, hence you've like kind of cut off. It's because you're 10, 10. But I think that's like we can fix that with in the actual UI itself. So we go sprite and we say, I think you have an anchor, don't you? Anchor, anchor, Bevy, anchor, top, left. I think we do that. That'll fix that. All right, we run this and we go, okay. Okay, yeah, see now you're in the right spot. So, next trick. Okay, so I actually think this was the wrong way to go about this. I think we could probably just do that. And we just say changed and without child of. Right, I think that's the smarter way of doing it. And we get rid of parent. Right. And then I think we just comment this out because technically I might want to use it later. And then starting X is just global. 1, 0, and global dot 1. Okay. Right. So we do that. Okay. Right. So yeah. Yeah, a very complex type. Thank you. I think that means the same goes for you. So annoyingly, again, you become not this. You become without child of, which is the equivalent of saying only grab root nodes. We then turn all this off. We just get rid of parent entirely. And then we say global.0 and global.1. Okay, so yep, cool. We just comment this out again. We don't need it. So that should make them work. And then we want to say then layout children, right? First off, no. Okay, so entity. So I don't care about the entity, but the layout. Right, and then we don't. No. Then we want see, we need your transform. We're not mutating yours, but that's annoying. So we need transform. All right. So right. The issue is that I need the ability to do this on things that don't have the root node. I don't know, it's like to recursively do this, which means I need access to the origin transform. The layout is a transform. What the fuck? No. And then We also need access to the which is a query. See, then this isn't going to work because we need to say mute transform, and then we also need your sprite anchor, like so. Right, which is going to be a problem because we can't access both layouts. Apparently not a component. Please, thank you. And then I fucking don't know what you're trying to do, so go away. First off, I think we actually need. Do we need your transform? No, I don't think we need your transform. Right, because like it works like we iterate through the children. So we say layout and children, and then we say for child in children. So we iterate through all the children, and then we have to say let mute. Ooh, we're probably gonna need more information, aren't we? Damn. Yeah, we're gonna need to work out the width and the height. Underscore x equals 0. Current equals y equals 0. Okay, so for child and children iter. I don't care. Right. So what you need to do is okay. So I don't think a sprite tells me the width and the height, which annoyingly means that we might need to access all sorts of stuff to be able to get. Because we have a custom width or height. Sprite image mode. Tile, okay. Texture atlas. So the image used to render this sprite. Texture atlas. Yeah. Okay. I think we go no texture atlas is allowed because that's going to be too complicated to implement. But I think then we need to do annoying. We're going to need access to images, which is res assets image, right? And we're going to need access to your sprite. Okay, and then we say for each child, we have to say let okay transform anchor sprite child. Then we need to say error fail to get data for child. In theory, it doesn't need to error this because it's children. You need to be mutable. We need to also get you mutable. Okay. Index. Oh. Wait, what? That doesn't make any sense. Children. Okay. Call you sprites then. Okay. So to get the transform, the anchor type, and the sprite itself, and then we say let image get image. Okay. Okay. So we're gonna say let size. Let sum size equals sprite dot custom size else image, get the image. We don't want to unwrap. We want to say somehow I need to trigger like a queued up thing to say like the image wasn't loaded yet, so that would be a bit annoying. But we say let okay. Wait, do you get an okay or some option? Okay. Some right get else error failed to get image for right. No. I guess maybe yeah, I guess that'll work. Continue. Okay, so and then otherwise you return image dot size. What? Okay, let size equal if let some size. Okay. There we go. So we do that, and then we say match layout. Okay, and so transform translation x is equal to current size, current plus anchor, and then transform y is equal to current y minus y. Okay, and then current x is plus. Okay, so this is horizontal along the horizon. So yes, it's the x, and so we say size dot x. And then your y, so we say size dot y. I think we're going to add more than just your size, right? Because we're the current plus the anchor. So I think we also want to say like plus anchor dot 0 x. So we need to go to anchor wherever the anchor is and say you need to derive deref. Derive deref, please, so that I don't have to keep doing that. So we can just say anchor.x now, yes? Yes, okay. Here, backspace like that, okay. Then we say your plus y and then anchor.y. Okay, so if you're in a vertical layout, we want to increase the y. If you're in a horizontal layout, so we increase it by the size. Okay, that should work. Okay, so then somehow I need to indicate so we don't want to calculate the layout every time. So we can say any no I think it's or changed children or changed layout. That's not how you put changed apparently. So either the children changed or the layout changed. We want to run this again. And then somehow we need to indicate we can probably do something like in theory, when they move, they don't have to move their children, I think. Yeah, because the children should not need recalculating unless they're relative. Okay, so what we're going to need is another resource. So we need a resource. I'll put it down here. So we're going to say derive resource. And this is going to be a struct delayed layout, and then this is going to be a yes, reason. And this is going to be a vector of tuples of, I guess, we need another struct. This struct is going to be a layout block, which will consist of a blocked, which is going to be an entity, which is who was blocked, and then reason. So blocked. Okay. Then you're a vector of layout block, and then you need to be a reason, and then the reason is going to be a layout blocker, and then we're going to say enum layout blocker, and then we're going to say not loaded, and then a handle to an image. Okay. We say okay. Image not loaded. Right. So at the moment, the only thing that's going to stop us is an image loaded, and I think we don't want a handle. We want an asset ID. Right, because I think, if I remember correctly, if we go into a sprite handle, a handle is just an asset ID or a strong handle, and then a strong handle is, again, just an asset ID, untyped asset ID. So the idea is passing the ID means that I'm specifying that we want a weak handle. We don't want a strong handle. Apparently I spelled resource wrong. Yeah, okay, so we need to also derive default on you, and then we'll go up here and say in our app code we need to go init resource delayed layout. Okay, so we come down here and we say hello, you we need your entity now, because we need to track you, and we need to say, okay, if for some reason you get to here, and this is a yeah, you can spit out an error. You don't spit out an error though. You just say we need mute delays. Res delayed layout. Okay, and then we go down here and we say, okay, when you didn't load an image, we want to say delayed dot add so then we want to go somewhere. Where are we getting child from? Child. So child, and then we want to pass in sprite dot image dot asset. ID. Okay, so that goes there, and then we want to implement that. So we want to go layout blocker. So first off, we need to import delayed layout. Okay. Fn add, and this is going to take in itself blocked reason, and then the reason isn't that it's import into layout blocker. Okay, and then we say reason, and then we say reason is reason.into. Okay. Right, so then next we need to import into from for asset ID T. Then we say I think we have to use the asset server to check to see if it's loaded. Interesting. Oh, right. So you're not going to work. Yeah, okay. So we can go to that because I think we've stated it's only images. Image. Okay. So then we say you. Okay. Except from it's the other way around. From asset ID image for layout blocker. Right, then we say ID self. Then we say layout blocker, and then we say you just do this bit. You don't need to map anything. The AI is very weird sometimes. Oh no, you're an asset. Okay, like that. So then you turn into that, which means that works. Okay, missing. Okay, so then this is root. Okay, so then we say you delayed. Okay, no, the blocked is root, not child. Root is blocked because child didn't spawn. Okay, and then we're going to say layout children, and this gets called in update, and then dot add system pre-update update. So this is going to be not set anchor. We need pre-update to be check. No, clear any block. Very complicated name because I'm trying to name it in a way that someone reading the code can be like, ah, this is what's happening. Clear resolved blocks. Clear any resolved blocks. Okay, so next we need to go, okay, we need access to not that, thank you. Technically we're going to need something like mute. I think I want to say layout because I'm going to be kind of lazy with how I determine that a block is done is kind of what's happening here. So no, we're going to say we need you mutably. I think what we might want to say is a layout block has a resolved Boolean. The idea being that resolved is false. Okay. You'll never read. Cool. So then down here, when we do this, we're going to go for mute block in. Yeah, block. Okay. So we did it through there, and he's like, if resolved, continue. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I think we could go asset server res asset server, right? And then the asset server down here, we say like asset server dot loaded. Is loaded. All right, so what we want to do is we're going to come up here and we're going to say, I think this should be from T asset ID T, right? And then we say T, and then we say it should actually be asset not loaded. And then instead of being it should be an untyped asset ID, like that. And then we say into. Does that work? Okay, yes. Except we need to change T, and then I think we also need to specify that T is an asset. Okay, like that. So that lets us get that done. Let's just get that done, which means okay, so first off, okay, so I'm going to say if it's resolved, discontinue, because that should never happen, but why not have a guard clause for it? Just means it's going to run slightly slower, but the speed on this is going to be fine. So then we need to say match, block.reason. I don't know if you need to be a reference. Okay, and then, okay, so then, cool. Then I think instead we say block.resolved equals asset server.is loaded. And for some reason, because query, okay. And then the other thing is, when we get down here, we say, so retain. I think retain can be used to do side effects. Retains only the elements specified by this predicate. Okay, yeah. So only if this returns true. So then what we want to do is actually go in here and say, like this. So we're going to basically let me say if do this, else true. Right. So in our if block, we're going to say query.get get mute block.blocked if let okay. Equals, and then do that, and then false. I think we say down here, we say layout dot changed, set changed. Okay, so else error failed to get layout form blocked. So the idea, I guess, is that you should then retain anything that didn't get resolved, and if it got resolved, we mark this as changed, and marking this as changed will cause this to pick up on the change detection and rerun this. So if you get blocked by something, it will recalculate what you got blocked on. Right. So next is to go. I kind of want, so that would imply that when we need to go, yeah, commands.spawn, and then I think the only thing you really need is a layout. Layout. UI layout. This is my UI, yes? Yes. Okay, for some reason you can't see that, which means I probably marked it as not public. Okay, we're going to go home, we're going to pub layout. Okay, so with our public layout, we can then specify that you have a layout that is horizontal. What? I made it public. What? Okay, apparently I didn't make it public. There you go. So now we've made you horizontal, and then we're going to say, I think it works something like this. And then we say children, and then we say this. Ooh, okay. I just think for its fact that I don't think the layout works when it doesn't have a sprite. There's no reason it shouldn't. You need a comma. Okay. So we say children, except you're like that. And then, so we're on a horizontal, which means we want to see 0 y offset. And then we want to go you and you. Okay, that didn't work apparently. So you in there. Apparently never reopened you. I must have not copied the opening parentheses, which means it's same here with the opening. Okay, so now we have, except I probably want you to be, yeah, buttons. Yeah. So we spawn button, with 100 offset between them. We want you to have 0 offset between you and your neighbor, and you to have 10 offset with you and your neighbor. You're anchored on the top left, which means you should all be in a straight line. Now, your horizontal layout, which means this will be in the center of the screen. And then the other thing to remember is that you don't have a sprite attached to you. So we got to go here and go, you don't need a sprite, right? When we say apply anchor, you need a transform and a sprite anchor. Yeah, sprite, okay. And you just can't have any children. Okay. So we clear any resolved blocks. Then we say set anchor, update anchor, and layout children. So layout children runs layout children runs on anything that's had its children changed or its layout changed. And then we say root. We go through. We say current offset. Okay, let's see if this works. Okay. Well, it doesn't seem to have worked. Okay, so first off, you have button, you have settings. Let's turn these two off because we want to know only the broken UI. So when I run you, we should get just a button in the center of the screen. Come on. Okay, so we get a button there. Yep, cool. So next is to work out where the hell the rest of the buttons are. So the question is, are you running? We check. So horizontal. So we need to start debugging something. So I guess here we're doing horizontal. So we're going to say info set x y. No, not size.x. Interesting. Okay, so we say set and then child. So we should, in theory, probably see this run more than once. Because the first time it runs, they're probably not going to have loaded the sprite yet, which means they'll run again. Okay. So they set x to 0, 176, 252. Okay. What? Okay, I think I've given them way too much spacing, maybe? So 100, 0, 10. So 0, then you're 176, okay, which makes sense because it's the 100 plus your width. And then you should just be 76 later, which that seems right. So they're in the right spots. My thinking is that it must be off the screen. So if I go back, did it redo that? It didn't redo that. Which... Wait, what? Empty 9, 10, 11. Eee. Okay. First off, right. Probably got a little bit to do with you having no transform. Well, okay. Well, the simplest solution for that is to go horizontal. So you need a require transform. Okay, it's probably still going to complain that it doesn't have visibilities, but again, it shouldn't really be making that much of a difference. So it's not that transform that so technically we need to trigger all layouts to change again when the window resizes as well, because that's what's happening there. Okay. So you're spaced 100, you're spaced nothing, you're spaced 10. Okay, so that worked. I mean, in theory, they shouldn't actually move when I resize the window. Actually, that makes sense, because resizing the window doesn't cause the layout to change. It only changes the top right corner to change, which is already being reset. So that means that when I come here and I say layout, can I specify that you are not just a layout, but you also got a anchor. Anchor point. No. I forgot what I called it. Is it called? Sprite anchor. Okay. So we should probably do 0, 0. Okay. So we should also say that you should just use import. Okay. So now when we run it, we've specified that it starts at 0, 0. So that should put our UI in the top there. Okay, cool. So the next trick with that one, interestingly as well, is because of how it works, we should just be able to like nest layouts really easily. Right, so we have like these elements in a horizontal, and then if we put this in a vertical layout, we can just like layouter section, which is going to work great. All right, so first things first, you are the settings. Your anchor to the top left, you have a spacing of like, let's say 5. Okay, and then sprite anchor here, you have a spacing. So what are you? We should probably, put these little convenient things that I made in the right spot. So you are settings, your mode. So have fun with that one. Okay, weird that you commented that out. Then we need a spacer, which is going to be its own thing. Like that, okay. And then you are history. Like so. So then we can get rid of this piece here because that's old code that's not going to be used. Okay, so your icon is clock. Okay, now you we check to see if it has a sprite to work out if it... So what we should really do is make like a UI element size or something. So then you would be a sprite anchor. New, and then I don't know how to make you a specific size, like a desired size. So we could make it dynamic because that's the idea. At the moment, I'm doing a fixed coded thing, but it shouldn't be that hard to change the spacer to have to be an enum and then be able to specify things that I actually want, which is kind of how Bevy's input already works because we're just recreating it but in 2D. So new, and then we want to say, so you have a spacing of 5 from the top and 5 from the top. Actually, technically, you should be 0, which is we want to space you 5 from the top. I guess we can leave you at 0 and put you 5 from the top. Okay, cool. So we then place you in unexpected token. Oh, fun! I don't think they allow for comments in their macro. Can I put it here? Weird. Let's just get this working first. Okay, so your spacing is going to be something like. So you need a spacing of, let's say, 5. So you'll be against the edge. You have 5 spacing, and then you are going to be something like. To do math on this one, it's like 320 wide or something. Okay, let's do the actual math on this. So there's 76 wide. Oh, that's a folder. Okay, so there's 76 wide. There's times 4, gives us 314, and then there's 1, 2, 3 gaps. So let's add 12, and then if we put 5 on either side. Oh, I guess we put 2 on either side. Okay, so 320 seems right. Okay, so 72. Okay, so then we need to go. Okay, so you're going to be 72. So 72. No, 76 plus 5 plus 320 minus 76 minus 5. Let's make it 330, which gives us 7 on either side. So we come down here and we say you're actually 7 and 7. All right, so 330 minus 7 minus 36 minus 2. 2, and then minus 76, 169 minus 2 minus 76, 91, minus 7. Yeah, I think you are 84. I actually have no idea. Okay, interesting. Expected function. What do you mean expected function? Do I have to do that? No. Expected function. Transform. For some reason it's not treating it as a bundle, which is weird. What have I fucked up? Are you not liking the comments? I don't think it's not. You don't like the comments. Right. Expect function found tuple. First up. There we go. Okay. So we can probably get rid of that then. Okay, and then see you spawn the clock. So you're spawning a button, which is technically incorrect because you should be like a piece of text, something like that. We need to add like a percentage thing, which is going to be a little bit complicated. I don't think Bevy even has a percentage left. Maybe it does have a grow. I don't know. Okay, so okay, and it failed to get data for child 11, which means that something's requiring something that it's not supposed to. So I think we need to say we really are just recreating the entire fucking Bevy thing. We need a new resource, so derive component. This is going to be a struct calc size. Okay. Shrimwishay layout. Mm-hmm. So the question becomes, we don't want to sprite anchor. So first off, let's rename this to something more appropriate, such as UI anchor. All right, then we don't want to sprite, we want to calculate size. All right, so then instead of doing this bullshit, okay, which means that the blocker, which is fine. So it's calculated size. Yeah. I'm trying to think how to lay this out in such a way, because I was thinking what we need to do is set like a calculated size and then say like, has it been populated? But that seems like a really dumb way of doing it. God damn it. Don't want to have to watch for every single fucking change either. That seems slow. So change and calculated size. So let's modify this to actually use this. So we get our sprite. Okay. Size. Okay, then we say, yep, layout. And then when we do the layout, we say size. Size dot x. And then your size.size.y. Right, and then the root entity. So in theory, there's a way you can do it in Bevy now to check for change detections of the actual underlying asset as well. So what we can do is say like, you call asset not loaded. Okay, so we're gonna say size not calculated for a specific entity. Okay, then we say if you fail to get it, the only thing you can't have is the size. So we can say delay.add blocker and reason, and then see your reason is a layout blocker, size not calculated, and that's for child. Okay. Blocked is root. So we do that, and then we continue. And then you do that whole layout. So next is what we don't need access to this again. Okay. So what we can do is we can say like fn calculate size on of sprite. Okay, let me say we need commands. No, we don't want the calculate size. We want changed sprite or asset changed filter that selects entities with an A for an asset that changed after the system last run, where A is component that implements SID. Unlike change, this is it true whether the asset of A in there or changed, for example, when a mesh changed through a asset's mesh. Okay, when iterating over all entities with a hand. Okay. Yeah, this is calculator taking way longer than I wanted it to, because I've decided to rewrite Bevy's UI system to use 2D elements, because I wanted to have like physics on the buttons and stuff like that, and be able to make them rotate and stuff like that, which is not as straightforward as I was hoping. I mean, I could have just laid out all the buttons manually and like just called it a day, but I'm now writing it like a Flexbox calculator sort of thing that will calculate where. Asset changes are required in the asset event schedule. Removed assets are not detected. This list change. The list of changed assets only gets updated in the assets changed will only pick up assets changed in schedules following the next frame. Consider adding system without any frame delay after. Okay. Oof. It's updated. They will read a hash map once every. Okay, asset change sprites, maybe? I don't know. No image. See, my issue with this, I don't know how this will work in relation to takes one argument. Yeah, need to wrap that. Okay. The trait bound image idea is not satisfied. Mesh 2D mesh. Okay, so is it sprite then that I needed? Asset change sprite? No. This is exactly what I was expecting. This only works a asset ID if they've actually specified. See, the fact that mesh 2D, mesh 3D, mesh skinned frame, like it implies that it's not just anything with a, but I'm not holding onto the image ID. Oh, god damn it. Okay. Okay, so we're just going to say changed sprite. Okay. We need images query. No. we don't even need mutable images. We need access to the images and assets. Image, except you need to be a res. Whoop. Okay, res assets images. Images. So, I think it's called error lens. It's not a crate. It's an extension for VS Code. That or you're talking about the new Bevy thing, because this is just Bevy writing errors. Yeah, because like I'm not using it correctly. These errors here, these yellow ones, that's error lens, which is an extension for VS Code. It just makes the error shop here. But in Bevy, you can just return errors like this. Result like that, and then you just return a result, and Bevy will pick up on it and return it. And like, I think panic if it gets certain types of errors. I'm not sure how it actually works out what it's going to do. But it's kind of how it works. So we're going to say for okay, so for entity sprite, iterate through them, and then we're going to say we're going to say if let some image image no, that's wrong again. If let some size equals sprite.custom size. Okay, why can we not read sprite query iter? Why are you not working? Okay, you can do it. Are you just not spelt the same? No, you are. It's not an iterator, right? Yeah. For entity sprite. Have I like imported the wrong query from somewhere? Something's picked up something, it doesn't like it. What the hell went wrong? But all my queries are broken now, so. Font DB, no. Where have you pulled that in? There. What the fuck? Okay, weird. Dumb. Okay, sprite dot I'm not using it specifically, so it might be that Bevy's using it by default. I've never heard of trace subscriber, so I don't actually know. I can Google it, but I'm assuming Bevy just uses it by default if it's something. Tracing subscriber. Yep. Copy. Oh. Don't know. I don't know. Bevy might be using it, but I don't remember. I thought Bevy used something else like Tracy. Crate. Rust. I thought this rings a bell, but I don't actually know. I don't really look that much into tracing. The big thing I remember with Bevy and tracing is you've got to like remember to enable it. Yeah, I don't know. This is just Bevy. Like I'm not doing anything special to do this. This is just how Bevy writes errors. If you just do like error, you can probably track the crate down like this. Macro, which then calls something. So it'll be at the top of this page. Use tracing, span, tracing, script, lib, tracing. we step one, step back out and go terminal. What's it called? Tracing. The crate is called tracing. And I'm fairly sure this is where Bevy gets all its error handling from. Again, not sure how it displays any of that stuff. It's a bit inside baseball for me. Custom size. Then entity dot insert calculated size. Size. Like so. Okay. Else if let some image equals image calculated sizes. Yep. Okay. Else we need delayed, and then we need to say delayed.add asset not loaded. This entity is the one that got stuck. Yep. Okay. Argument to this function is incorrect. Is size not a vec2? Have I fucked that up somehow? No, size is a vec2. New image.width. Okay. Okay. It's if okay. If okay. Image.get. Okay. No, apparently image.get is. I thought. Okay, never mind. I'll do that. So where exactly do you think this is wrong? The else and if block can be collapsed. Okay. Don't fix it with Copilot. Copilot will fucking wreck the whole thing. You seem to think the quick fix collapse. Okay. And then you're saying the arguments to this function are incorrect. Expected found. Why is width? I think it's okay. First off, I think we call image size. And that should right. It's image.size underscore F32. Okay. And then your problem is that .id. Okay. So calculate size. So you're saying calculate it, and then if you're stuck, yeah. So clear. Okay. So this says asset server is loaded. Okay. So then blocking reason. Okay. So calculate size of sprite. So how do I get you to proc again? We have to change your sprite. Okay. What I could do is go or help UI update. Okay, and then when you get to here, we need to say entity dot commands dot entity dot remove UI update. So then we're going to come down here somewhere. We're going to go drive component struct
UI update. The idea is we'll chuck UI update on anything that requires its UI to be updated. So you do something like, I guess, command, like that, and we say commands.entity with insert, thank you, insert UI update. Do that. So if size hasn't been calculated, insert the UI update. Okay. So clear all blockers happens like early. All right, so what we should actually make it do is probably do the layouting. Set anchor, update anchor, layout children should probably happen post update. The idea being that we can layout children. Have a better chance of the things that need to calculate stuff happening and then laying out the children. Okay, so clear any resolved blocks. Okay, so this goes, hey, has it loaded? If it's loaded, then okay. But when you do this, we need to change, is it layout children? So it's not changed layout, it's with update, UI update. Right, because then we can come down here, we can say if resolved, then it's if resolved commands dot entity block dot blocked dot insert UI. Right, the idea being that if we detect that whatever caused the block is gone, so the actually, okay, so if it's, so size not calculated of this. So if the blocking reason is size not calculated, you send this, you set that to update on that entity, and this happens pre-update. And then we run the calculate size on sprite. So in theory, to determine if it's resolved, we can say this is going to be kind of bad because it means that it'd be possible for it to get something without it doing it properly. But we can say, I guess, size, and then we can just say query something along the lines of calculated size. I guess we can just say nothing, because I think this means that it won't restrict anything. It may not even, this is with calculated size, like that. And then we can just say blocking.resolved equals size.get entity is okay. Yep, cool. So we should probably do something like it's more like if size.get entity is okay. else. Resolved equals true. I think it's the other way. Is error. Okay, so basically if we say, hey, there's no size calculator for this entity, it goes, okay, it tells the entity to update it, to calculate its size, and then blocks. Interesting. Okay, and then you resolve if you go, hey, blocked entity. Huh. I think actually what will happen is we should probably just say I don't know. Now I'm confused. So we say size isn't calculated, and then the response to size not being calculated is to say, hey, update please. So you should just be checking to see if it's resolved. You shouldn't actually be doing anything though, right? Because I think, maybe, I don't know. Just if, yeah. Maybe you should just be doing that, because in theory, if its size isn't calculated, the only reason the size wouldn't be calculated is because this system hasn't run yet, or it's not loaded. And if it hasn't loaded, it's queued itself here, which means that it'll check its, once it's queued here, once that asset's loaded, it'll then force this to run, which will then cause this to be resolved, because it'll do that. And then once that's resolved, it can cause the parent to be unblocked. Well, not necessarily unblocked, because technically speaking, we insert this onto the parent. I guess see, my only dislike is you remove the update, which means that theoretically you may remove it and then prevent something else from running. But I guess if something else hits the snag, like the idea is that the very last thing, the top thing, hits a snag and it causes all of its children to be resolved. But it's possible that that'll say, hey, my size hasn't been calculated, tell this thing. So technically we need to do something. This one is waiting for that to load. I feel like this is going to result in a potential chance. I just don't know if the best approach is to say if size checked. The other option would be to a hash map of entities and reasons that it's blocked, and then resolve each reason. I don't know. Personally, I think this is okay because of the recycling manner of the fact that if it resolves, it'll resolve, and then if it fails the next time, it'll resolve it back again. So they should work. Well, let's find out what it looks like. Yeah, this is like a complete and utter waste of time for what it does. Restart. Okay. Well, it's done that. The issue, I think, was something, first off, something's yelling at you because it doesn't have an inherited visibility, which is almost certainly that you need to inherit visibility. Visibility. Okay. Right. So, what's wrong? Why? Okay. So, UI anchor. Why are you not accounting? That's the problem at the moment, is that you, despite being a legitimate thing, not getting your size calculated. Right. So we can no longer check. What we're going to do is we're going to say, hey, you need to have a calculated size. Well, that's the other option, is just to give it a calculated size. Because giving you a calculated size means I can't just check to see if it has a calculated size. Maybe I can just give you a calculated size. I think I've got to come in here and make it public. Calculated size. Input. Calculated size. Can we just F and new? Except I want you to be X. Just, where'd the other thing go? I had another thing that did this. Okay, fuck you. F32 Y. F32 and then size is vec2. Okay. Should probably like inline always, but yeah, a lot of work. Oh. Calculate size. Okay. Yeah, new. Maybe we do it this way. We say, hey. Apparently news private. Okay. There we go. Pub view. What we can do is then we can say you require a UI anchor. Right. You require a UI anchor. And then we go to UI anchor and say, hey, can we give you a default as well? Right. So that should mean that we don't actually need to specify anything. But like if we say, hey, here's your size, you should then, in theory, like actually be that size. Again, tremendous waste of time for what I'm actually trying to do. But the idea with this kind of stuff is that it's taken me, what, fucking 4 hours to render some boxes, which again are still not fucking working. You don't take in the calculator size, do you? I've obviously missed something when I'm fucking... Okay, first off, I'm giving you a calculator size, yes. I'm forcing you up. Well, that would explain it. You have a calculator size of 84. Thank you. 84. Thank you. That would explain why it didn't work. Next up, I can port the editor over. You watch me. I'm perfectly content to waste more time than it's worth trying to get stuff done. I think this is why, like, when I made that video about like why I use Bevy, everyone was like, "Oh no, but like real game engine so much faster." Like, yeah, I know, but like real game engine, this would just work. But I also could have just hard coded everything. Like, I don't. It's me. It's a me problem that I must come up with some kind of way of First off, that's incorrect. You should be resetting back to there. Why are you not resetting back to there? That's the real question. I'm only going to implement the things I need. I keep going like, oh, I could add like a percentage thing. And like, no, only implement the bare minimum requirements. Okay, so why is update anchor not running? Window resized. Can we info window resized? Now, run this and go, hey, am I not getting anchor window resized events? Okay. Okay, the window did resize. Why are you not moving back to here? You're iterating for anything with a UI anchor. Well, you have a UI anchor. I think. Somewhere. UI.
you have a UI anchor, so you should. And the fact that you're in that corner, so why are you not getting caught? Changed without child. Okay, no. Update happens no matter what. You don't have to have changed, just without that. Okay, cool. We're gonna carry out the changed if we were actually like running logic. Hey, there we go. I seem to have found a bug. Oh no, that's never mind. That's it indicating that I've dragged to the bottom of the screen. It wants to go to the top. I was going, why is the top of the bar not going? That's got nothing to do with Bevy, that's why. So a bit of screen tearing from the resizing the window, but that's fine. It's anchored in place. Okay. The concerning thing. See, the thing is that I kind of want to give you a calculated size and then like be able to center things. But again, stick to the task. First up, we have to go here. We need to go up here, and we say, hey, window. We say window resolution, and then we're going to say resizable false. There we go. Okay, now I don't have to worry about people dragging the window around and noticing that I've been lazy with that. Okay, so we have the space and the history. Okay, so next we should be able to do something dumb like go commands.spawn, and then we go something like you do that. This is where we find out if the sheer amount of time I spent doing it correctly was actually worth it. So what we do is we go, you are anchored there, which means that we actually don't want you being anchored there. I think you still need the anchor though. I'm not sure. Does the layout force an anchor? I don't remember. We say layout vertical, and then we say children, and then we go all of this garbage here goes in here, and then we go comma, and then we go here, we go we have to do something with this, but we'll get there. Okay, so spawn top bar goes, whoop, I minimize the whole thing. Where'd it go? There. Okay, so we go here. I should really be making commits. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to go here. We're going to go add existing repository. We're going to go choose a path, please. Projects, and then we're going to go calculator. And then we're just going to add repository. We're going to go screaming. Added UI question mark. Don't worry about the terrible spelling. Okay, so then we go run. Okay. So first off, we work out if this just works. Okay. So you definitely need to actually, if we whack on, so I reckon a layout, and the layout's going to have, you need a transform and a visibility, and you're going to also be forced to have a calculated size. Now, my concern with forcing you to have a calculated size is we need to be something like set. Okay, and then your new is set. I guess it's true if you use new, but hub default. Oh no, you need to default's its own fucking trait. Import default for calculated size. Okay, 0 and calculated is false. There you go. And then we go here and you say, hey, when, so this is calculate size from sprite. So we say, set true. Oh, actually just new. Dot x and size dot y. Okay, cool. And then same with you. Except I'm just lazy, so I'm just gonna say set is true. Cool. That's everywhere we use calculated size. Yep, cool. All right, so then you get a calculated size, and then your calculated size is it's not true. Okay, right. So then we say, hey, you have to force a calculated size, and then we're gonna go when we're calculating a layout. Right. Layout children. So technically speaking, you don't have to have this. And my concern is that if I say UI anchor, you're like 7.7, which moves you down, but then your size is okay. So I think what we should do is go like option UI anchor. Right, and then we say do we need this because it's okay? Let's see if we can do it without it, because I feel like it doesn't need it. The reason I'm thinking that is I'm going, oh, but if we do offset you, then we want your size to take it. But it's like, well, no, because the parent will take into account all of its children's offset, but its offset itself doesn't actually affect its size. That was like the difference between padding and margin. Padding it increases your size. Margin doesn't. Anyway, so when we get to here, we say current x, current y, and then we say okay, then we say we have to go let mute max underscore x equals hello rxn. Yeah, how are you doing? This calculator is taking significantly longer than I was planning, but that's partly because I've decided to implement shit with a really long-term goal. I could have just made it with the UI elements really quickly and it wouldn't have mattered. Anyway, current no, max y equals the max of the current of max y and no, yeah, max y equals the current max y, the current y plus size dot y. No. Yes? I don't know. Does it? We don't have to know this. Well, it's not just going to be a calculator. So I saw this video and I was like, this is a really cool idea for a calculator. Is that like as you do things, the calculator just like disintegrates and like does dumb stuff. And in Bevy, it's really easy to create additional windows. So I was like, whoa, wow, what I can do. Don't worry about like this code can stay broken for a second. Is I was like, I can do really dumb stuff, like make the keys pop out as a window. So like when it loads up, because don't unmute that. I was trying to catch my stream up to live so I can see what everyone else can see. So if I hit spacebar, I spawn this window over here, and it's got the decals or the decoration turned off. So you can't close this window, you can't move this window. So I was thinking it'd be really funny is if when you hit, that doesn't look good. Why did that? Ooh, that's very much not good. Why does that recalculate shit? Because that's a resized event. Okay, we need to add rules so that it doesn't resize. Yeah, so the idea being that like you can't move these, and I was thinking like it'd be really funny is if you use the enter key so many times, like and have some kind of plot related thing, have the enter key pop out to its own window, and it'll have like the minimize and maximize and escape exit. But if you close the window, the like story character would be like, hey, like you need that, like, and then reopen it again. And if you close it again, like, no, you really need that, and then open it without the ability to close it. And I just think like it'd be really dumb to do like that kind of stuff. And there's all these settings in the windows, so you can like make them transparent. Apparently, I don't know what that means because like I've got transparent turned on, but like they're clearly not transparent. And yeah, so the idea would be like doing dumb things like making it so that the button has to be over a specific point so that you can click two buttons at once. I had a list of ideas that I was coming up with at the beginning of the stream. So there was things like if you click a button enough, it'll just like fall off. And then there's something down here, like different buttons might be attached in different ways. So some will be screwed on. So if you click on them too much, like a screw will fall out and then they'll hang from the other screw. So they'll sit on their side. And then you click them too much more and the other screw falls out and they fall down. And then some would be glued on. So when they fall off, they leave like glue behind. And then when if you click where the glue is and then click one of the buttons that's fallen down, it'll stick to the cursor and follow the cursor around. And then so I'm like, if a 6 somehow ends up upside down, when you click it, it'll be a 9. And if you click on an 8 while it's on its side, it's an infinity. And then you click on a 1, it's a minus sign. And then doing like all those things like, actually this should be 45. If you click on a plus sign while it's on a 45, so it's making an X, then it becomes a times instead of a plus. And okay, you know, minus at 45 degrees is a divide. And obviously a divide at 45 degrees would be a minus sign or a 1, depending on which way it rotated. Yeah, so it's just like, I was trying to think of like, how do you make it so that as you're playing with this calculator, it just breaks stuff? And then the plan is to come up with some kind of way of like algorithmically generating a sequence of inputs, like, hey, make this number, then make this number, then make this number, that forces you to interact with the keyboard with the calculator in a specific way. That like I know it'll break if you take the obvious route. So it's like you've got to try and get to numbers a roundabout way in order to not break something, so that you can keep getting further and further, and then do like a speed running thing of like so many commands are set. How far can you get before it becomes physically impossible for you to be able to, you know, enter the value and get the command and like have I score or something like that. So again, that's all future down the path. I'm spending ages rewriting it so that I can not use the built-in UI because the built-in UI won't let me like rotate shit. So really what I should have done is use the built-in UI and then split them out into the next layer when they... why didn't I think of that earlier? I should just split them out into 2D objects as soon as they're needed to be, rather than do I pivot? To be honest, I feel like I'm just going to pivot. I'll keep working on the UI eventually, but it makes much more sense to pivot. Like, there's no point fucking around. I mean, maybe there is, because I don't understand how Bevy's UI works, and building my own seems to actually work better. But what we're going to do... I'm so tempted to just... Okay. Close all windows is still needed. Spawn UI. Okay. So we're just going to say, like, hey, spawn UI, can we cut you? We're just going to paste you in here, because theoretically you should be in there anyway, but we're just going to say the UI, you're gone for now. And then we're just going to make a new spawn UI. So fn so new commands. This is going to be fun because I need to work out how Flexbox works now. So we're going to say, the funny thing is like 90% of this is still correct. This up to, we'll copy that and then we'll delete stuff. Okay, so instead you are now going to be commands, and you're going to be a node. Okay, so and then background color, and then I want you to be like red. I do this when I'm doing nodes so I can actually see which node is which. Otherwise you end up with this horrible problem where you can't tell what's what. So width is going to be val percent 100. Right, and then you're going to be height percent 100, and then I guess default. You need to have a flex direction of columns. I think that's how that works. And then we spawn in a child, which then obviously doesn't use my layout. Up here something's broken, and let's you, so we put you here. Where you are. All right. So the next is just to go fuck all this off. The thing is it's all written in such a way that I'm probably better off converting it to what it should be. Okay, so we need to say something along the lines of, we need the asset server. Okay, asset server. So we need to say something like node image, UI image. I don't remember what it is. Node. Like, do that. UI image. Mate. Is UI image a thing? I don't know. Okay. So the UI anchor. Comment out all the UI anchors because they're causing things to break. Then we can get rid of the calculated size as well. We just need a blank rectangle there. Okay. So apparently we've just gone children, which is it's not liking that we've just gone children. Like that. What have I broken? Okay. So first off, apparently UI image sprite, not a thing. Okay. This is why I don't like using that macro. It breaks stuff. Okay. Image node, that's what it's called. Okay. Image node. So you need fancy stuff being primarily settings. Apparently you don't have an anchor. That's fine. I think I just leave you as default like that. And then we can go like that. And then, yeah, okay. So we can tweak that later. We're just going to go with the absolute bare minimum of, nice, you just, for now, button. Then we can get rid of you. Oh, I don't know what happened there. I took out a extra piece. And then you're a spacer, so you're just going to be a node. And then dot default like that, and then the history comes down here, and we go like this, and then UI clock. Okay. So then we laugh at our depression and we go restart the game and see what does this look like? How quickly did we recreate what I spent 3 hours doing, which is using the built-in stuff? Okay, so far from correct. Hilarious. First off, you're wrong. You're rows. Now, the horrible thing is I really need the editor to be able to use Flexbox because I'm so bad at it. Okay, now I seem to have made it worse, but that's because something's forcing them to grow. Okay. Now, something, like node. Now, your height is apparently like auto or something. Is it because I'm giving you a flex? Maybe. The biggest issue with node is I don't know what the default node does, like what the defaults are. So we're looking for something like grow, flex grow 0, flex shrink 100. Okay, justify content default. But what is the default for justify content? Apparently the justify content default is default. Okay. Now, why are you so fucking tall? Okay, image node has a color, texture, flip, rect, illusion of the image to render, image mode. Okay, so your width, your height, 100%. So why are you getting set to 100%? Flex grow finds how much a FlexFox item should grow if there's space available. Don't grow at all. Shrink, okay, no. Flex wrap, okay. What is causing them to fill 100% of the screen? Is it because I am an idiot and have set this to 100%? I can't imagine so, because that would be really dumb. But then again, Flexbox is really annoying. I never understand what it's fucking trying to do. This is why I don't use Flexbox. I got more progress because I know what it's doing. Okay, no, they're still filling the screen. Now, are they filling the screen because they're really big? We also need to go here and say dot set image plugin default nearest. Okay, why are you filling 100% of the screen? Why is that your default behavior? Did you have stretch turned off? Yes. Unless you have something that's like requires node, image node size, the size of the texture image, these components update automatically. Okay. Content size. Yep. This is what I was making. This is also dumb. Okay, so node. Why? If I turn off flex direction road, like I just want these images to render at their default size. Please don't force me to update the editor so I can tweak flexed stuff while I'm on the fucking go. Okay, well, it's at least nice and square now. Now, it'd be a good idea to try the flex in HTML. Yes, probably. I could try. The only issue with that is I don't know if Bevy's Flexbox works the same as the one in HTML. So we're going to HTML. Oh, fucking almost. Okay, so if I remember, we want to do something like it also requires me to remember how fucking HTML works. So div image source, except we need to be dot slash assets slash icons slash settings. Button. So it's okay. So then so then you're a button. You're nothing because you're just a div. Does that work? I don't know. And then your clock. And then we go, does this work? I don't actually know. I haven't done HTML in ages. We're going to go can I copy path? Go here, paste path. Okay, so first problem, it's in the wrong direction. Okay, if I try and edit it in here, I'm assuming the autocorrect will be up. So flex right. Let me go back to here. Nope, wrong one. Okay, then we go F5. Okay, so flex row is wrong. The other issue with flex is that it requires me to be able to spell properly, which is not my strong suit. Hopefully is it style flex direction column? Okay, let's try that. Okay. Flex direction row, maybe? Maybe I had it right the first one. So okay, so then I just say display is equal to flex. Okay. That also makes a lot of space. Oh, display. I know some of this stuff, but not very much. It should be flex box, I think is what Bevy actually uses, or it says it uses flex box, but maybe that's just what flex means. Okay. There's no point trying to fucking misspell everything. Column. Okay, right. So it has to be flex, which is weird. Fucking. Okay, flex. Oh, hello. Well, at least we can confirm it is in fact the exact same behavior. Okay, so save that. If I change it back to row, we go here, we go refresh. Okay, nope, it doesn't do the same. Okay, so we want to say flex and row. Okay, so we head back to our Bevy. Here we go. Okay, so we want to say display. Display. Okay, so the options are flex. Okay, maybe that's what the problem was, is I didn't have it set to flex. I would have assumed that Bevy's default is flex. Let's find out. What is your default? Default is flex. Okay, so it was set to flex. And then flex direction row. Okay, so let's run this. Go. Okay, double check. Direction flex row. Direction display is flex row. Okay, so then when I run this, if it doesn't do exactly the same thing that the HTML does, then it's a waste of time. All right, double check. Flex direction, display flex direction row. Nope. See, that's the issue, is that Bevy doesn't do exactly the same thing. Okay. Interesting that that div decided to eat that container. Right, because it's like that. Okay. Not you. Weird. Okay. See, this is doing exactly what I expected it to do. But Bevy isn't. Because for some reason, Bevy's doing something. My guess is if I said like style height auto, and then go back here and say no. Don't know. Weird. Something is calculating the height to be really fucking tall. So what we could do is we could say height is about percent. We want to say like, I'm trying to avoid this, but pixels. I think it was 52 is the height of our texture, and therefore that should like force it to be in the right spot. Inline flex should we do on it? Okay. Yeah, that's the confusing stuff with all this, is it all got like different names, because it kind of makes sense. I don't understand why there's a flex box on HTML when like flex box is the name of the original thing sort of idea. I don't know. It's weird. Anyway, so forcing its height does it. For some reason, auto defaults to like fill as much space as you can, which is annoying because I don't want to have to specify the height of everything. Okay, val, set the pic. Okay, I just want to look at what the hell val auto. Val auto. The fuck? Auto. Now, if we look at this and we go, hey, automatically determine the value based on the context in which the node is being used in. Okay. Well, auto is the default, which is fun. Okay, so what I want first off is your to be %100, because I need you to fill the entire thing. I also want, I think you specifically, to be grow. Flex grow. He doesn't like this. Okay. Fuck. It's really doesn't like this. Warning default why do you, okay, you having a stroke because macros. Setting your width to auto. Don't want to have to manually set your height. Thank you. Okay, that works, which is incredible. Annoyingly, okay, I have to somehow get. I don't think there's any way to stop it from being maximizable, is there? There's so many settings for the windows. Resize full. There's got to be a setting somewhere that's like, if I go to window and say full screen. Okay, whether full screen or window mode. Okay. So, resizable. Okay. This does not stop the parameter from setting or setting the size per Mac. Yes, okay. References and external full screen mode. Okay. Windowed models. I feel like memeing on the player. So surely there's some kind of something was set. Because the hilarious thing would be if I just added a system that checks to see if you full screened it and then unfull screens it. If I remove the height from the row, I'm almost certain it's going to go back to auto and it's just going to make them as big as it can. Maybe not, because I've got %100, but not before I set it to 100 by 100 to fill the whole screen, because I wanted it to be background and it filled the whole thing. And then when I removed both of them, it still filled the whole screen. And I accidentally smashed my microphone, so I'm sorry for whoever's wearing headphones. Yeah, see, so it's the fact that as soon as I don't constrain it, it just fills the whole screen, which is annoying. See, the reason I'm not going to allow arbitrary size is that part of the game mechanics that I have in mind are going to rely on the fact that I'm going to resize the window. Like, oh, you need more button space, and just make the window bigger. So if they can resize the window and everything just, it will lose some of that lol funny shit that I have planned of like messing with the fact that I might make the window too small to fit all the buttons, but like the buttons are still clickable, but they're like only half on the screen kind of thing. Whereas like if you can resize the window, though that would be an interesting mechanic of you have to resize the window to find the buttons. Max width, yeah, it does. But again, setting the max width will just result in the same, like I'm physically constraining it. I need to specify the button size at the start. which at that point I might as well just specify their height and let everything else do itself. Like, I know how tall they are, but if I change the buttons in the future. Anyway, so what are we actually looking for? We're looking for event reader and event reader. Okay. Where was the resize event? It came from somewhere. I've distracted myself with something that I think will be funny, but that's somewhere. Oh, it was in UI that I'm no longer using. It was in here. There was a resize event. Delayed. No. No. Yeah. Window resize, which comes from Bevy window. Okay. So if we look inside Bevy window, can we find something that looks like full screen? Bevy window. Application lifecycle, close window, cursor and enable, cursor entered. Cursor grab, cursor left, cursor moved, cursor options, enabled buttons. Wait, what? Enabled buttons. But how do I specify this? Interesting. Enabled buttons. Oh, there you go. So apparently it'll be different on Linux. Because Linux had to be special. Okay, and then we go down here. Okay, we go. Is there anything else? I do like the idea of you can click full screen, but it'll just unfull screen on you. Primary monitor, primary window. This is just a struct apparently. Window resized, resize. Okay, window theme capped, window wrapper, window theme, window scale factor change, window resize. The window resize I don't think contains anything but the new size. Yeah, okay, so I can't check to see if it was full screened. Window resize constraints, I think just, yeah, minimum, maximum. Window resize. Plugin, occluded, moved, destructed, created, close, is it closing, closed, close request, backend window, video mode, request redraw, primary monitor. I mean, the obvious thing to do would just be like full screen window, changed. Changed window. This is the cheaty way of doing it. Immediately I've turned off the full screen button, but anyway. Then we go for window. Mute. Yeah, mute. Oh, window in Windows. Then we say if window. It is called full screen, isn't it? Full screen. Marks the window content. There was something about full screen. I know it was. Go here. First, I can look at here and go, these are all the events. Event resized, created, closed, destroy. Wait, was the difference between destroyed and okay? Request redraw, cursor moved, enter the left. I mean, window focus, include window moved, app lifecycle. Okay. What was I doing? Let's go back to window and going. There was something about full screen. I'm sure. Full screen window mode. Right. So then we just be like if window if mode does not equal maybe window mode window, then this is entirely to see if this actually works, and because I think it'd be funny. Sure. On full screen. Then we run this, and we go, this should run anytime that the window is changed. Okay, so if I full screen this, it didn't work. Okay. Now, did it not work because it wasn't running, or did it not work because it didn't actually? So can we print line? We just want to print like window changed. And then we go with primary window changed. And then we're gonna sit here and say print line. Oh no. The other thought is maybe just reset the window size. But I don't know if that'll work. Window dot. I don't know. We're gonna just print line. Print line. Window changed to window changed to window. Okay. So we go run, and then we go. When I click, the question becomes, will it reset? Like if it prints this and it doesn't go out of full screen, then it's like, well, it's not working. Window changed. Window changed. The window changed all the time. Window is changing a fucking lot. So, yeah. Okay. But when I full screen it, okay, it doesn't seem to be detecting that it went into full screen. Okay. Can we say window mode? Apparently it's staying windowed. Because the other thing is, I think even disabling the buttons might still allow F11 to work. Right, that's if F11 works in the first place, actually, if you think about it. I don't know if the stream has died. Nope. I just can't seem to see it. Weird. Okay. Anyway, so it's in windowed, it's in windowed. It should see saying full screen now. Oh, it doesn't. That's interesting. See, hitting this button doesn't leave full screen. Oh wait, because it's not full screen, it's just maximized. Okay, fine. If the window changes size, if I'm going to say if window dot width does not equal 330, window dot resolution. Yes, can't compare it to an inch. I think that's right. I have it set to. Yep, cool. Okay. I'm curious if resetting the window size. Obviously, then I'd need a resource that keeps track of what the window size was so that I can detect when the window size changes, but that's not that hard to do. It's more about, can I stop this from happening? I can. That's so good. Yes. Okay. That's hilarious, because now even my code to resize the window doesn't work. I love it. Because it's just so close to, oh, that was weird. Okay. Can I see if it's been maximized? Is that something I can read? Max. Enable buttons. Okay, so this is whether it should have the buttons at all. Okay, so starting from 1. Okay, so enabled buttons, which is weird because this is actually what says to be maximized. But anyway, so set maximized. Oh, huh. Hmm. Interesting. Internal maximize request. Okay. So, okay. Interesting. Is that where it checks? No. Weird. Enable buttons. Okay. Enable functions of buttons. Macros is when window resize memory is set to false. The maximize button will be disabled regardless of the state. Additional, when resize is set to true, the window will be maximized or when its bar is double clicked regardless of whether the maximize button is enabled or not. I'm back at the top. Okay, so this doesn't seem to be any way to stop it. Interesting. Wait, there was something about a maximize request that I looked at. Went, that's interesting. Internal state. Okay, take maximize request. Where is this called? Well, somewhere not here. So that's kind of useless. Okay. It's interesting. Now, if I disable this button. Anyway, it looks like we're getting stuck with the UI being the UI. Okay, spawn. That should be up here. This is spawn bar, top bar. And then all this stuff. I legitimately don't know what's happening here. This is just having a spaz. Okay. That's use space, thank you. Get rid of that now, I think. I don't know. 2. Okay. So it's not like it's going to be really obvious. Anyway, so we want to go something like this. I'm going to say like something along the lines of no default, comma, children, open. Now we need to remember, we need to open you to spawn this bundle, spawn the children of that bundle, which is just you for now. Close the children of that bundle, close this bundle, correct? No, I think it's here. And then that extra one needs to, okay, cool. So then it has all these children. Okay, right. So then the next child, we're just going to have like a, this is the next child. The next child is going to be a node. And then for now, default background color, color, Bevy, palettes, color, palettes, CSS, and Telling, lime 200. Boo. Okay, so that'll be our like answery section here. So then we'll just put a little bar here because so that's this, right? Some box. It doesn't actually do anything at the moment. So then we're going to say next is mline. Hey, look, it picked up on my comment and decided to do it. It also seems to have picked up on my trend of setting a primary color, which is funny because I said that one's red, this one's lime, and then it's like, oh, well, I'll make this one blue then. And the AOA sometimes really, really clever, and other times just fucking stupid. Okay. close, but no cigar. Anyway, I'm going to tell you you're a grid, and then we're just not going to do anything with that. Anyway, hey, look, you made it red. Cool. Or actually, you made it green. Anyway, that should then fill the rest. So I want to say that you are grow. Maybe. I'm lazy, so I'm going to say that you're grow. Okay. When in reality, you're going to have a very fixed size. Anyway. Okay, so first off, I see nothing, which is depressing. You, first off, need to have some values set. Flex duration columns, 100%, 100%. Okay, I'm going to turn this off because I can't actually want that. You also need a background color so that I can tell what's not being filled. So let's go new background color, color white. There we go. Reset. Okay. Okay. So part of the problem is that, and white is a horrible color. I did not want to look at that. Black. Wherever my UI went. Let's make you black, please. All right. So this will look at it for a little second. So it's not filling the whole screen for one thing, because you're set to, okay. So width, val percent 100. Okay. So then you have the children, and then each child is the children. Yes. Okay. You have the children, and then the children, and the children. Okay. Cool. All right. Let's see what that looks like. It should, in theory, be like the whole thing filled with a nice black flex box. I can't even stop using color for the button. Okay, so then we have a blue. So there's a rectangle of blue. Then the rest of them, I guess the rest of them mustn't have something loaded, so they just like have a 0 height. So the lime has nothing. Which one is the lime? The answer box. Okay, so the answer box, we need to like calculate how tall the answer box is. Somewhere we have our GIMP. There it is. We have our picture of the calculator. We're going to go, hey, how tall is the answer box by any chance? Did I do that? How did I make that white? Why is it not white on here? How did I? Is it a different, what the fuck? This feels like a very different calculator. How, like, I know it's the same calculator, but it looks completely different color-wise. Weird. The fuck have I done? Anyway, I love that border, so I'm going to steal it. So the actual box itself is 69 tall, which is fucking phenomenal. And then it's 2 white, 1 black. Okay. Hilariously 69 tall, which is the best. Okay, so first off, you need a height. Oh, that's 69. Thank you. Do you think the fucking Windows people did that on purpose? That the fucking window is 69 pixels tall. So wait, so this like there's a way I could do like a shadow, right? Shadow. This is why I don't like doing this stuff, because inside this API it doesn't work properly. Shadow. Nope, shader. Shadow. Okay. Shadow style. Is that UI related? Shadow style. It's a UI node thing, so potentially. And then there was a box. Box shadow. List of shadows to draw for a node. Draw order is determined implicitly from the vector of shadow style, back to front. Okay. So does that mean box shadows is are you a component? You are a component. Okay. That is what I like to see. because that implies that I can say, hello, please have a box shadow. You really don't like that, do you? Just Vec, please. Please, for the love of God, work out what the fuck is wrong with you. Okay. What is your problem? Cannot find function tuple struct tuple variant box shadows. Okay, it's a box shadow. There we go. If my IntelliSense works. Okay, and then what did you want? You wanted shadow styles. So this is a back to front. Back to front. So we want that one to be white, and then we want shadow style. That one. Okay. So I mean, technically we could be really lazy with it and just offset 0. Color is or white. I really like having the trim of white, but the actual majority white is just fucking like a flashbang. So yeah, no. So offset. What? I mean shadow style. Okay. So apparently not at all how it fucking told it's laid out anyway. So offset. Again, it fucking breaks, so it needs X offset and Y offset. The IntelliSense breaks. X offset and Y offset. The AI wasn't so fucking good at knowing what I'm going to write. Nope. I don't know if the AI can even read the errors. If it can read the errors, it makes a hell of a lot more sense. Val, auto. Val, auto. Okay. So, blur radius. Val, auto. And sphere radius. It is also val auto. Okay. Then we're just going to copy this. Now, the confusing part is that. Oh, okay. And then you are black. What do I actually set to make it a radius out? Because like in my head, I'm like an offset of 2 or an offset of 3, like that's what we want, and then an offset of 2, a horizontal offset. But that's So if I said pixels 3, does that move it 3 in both directions? Because like, I don't want it to be 3 in both directions. Well, no, I want it to be 3 in both directions, but I have a feeling it's only going to offset to one side because it's a shadow. Maybe I need to look for something like border. Well, I can't even fucking see it here, so why do you do this? F equals node. Nope, not none, node. Okay. Border. Okay. The amount of space between the margin of the node and its padding. Okay. If a percentage value is used, the percentage is calculated based on the width of the parent node. Okay. The size of the border will be extended if there are containers that prevent the existing node's boundaries. Okay. Okay. So border is not really what I want, but I kind of need to get the border. And then val pixels 3, I guess, I don't know. And then we have to like dot default you so that you shut the fuck up. Okay. No, you want a UI rect. UI rect all. Okay. So we never use it, but I need to like get it spaced out a little bit because I have a feeling that the shadow isn't going to show up because it's getting covered up by the next element.
Okay, well, fuck you. Did I put it on the? Well, that would probably explain it. I put the border fucking here, but that's not. It's not actually. Okay. Now, my issue is I feel like I'm going to need to use 4 box shadows to get this to work, because I'm going to have to shadow in all 4 directions. Because, again, I feel like the offset's going to move in the offset direction. Okay, maybe not. I see black all the way around. Well, that doesn't mean shit, because this box is black. Which, I mean, would be a way to do it. Okay, so you're not doing anything. We're offsetting you by 3, but that's not. Can I specify a border color? Nope. So we have a border, a box sizing. That refers to the box. Okay. I don't care. We need corner radiuses if we can fucking spell it. Border radius. Used to add running corners to UI nodes, you can set... okay. So that's what we want, border radiuses. All. Val pixels, like 5, I guess? I don't know. Yeah, we'll leave that later. So we need to set, is there like a... See, this is what is annoying, is I don't... Border color. See, this is what we're looking at. The border color of a UI node. White. Border radius, border rect. This struct is used to represent thickness or offset from the edge of a rectangle. Yes, but are you a component? No. So what exactly uses border rect is the better question. And where are we? Texture. We're in sprite. Okay. So weirdly, the sprite has its border set inside of its node here, which uses the UI rect instead of a border rect, which is even more confusing. I mean, like, it kind of makes sense because the UI rect is vowels, which... Oh god, there's just so much values. Okay. Well, now I'm inside of you. No, put you there, thank you. I don't know if this will work. Okay, border color is apparently a component. Yeah, okay, cool. It's a component. And then we go over here and go, hey, we calculate this border radius as well. I'm going to copy paste this one because that took fucking way too long. And also uncollapsed everything. Please make this usable. There. Okay, so we put some border radiuses in. Wait. RADI. How the fuck is it spelled? IDIUS. Revolved. Okay. Okay. So that's for doing math later. So I guess that must calculate something. Okay. Anyway. I don't think we set. Oh yeah, we set the border color to white. Okay. Annoyingly, is there a pattern color? Because you've got a white border. Weirdly, the white border isn't quite working in that corner for some reason. I'm not sure why. It isn't given little rounded corners. Does that mean, do you have like a corner radius in here? I can't fucking tell. RA. No. Okay, I'm gonna go to a different project. I definitely use corner radiuses in this. How did I do that? So somewhere. No, it's up here. We spawn the UI. Background, border radius, background color. Okay. Well. Interestingly. So, which is the red one, you just don't show up. Right. But if I specify that your height is about percent 100, then the final one should appear because it actually has somewhere to grow into because I didn't give it a height. Sure, once I gave it content, it would work, but hey, there we go. Green. Okay, so you just pop this calculator. Go. Yeah, she looks the same. It's actually got about the same proportions as well, which is kind of funny. Except this seems shorter, which is odd because I specifically measured it in here. Something tells me that maybe it's because the border radiuses are consuming into the corner radiuses. I don't know. Anyway, we can expand it a little bit. If we're going 3 pixels, then we probably add 6 pixels, which would make you 69, which that's depressing. That would make you 75. Not as much fun. Cool. So we then have this line, which I think should be less than 52, maybe 33. Just it doesn't need to be as big. And then you need a annoyingly fucking children's macro as well. And then wait, you can use the new one, which is with children. Spawn iter. Spawn iter that spawns entities using an iterative given bundle. Spawn iter. Nope. Like it kind of is, but like child spawner with. Okay, we'll go to the Bevy post about this because this is one of those. They made the new API, but it just confuses me. Spawn. So spawn. Improve spawn API. Okay. With children. Yeah. So now it's right-hand gloves. Yep, children gloves. Okay. That's what we're trying to do, except I want one that's with. I think it's this one. I mean, in theory, I guess, maybe. Might be able to get away with it. All right, so maybe we'll do this and we'll go import buttons. Import button. That is not at all what I wanted to do. We're gonna go whack strum in because I'm lazy and I love strum. Strum equals wildcard and strum macros, also equals wildcard, and then we go back to here and we go, hey, can we derive strum macros in our editor? No, if I can debug and clone and copy, I don't care. Then we're going to go hue, and then we're going to go fn 2 underscore stir rep, which is then going to take in self and return a static stir. Come on, AI, pick up on it. Nope, close. I do love that you mod, and it's like a mod is percent sign. CEC back. Oh, it's glorious. Except I think equals divide 1 over x squared square root. Okay. Okay. So then with strum enumerator, we then want to go something like wherever we're here, and we're going to go spawn something here. Okay, so spawn iter, and then spawn iter takes in an iterator, which is going to be a button iter, right? Dot map. No, but I appreciate the effort, AI. The issue is that you tend to put the wrong number of shit things in place. I think that's correct. Yes, hello button, can you please return, I guess just a node. Is it a text node? Text. Node? Text. The level UI text component, okay. Button is string, rep 2 string. I also need you to be a node. Just because I actually need you to have like a bunch of settings set, I think. Wait, what? No, you ate the fucking... Okay. Button. Iter dot... Yeah, but I didn't hear all this shit. I just needed to fill the fucking... This bit. No, stop trying to fill it in, you little weirdo. Is that correct? You're there. I think it's like that. Okay, so first off, you open, but you never close, apparently. Okay, so you should close. So that wraps there, which means you close there, and then you close there. There it is. I don't know. No, you close there, and then you close there. Okay, not quite right. Okay, so strum. Okay, so you, comma you, comma you. You open and then you close. Weirdly. Okay, so you close there, which is closing you. And then this one here closes you, which is, I guess, potentially correct. Not entirely sure. I think we need a comma after each of these. So yeah, you're the node, and then you're the map. Okay, you need to first off be default, because I feel like that can be causing all my fucking problems, except there's 3 dots now. God damn it. Oh god, this is doing my head. This is why I shouldn't use fucking AI, because it just put too many fucking commas in, and now I'm paying for it. Okay, that yellow one closes you. Right, then I think you're double closed. Maybe? No. You definitely need to go there. What is your fucking problem? Spawn. Okay, so you're a grid. So node. So node ASA. So it is not a bundle. Okay. So how the hell am I supposed to use spawn eater? I think I've probably grabbed the wrong thing then. Maybe. No. Children. Map spawn node new children spawn. Okay. So we need to say children spawn. Wrap everything in one more fucking layer. Okay, cool. Spawn is not a string. Nope, didn't like that either. Okay. Okay, I'm not following what's wrong with this. Okay, so spawn related bundle child data is not a bundle. Okay, so you don't like this. Why don't you like this? I suspect it's got something to do with. Does this need to also be wrapped into a fucking tuple? No. Okay, let's go. If I cut all of this out, that works. Okay, the next is to go something like, tell me an error that I can actually fucking understand. Spawn this. Okay, first off, why don't you like this? Node. Okay, but is the problem the button here? It's not a bundle. So first of all, you don't need to be wrapped. Okay, there's another layer of abstraction going. Okay, so node stir iter map bundle I closure is not a bundle. Where are you getting node from? Oh no, why are you doing a button eater in here? No, it's up there. Why is the fucking button right? Okay, so that seems to work. Now where the hell the This is why you don't let the AI write the code, because fucking AI just sticks so much gibberish in it that it took ages to track down that it was just randomly doing something on its own. Okay, so first off, what do I want you to do? I want you to have a width of 70 and a height of 52. Okay, and then we want to also say node image node. Yes, button. Cool. Now, admittedly, I don't actually have to have a button. I could replace that with something else. Borrow data escapes somehow. Can we move? No. You don't like that I'm borrowing the asset server. Okay, can we go here and say load let button handle equals asset server load button.icon. Okay, and yes, I type annotation needed to go down here and say button handle.clone. Now, So technically I don't think I need to use the button image because in reality that button image is just like the same button you would get if you generated a button. Okay. Okay, creating new app window. Okay. 5 hours. Jesus Christ, probably I'm getting distracted. Okay. So we have just lots of buttons now, which is good, except you've like vaporized the blue section, which is hilarious. Did I not specify a height for the blue section? I thought I did. I thought I did. No, the flex grow. It's not. So blue section was no, it's not a blue section. Still green. Aren't you supposed to be red? Aren't? No, you're the green section. You're the blue section, which is flex grow. Height, it's 33 pixels. So there should be a blue line. It's also eaten the answer section, which is another thing that's okay. So now I'm gonna work out how to do grid, which is another thing I'm gonna have to do outside because it's fucking shit doesn't work inside them. So grid auto column. Define the size of implicit created columns. Columns are created implicitly when grid items are given explicit placement that are out of bounds that of the column created using grid template columns. Grid template column. Okay. Define the number of columns a grid has and the size of these columns. If grid items are given explicit placement, then more may be implicitly generated by items that are placed out of bounds. The size of these columns are controlled by grid auto column. Okay, so the row in which a grid item starts and how many rows it spans. The column in which a grid item starts and how many columns it spans. Okay. Auto columns, auto flow. Controls whether automatic placing grid items are placed row-wise or column-wise as they wish the space. Okay, so I think it's grid template columns and grid template rows. So rows. Vec. Now, what did you want? You wanted a vector of repeated grid track. Now, what is a repeated grid track? Okay, represents a possible repeated grid track. The repetition parameter can either be integer 1 in which case the track is non-repeating, a U16 count to repeat the track n times, okay, a grid track repetition autofill or grid track repetition autofill. Autofill. No. It is the common case with a non-repeating track representation. Count 1. You may use the on grid track to create a repetition grid track. I hate grid track.
Okay, wait. You may use grid track to create. You may only use one auto repeating track per track list. Okay, and if the track list contains any auto repetitions, then all tracks in and outside of the repetition must be fixed size. Interior repetitions are just shorthand for writing out n track long ones and are not subject to the limitations. Okay. How do I make a repeated grid track? Okay. Pixels. I want 4 repetitions that are 76 wide. I think. I don't know. Is that how you do this? For fuck's sake, why do you always do that? Comma, enter. Okay, then we go here and we go, you get this. Mismatched type. Sometimes. Okay. Wait, what? What the fuck do you mean? Okay, weird. It must be that the dot was causing it to treat it as a range. Now, I think I get rid of the image node. I just make them render as a circle. Now, no, that didn't work. Fuck you. What a column. Wait, what? What did I change it from? Grid template rows. Grid template columns. Okay, did that fix it? Hey, there we go. Okay. So, what we want to do is say something like background color, color, linear RGB. Do that. Okay. So then we want to go to GIMP and we want to go, hello, please. Ooh. Can I, apparently these buttons are a different color to those buttons. So we're going to go that color and that color. And then we're going to go, 3B, 3B. Can we put you in, yeah, so 0.23. Okay. So down here, we're going to say FN color, which is then going to take in self and return a color. And I kind of want to see what the AI thinks all these colors should be. So I'm just going to do that because I think that's going to be really interesting. Excuse me. I am super interested to see what colors the AI thinks that these should be. It also like missed this. Okay, cool. So here we're going to say background color is equal to button color. Weird. Image node handle. Okay, so I'm going to say these aren't an image node anymore. We're just going to come up here and go, where did we have that weird border shenanigans? I don't think this actually worked. So let's comment this out and make sure it all looks the same. We want this. I actually have no idea what border radius I gave the button. Something doesn't like I commented something out. Okay, cool. Not using that anymore. So what we'll do is we'll go to GIMP and we'll go back to our button and we'll turn our button back on and we'll go, what the hell did I do? So we want to go select the whole thing. Nope. Let's say 4 and then grow 4. Okay, well, it's definitely not that. So we want to shrink like 15 and then grow. Okay, so let's highlight the whole thing. Let's try 15 again. See, the issue with 15 is it's going to be like 7.5. I also have a worrying feeling that it's not symmetrical. No, it looks pretty symmetrical. Okay, so we're going to go shrink 15 and then we're going to select grow 15. Okay, so it's okay. So oh, we've done do it twice. Good to be square. So shrink 14 and then we're going to select grow 14. Okay, that doesn't seem to be doing it all. Okay. Shrink 13. Grow 13. Huh. Shrink 12. Grow 12. Is it actually getting bigger? I can't tell. Shrink and okay. So I think that means a corner radius of 5, which is what I have. Oh. Okay, so what I find very interesting about that is it's like actually copied the colors how I would expect. Well, not quite, but like that's not a bad representation of the colors in terms of like what's what color. So what we should probably do is instead go do something like const. Can I put const inside a function? I think so. Color. You're not color. You're enter. Submit. Let's call that submit color. I don't know why it's defaulted to white. We need some other colors. We need control. You are a digit. And I think there's only on like 3 colors on the keyboard. Yeah, there's only 3. So they're it's either a digit, a control color, or okay. I actually kind of like that it's just separated out. What do we got? Dot and that. So I might call that Alright, and then we're going to go, well, apparently mod's blue, so whatever reason, the AI has decided, it's probably because I've used it elsewhere in the code, that it's 125, 0.125. I'm only doing this, not auxiliary, this is the submit. So auxiliary, the submit, I'm only doing blue because that's the color that the AI is actually like picked. And then red, so apparently all these buttons are red, which is actually hilariously correct. So that means just find one of them, which is not mod. This one, clear everything. So this color is the control color. My hope is that when I do the AI again with these there, it's going to automatically work out what's what. Digit. So it has made the digits white, which I do not like. This gray is nice though, so we need to find the inverse. There you go. The digits are all this gray color, and then the auxiliaries will be an even darker gray, I think. So they end up being like maybe 2.5. I don't want to make them too dark, but 2.5. So okay. They're not submit, but okay. Your auxiliary. No, equals is submit. Invert. Okay. Cool. So we actually have to work out how to center that stuff, the text, which is okay. That's, did I go the wrong way? Why are they so white? Okay, I inverted something because apparently the enter key is okay. No, auxiliaries. Yeah, I left them white. It's up. So it was 1, 5, 1, 2, 5. I forgot that auxiliary was not the bottom anymore. 1, and then it's U that needs to be 0 0.25. 0 0.25. 25. 0 0.25. Okay. So next is to try and work out how to get it to like fill the space with these. The next thing I guess is to make them buttons and make them do something. I don't know. I think you need to be an image, but we'll work on that. Okay, so how do I get them to evenly space? So it's something like, I think in here we want to say justify content space between, space evenly. It doesn't seem to have done anything. Did I put it in the wrong spot? Just to control how items are distributed. Okay. Why is that not working though? Items are distributed such that it's equal, the gap between and around two items is equal. Okay. Space between. If I do that, does that work? No. Okay. So is that because you don't have a size? Probably. Yeah. Or it's because I'm justifying the content on the wrong thing. Space around. Hey, space around. Okay, cool. I don't quite get why it's not doing the top, but they need just a tiny bit more space. Anyway. I think it's you that needs to be like content, right? Justify content center. Does that work? I think that should make all the text in the center. Maybe no, that doesn't make sense because you would think that this would be slightly smaller. Maybe it's not got room. If I make you only 30 pixels tall, that should give it 3 extra pixels. The question is it just going to distribute those 3 extra pixels elsewhere? Okay, it doesn't seem to. Okay. Back up here, we're going to justify items. Okay. Use to control how each individual item is aligned by default within the space they're given. For PhaestusFox content, this property has no effect. See justify content. Okay. For main axis alignment. For CSS grid content such as default inline horizontal axis alignment. This value is overwritten if justify self on the child node is set. Justify self. Okay, justify item. Center. I reckon it's got to be like it's justify something. Justify items. The other option is justify self. Okay. At a certain point, I'm going to give up and work on something else. How the fuck do I make? I don't know how to justify the content. I'm going to fix that fucking editor. Anyway, let's just leave it for now. Maybe something about the text. So text, and then I assume there's something about like text span. See text span, text new font, text font. Okay, text color. Okay. Text layout maybe. Components with text format settings of blocks of text. Is this a component? Justify. Nope. Justify text center. Line break. I don't know. What? Line break. This is what I don't like. Is sometimes the AI will pick up and take over where I'm trying to use the autocomplete. Autocomplete like this is what could go there, and then the AI popped up and took over when I tapped to fill it in. Okay. I still don't quite understand why there's no gap between the top. My suspicion is that green is some kind of border. Okay, didn't work. Text layout. Okay, so it could be that because this is a UI. Okay, is there a UI? No. UI text. Text layout. Okay, so they're unrelated, which is annoying. I would assume that this text would use the text layout, but okay. So text span, read span, text root. trait for root text component in a text block. From string measure, text measure, create text measure, measure text system, query text system. Is there like optional layout, text node flags, computed text block, text layout? Yeah, see, it does use text layout. Computed node. What the fuck? Ref. Huh. Oh, this is change detection, isn't it? Right. Text layout. Component with text format. Yeah. Okay. So you, I assume, that's fine. Text. Somewhere text has to be used. Computed node. So it is definitely the UI text. Okay. Well, let's try. Well, first apparently it say something. Probably something I wrote up here. Unclear. I don't think it can run this without saving it, right? Maybe I can. I can know at this point. Justify text center. Okay, maybe if we get rid of this justify items. If I say justify text left and it's on the left, I'm going to be really annoyed. It could be you don't change two things kind of bullshit, but we'll find out. Because it could be that the justifying content is overriding something. Yeah, so you're still not fucking putting the text anywhere. Alright, whatever. We'll move on for now. So we need a component. Then oh no, we need a component. Input text. And it's just going to be a marker, and then we're going to go somewhere, and we're going to go somewhere. This. All right. So technically, I think you need to be broken up into two pieces. So I think you get to go like children. Then we get to say oh, we need something. Last sum. Sure. New text last sum. Sure. And we're going to say current sum, and this also gets the extra little bit of input text. What did I fucking call that component? Input text. You can go away. You get input text, thank you. So then we're gonna run that and say, hey, are you gonna have these two boxes? I think in theory we could be doing like font size or something. Okay, last sum, current sum. Okay, so first off, you get a flex direction flex direction columns. Is columns correct? I don't know. Probably we're gonna fix the editor and fuck around doing this all the time. Anyway, so last sum, current sum. So somewhere there's like font. Okay. Cool. Okay. So they're very green. And what we want is to not the content. You to justify content space between. Okay. So it's gonna be something like text font, no. Text layout, text shadow, text span. Wait, no, wait, it's font hold. Line height. Font size, okay. Font size is going to be like 20, I guess. I don't know what the font size will be. Okay. And then your font size will be 40. So one's got twice the size of the other. Where's the justify content? We want to justify you to the right, please. Justify you to the right, please. Okay. Let's see what that looks like. Again, I don't think it's going to work. Like, the justify doesn't seem to do anything. Doesn't mean it's not actually working. It just means I don't fucking understand it. Yeah, see, it's still in the wrong spot. It also weirdly is not. It's making them the same size. Did I tell them to be the same size last sum? This sum I did. Okay. I want you to be 20. You to be 40. Okay, cool. They also really don't need to be that lime green color, but my UI always looks horrible because it makes it easier to track what's actually what. We need to add last summy buttons. Why is the content not being justified? Okay, cool. Last content to justify. Why are you not justifying? To text justify. The text layout. So my suspicion is that I'm missing something. Text span. Look at the text span. A span of text in a text in a tree of spans. With a text layout. With which is provided by text from the text. Or text 2D from text. What the fuck? What the fuck? Text layout default font text color. Huh. Weird. Okay. So it seems like this layout doesn't do shit because I'm not inside. Anyway, what are we doing? I've completely drawn a blank. Let's just make an actual working calculator. FN button. Reader. Well, we should then add button to these. Button reader. What? So we need to just do something like buttons. This is a query. Query for we need the button. Wrong button. Gotcha. Calc button. We have to call it a calc button because Bevy has a button. Yeah. Weird that it didn't seem to think that that one needed renamed, but I think that's, again, it's inside a macro, so it didn't get caught, which is fine by me. So we need the button, and then we need the interaction. No, interaction, and we then also want changed interaction. We will also then need the text which is going to be a single mute text with input text. Okay. Now we go back to this calculator and we go, okay, so clear this, we go 1 and then plus, so that appears up there, 1, enter. Okay, so the other thing to keep track of this is the actual input value. So we want to go something like derive component, no, this is going to be a resource, struct current val, right, which is just going to be probably a number, which is going to be a, I guess it's an F32, isn't it? Okay, and then point, which is a boolean. Okay, we're gonna derive, oh, default please. Then we need to init you because we actually need to access this in a resource, so we need to go something like app.init resource current val, right, like that. We're gonna initialize that, then we come down here and we go hello. We also need not just input text. Well, we do need just input text, but we need output text. Thank you. And then we're gonna go up here and go, hey, when we current sum text last, so you need output text because we need to be able to access you as well. Thank you. There's our output, and this is our input. Thank you. So current values, so we're going to say for button interaction, if interaction, because wrapping, like going continuously deeper is bad. Is that all the calc buttons? That's more than that. Anyway, we're going to say if interaction is not click, continue. Is that incorrect? Apparently so. Okay, there you go. So if fucking interaction, apparently it's pressed now. Okay. Anyway, that doesn't matter. So we need current value. Res mute current value. Okay, so the current value actually needs more stuff. So it needs the current, new, and old. We probably also want to keep track of maybe the place, right? Because the way it kind of works is we say 125, which means we don't need the place. But when we go 1.25, we need the place because we can't just multiply by. Yeah, it'll make sense in a second. So 0, what does 0 do? If point, if current dot point, yep, that sounds about right. Yeah, that's what you do. So if it's like, hey, 1, 0, you multiply by 10. If it's 1.0, you just shift the place. Okay. And then you just do the same thing. Oop. Okay, that's not quite correct because if it's 1, we want to go, hey, if the point's in place, shift the place by 1. I actually think we want to add something first, don't we? Current value is then new value. I don't know if that's the best way of doing it. Isn't it? Can we just like new value times equals 10? I just like the way it looks better. Times equals 10. And then you are probably better off that way, but I kind of want the consistency of times equals current value times 10 current plus equals 1, just because it's a consistency of like making it the same code. Okay, and then yeah, input value is just string, so that seems fine. The limitation with that one is here it is. So then we need to say, well, first off, don't shift over. So if we've hit the point 0 times, so 0, and then we hit the point, we can probably replace place with point with place, as long as if the place is greater than 1. So basically what we're going to do is we're going to say, hey, when we hit the point, the place is 0. No. So when we hit the point, place becomes 1. So I'm going to quickly just change that because point. Wait, why is place a number? No, point in, and this is a u size. U size. I don't actually know what we want. I guess u size. If current dot point is greater than 0, then point plus equals. Okay, except it's not supposed to be point, is it? Okay, so then you're the same. If place is greater than 0, then place plus equals 1, and then we need to increment our value by set amount. Now, the thing that's interesting about this is I think we can say that current value dot new plus equals 1 times 10 to the power of places in I32. Okay, so that means we probably want to replace place with an I32 if that's how it's actually got. Is there a power U? Power F? No, okay, the power I. Okay, so then we're going to say that you're actually an I32, and then we're going to flip this around and we're going to say if it's less than 0, it minus equals 1. And if it's less than 0, it minus equals 1. Okay, and then you are current power, okay, which means we don't actually do this anymore because in theory, when the place is equal to 0, 10 to the power of 0 is 1. Right? 10 to the power, nope, that's squared. 10 to the power, I can't do it because I'm in the standard calculator. Scientific. 10 to the power of the 0 is 1, which means it becomes 1 times 1. Yes. Okay. And then if it becomes, if we end up with a place that's greater than 1, so if we get, I think it's actually power to the, negative 1. So then we say if it's 10 to the power negative 1, didn't work, 10 to the power negative 1. Okay, that's interesting. 10 to the power negative 1. Okay, we need a real scientific calculator because this one doesn't like it. It doesn't like me hitting another key. So we're going to say 10 scientific calculator. I'm just going to open this up, please. I'm going to go to this. So I'm going to say 10 to the power negative 1. 0.1. Okay, then we multiply by 0.1, 1 by 0.1, and we end up with it. So in theory, I could also save a little bit of compute and just say, hey, you just plus equals this, but that's only true for the ones case, which I guess doesn't really fucking matter. Yep, and then, yeah, you're definitely not doing all of the keys for some reason. Anyway, I feel like I should make the keys have numerical values and just like try and reduce the amount of code duplication all the time because it's getting a bit dumb. So maybe we'll hand a special case for 0, but num val value. No, the others are not worth -1. They are worth none. These are all worth some. Some. Option. F32. Okay. So the idea is that num value does that, and cool. Okay. So then we're going to say when we get to here, if let val equals button dot num value, if current value dot place is less than 1. This setting text can be done at the end. Okay. So if current place is less than 1, less than 0, then the current new value equals current value times 10 plus value. Okay, and then input text does nothing because shush. Okay, else no. Okay, if else, so that's the else statement. Thank you. You're the else statement. Else right, you times by 10 and add the value. Otherwise, the current value dot new plus equals val times 10 to the power of place. And then do we subtract place? So if when we click 0, we want the place to become -1, and then the next number. Okay, so then we want to say place current dot place minus equals 1. Okay. So because then they get smaller each time. Okay, so then if that's okay. So that should take care of all of the buttons, and then we're going to say so if you've just pressed keys, okay, so then we need to do some kind of operation, I think. So let's look at what happens. So if we're pressing keys, nothing happens, right? We need to probably write special cases for this. That's okay. So pressing all these keys does nothing. If I click minus, it puts the number up there and puts the minus sign on it, but doesn't put the minus sign on you. And it also doesn't clear you. So that's an interesting thing to note. When are these changed? Okay. So that means we need to say new. We need to say current value dot. No, we need to say input dot. Okay, dot. How the fuck do I change your text? You're just dot 0 equals current value dot toString dot new dot toString. Okay, anytime you press a number key, set the new value to the string. So that's if it's a number key. That should take care of all the number keys. And then we're going to say we're going to go here. We're going to go like fn is op. And it's taken self and then returns plus, minus, multiply, divide, true, everything else is false. Okay. To be honest, I could probably just match the rest of the keys. Let's just match them because, again, I'm kind of getting tired of doing this all day and want to go to bed or find something to eat, one or the other. So we're just going to match the rest. So match button. So if plus, actually, I don't know how that kind of works. So 1 plus 1 plus. Okay. Hmm. 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 Okay. So the answer goes there. The formula goes there. So if we say 1 plus. Okay. So if you press an operand, okay, we should probably say old is an option something because we need to know if it's set. So I guess option F32. So then we basically just we go first off, fuck off. It's just we will work through these as we go. Thank you. So current value equals old value. Okay, so if old if current val dot old is none, then old equals some new value, and then okay, that's not quite correct. So if we say the calculator just keeps adding it, doesn't it? 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus. Okay, so it's more like the text, which should be empty. Current sum, last sum. So you should just be empty, because then we can check is empty. Which means I think we can then say old can just go back to being an F32. Okay, which old should actually become, we should name it the last. So we're going to say calc button plus if output output dot 0 if technically when you click plus, what we do is we say output dot 0 dot append dot push underscore stir. The fuck are you complaining about? What is your problem? A matching button. Oh, we need to do this. Okay. If you can't tell, I've been doing this for too long today. Okay, so first thing we're going to do is we're going to push current value dot new dot toString as stir. Right. Then we're going to say output dot push plus. Right. So that is the equivalent of 1 plus. So it'll push, then add this, and then the input dot 0 equals current value dot last dot toString. Okay. And then we're going to say, one thing we need to do is we need to say current value dot last equals plus equals current value new. Okay. So then we're gonna just everything else is going to be a bit of a fuck you at the moment and say output dot 0 dot equals we should probably grab its name and then it's going to be something like we can just use format because format returns a string. Something like format button not implemented. Okay, cool. Thank you. So we need to now go up here, go up here, go. Please add this system. My brain is melting. Button reader, run. Oh, we should probably also wait. Is this okay? Click, click. No, this is the other one. Why did you not run? Must have closed that. Run. Okay, it did not like that. One bit. Panicked. Why did you panic? Thread panicked at text in a way that conflicts with a previous system. Consider using without T. Conjoined queries. Interesting. Oh, wait, no. With your output text. I hope I don't have to say with, without. That would be dumb. They're single. That's kind of what they do. But I understand. I did grab literally the same thing twice, but I think you're still going to crash, aren't you? Yeah. Okay. Without output text. In reality, I should probably just do a query for text and have these as two separate things, but let's face it, two singles is easier to reason about than having a query and a resource that stores the entity. Maybe if I was going to have more values. Okay, so if we say 0, well, this doesn't seem to be doing anything. Hello? Well, it doesn't seem to be doing anything, which is always fun. Are you just not getting the button? Makes struct. Marker struct for button. Okay. No. So why can't I click these? Text with input string without. Okay. You did run, right? Like, has it said anything in the console? No. Okay. So. Can we print line button interaction? I'm just trying to see if this is even running. Knowing my luck, I was an idiot, and I put it in like startup. Nope, it's in update. I'm fairly sure adding button does all the interactions. It's clearly not doing anything here. They're not even being hovered over. Button, you add interaction, don't you? Requires interaction. And it is this interaction. I didn't like fucking spell it wrong. Nope. Okay. Okay, so query for calc button. Something that has a calc button. Am I not attaching the calc button? Probably. That would explain it. Thank you. Yes, each of them needs their button. Otherwise, it doesn't work because it doesn't detect them as buttons. Like, well, it detects them as buttons, but I'm specifically using the what button they got attached. Oh. Now it's set to none. No, hovered over the equals sign. So we say 0. Button 0 not implemented. Yes. 2, 3, 2, 4, 8, 7 point. Button decimal not implemented. Okay, right. So let's do button decimal, because button decimal is kind of important to check the other stuff. We also can say can we say like else? I feel like these buttons don't do anything. Admittedly, in the future, I'll have to tweak them because, again, if I make like a button lying on its side, it's like, well, I need to check what it's actually doing. But that'll be more like I'll make a function that dissolves what action to take, and then I'll send events rather than this monstrosity of a thing. So 0, 0, 2, 3, 5, 2, 1, 4 point. Okay, yeah, wait, we didn't implement decimal. So calc button decimal. If place equals 1, input. You can push the string if you like. Admittedly, it's the same thing. It's like I can recalculate the string, or I can just push the string. Push char. Push char. Okay, you're not a char. Okay, fuck off. You made this more work than it was worth. Yeah. So push the decimal place. That's cool. So if place is equal to 0, which is good because it means you can't move to this place, which is good. That's desired behavior. Where we update that? Okay, so the question becomes, I guess so. Well, if I said like 1 plus 0 minus, okay, that actually does do something, which is very bizarre to me. It means that I actually do need to keep track of zeros for some reason. Anyway, because I'm pretty sure if I said like 1, if I say plus, minus, times, oh, that's interesting. What about the brackets around it? Okay, 1, and then I say plus, minus, times, divide. So we do need to check used bool like that, and then we need to say, hey, like when I hit plus, yeah, so don't push two things. Don't be shitty. I mean, I think that's what that's doing, but we're not going to. We're going to push one thing. Fuck, we're going to push two. So then we say used equals false. Current value dot used equals false, and then we go here and we say current value used equals true. True. The idea being that like if you press any button, it sets it to true. Let's go back to the normal calculator because it scares me to be in that one. 1 plus 0 times okay, 1 plus 9 times, that automatically consumed it, which is very weird. 1 times 2 times t times 4 plus 6 plus... Okay, if we go back to the scientific, I'm assuming 3 plus 6 plus 9. Okay, so the scientific keeps track of it, which is hilariously, because I'm still going to keep track of it because I actually like that more. But I do find it interesting that anyway. So if you press the decimal place, I don't think decimal place should set used to true or false, really. 1 plus 0 point plus 0 point minus. Okay. I don't actually know what it's doing. If we go to scientific, it might tell us. So 1 plus 0 point minus. Okay. 1 plus 0 point minus. Okay, yeah, so it's just doing the 0. So the minus, I guess it's 0 since it used. Decimal point shouldn't really do anything in one way or the other. Anyway. Okay, so we have decimal, and then we're going to say calc button plus 4 5 equals, calc button button minus, and then the minus does, I'm assuming you're going to get the right result. So it's output to string to push current new to string. Okay, wait, that's incorrect. Right? Wait, no, yeah, so if we said 1 plus, and you click plus, you put that, and then 2. Okay. Okay. Plus. Okay, so then it puts it there. Okay, so we actually need to check used as well. So output, okay, so if current value dot used, no, not used, not used, and output dot dot pop. We did it 3 times because I'm going to make each thing pick 3. So if it's not used, pop 3, and then else. Well, that's the interesting thing, isn't it? It's, 1 plus. So the plus can't do the operation. Okay. So these are all buttons. So 1 plus, and it sets that, but it's not until I hit equals that it calculates. Okay. So they're the buttons, and then we need to make ops as well. Okay. Enum to op. Calc ops, which is add, subtract, divide, invert. Does the invert work immediately? I'm assuming it does. If we say 2 plus minus, okay, and then we say 1 plus 2 plus minus, okay. So technically, I need this. Oh, actually. Okay, so the reciprocal does immediately. So we only need to keep track of the operations that actually. So when we say current value, current op, like that, maybe. Okay, so okay. Well, I guess that's what used means, isn't it? Maybe, I don't know. Ew. Okay, gross. So the current op. Okay, so let's get back to just letting you do what you do. So push that value, and then we're going to say what you need to do is say current value dot current op is op add. Okay, so the trick with that is we need to do something like fn apply op, which takes in a well, in reality we should implement this on the operations themselves because it's going to make it easier to add future ones if I do that. So we're going to say import calcop, and then we say apply, and this is going to say yep, so it's a, b, and then returns f. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so a minus b, a plus b, a times b, a divided by b. Okay. So if interaction, okay, so that's all the numbers. So fuck you. So if let sum op equals current op. Okay. Wait, we still need used, don't we? Yeah, okay, cool. So what used. Okay. So if other op is something, if current rail dot used
we want to else current val dot op current op equals some calc op dot add. I guess technically we don't actually even do that. It's just current val dot last dot pop dot 0 dot, no, it's output dot 0 dot, no, this AI is not quite there. It baffles me how like it can go from being like writing an entire section correctly and then like get something like really wrong. It's probably more to do with I'm doing something bad, but yeah, it's like it doesn't understand what I'm trying to do. So if the current, okay, if it's currently used, then we want to say so it's current dot last equals op dot apply last and new. Okay. And then we want to say current val dot place is equal to 0, like so. Okay. What do you mean? Cannot move. Okay, wait. We have you mutably, so I don't know why you're saying we can't move you. Okay, so we say if let's take the current operation. If the current operation exists, if we've used a value, which is just we've clicked a digit since then, we apply the last operation, and then the current place is set to 0, and then we, if we haven't used the value, then we pop the last 3 characters off the stack, off the output, which is just remove whatever's written there, indicating what we're doing, right? So like 0 plus, so it puts these 3 characters here. So when we say minus, we just want to pop those 3 characters off. Then we set the last operator to what we just pressed. We push. We this is interesting because if okay. So we need to be doing that in here somewhere. If we pop, because if we don't pop, right? Interesting. Okay, so if we pop, we don't need to do this. Okay. Do we have to track that? We could still use if current used. Current value dot used. Then we push that because that implies that it's not. We then push that string regardless. Then we say current value dot last plus equals current value new. Nope, that's when you apply the operation. And then so that's output dot push. Okay, and then input equals current value dot last to string, which I don't think actually happens if we said like 3 plus. Okay, clicking plus immediately applies 3 plus. Okay, so it does actually set that, which again I guess it doesn't really matter because we set input to last. And then we set currently used to false. I guess. Yeah, because that's fine. Yeah, because no matter what, we'll be setting it to false there, and it's the fact that current ops was already used. Okay, so next, if you hit the decimal place, the is current value place is set to 0, and we push the char, otherwise we do nothing, and then minus does the same thing as this. Right, and except you change it to minus. Subtract. Okay, so you apply the subtract operator, and you also you play minus symbol. Okay, so we're gonna rerun the game and see if our calculator does what we expect it to do.
So, right. So current sum. We should get rid of that code too, because that's going to really annoy me. Here. So when we click 1, we put a 1, and we click plus, and it says 1 plus. We say 0. That says 10. Why does that say 10? When we hit equals, equals button is not implemented yet. Okay, minus. It's probably putting it in there. Oops. Okay, so let's do the fucking equals button, because calc button. One of these is not like the others. Equals. Thank you, please. I guess if let sum op equals current op take current op dot used that I just apply the operator, I believe. You just apply the operator. If there's an operator, apply the operator. I don't know. Is that what happens if I say 1 plus and then hit equals? Ooh, that's interesting. 2 plus and hit equals. Okay, no, we do actually need to check a used condition. Because apparently, if we go 69 plus equals, it sums it together, which is hilarious. Does it? Are we always going to get 0 if we do minus? 69 minus equals. That's hilarious. Okay, so that means when we have an op plus if. Okay, so if current value dot used last set that else. Funnily enough, you don't do that. You do this. Except you're last and last, which I think is hilarious. And then we say if currently used output. I don't think that's correct. Output. Wait. What? I think you just always push the output. No. See, you don't push the output, do you? You push the current. So 2, that's not their calculator. 2 plus equals. So you push 2 and then equals. Okay, so yeah, so that means that output dot 0 dot 0 dot push stir current value dot. Ooh, is it? It's last, isn't it? Which means we need to kind of keep track of it because we've modified last. Well, actually, technically, because I think of the way it works. Because of the way it seems to work, I think the output of pressing 8 plus leaves the 8 there. 9 plus puts, so it doesn't leave, it puts the new value there. Output dot push string. Okay, so you're pushing the string. So you're, so input dot 0 equals. Okay, current value dot last yet. Okay, so that's when you do that. So I think we set use to false. I think we also want to set current value dot new equals current value dot last, right? And we set used to false. And then we say here that if current value dot new equals times 10 plus val, okay, and then yeah, if input dot 0 equals current value, no. Okay, so we say if current value dot used, then we say current value dot new equals val, right, like that. If not used, okay, and then we set used to true. So the idea being that the first time you click it, it'll override it with the default button. And since we do that, I think we don't actually have to worry about doing this if used case here, because if we haven't used it, no matter what, it'll be set to the current value, right? Then when we hit equals, so if there's an operator stored when you hit equals, then right. So if there's an operator stored, it applies the operator, which again, if you haven't used it, should be the correct number. So then we say 1 equals. So if there's no operator, you apply the operator. Otherwise, so 2 equals. So then 2 plus equals. So we need to, when you hit equals, add the number and the equal sign. So that means that output dot 0 dot push pushster, and that's current value dot new dot toString dot as stir. Okay, so then you push the equal sign, and then input equals current value last dot toString. Okay, and that's what you're doing, right? So because 2 and then plus equals 2 plus 2 equals 4, right? And so you're pushing that, and then the result's coming into there, and then currently used is equal to false. Okay, and then we also need to make sure, I think that the place set to 0 just for some reason makes me think that it needs to go like here, like this. Like no matter what, place is set to 0 last. In theory, we would want to do that like no matter what. Anytime an operator is pressed. Does pushing the decimal place count as using it? Apparently. So I guess we just go here and we say use current value dot used is true. For some reason that counts. Okay, so then we say run. So we just gotta really like narrow in on these few original things. I think the boring parts that I've actually just resulted in actually making a regular calculator. Okay, so we say 1. So if it equals, hey, 1 equals, oh, well, okay, apparently 1 equals 0, which is just incorrect. So what the fuck happened there? So when we hit equals, we had 1 was stored in new. New had a 1 in it. So we had no current operator. Fine. We pushed new. Yes, we pushed new. We pushed the equal sign. Yes. We then set the input equal to last. We never updated last. Okay. Else. Current dot last equals current dot new. If you've got an operator stored. Okay, cool. Done. Okay, let's go. Check to see if that behavior is working properly. 1 equals 1. 2 equals 2. I that's weird. I'm also very confused on why it's saying that's equal to 5. Anyway, if we go to scientific and we say like 2 equals 3 equals 6 equals 3 equals. Okay. So done maybe? Yeah, it's adding too much shit now. But I guess you could also just do it if you hit equals and you haven't set that. Well, no, because it's like 2 equals 3 equals, so you're still saying used. So interaction, I think if you get any interaction, if current value dot done, then output dot 0 dot clear, and then done is false. That's just as soon as you press any button after clearing, after hitting equals, well, actually, fuck, it's not gonna work. So make sure the equals set's done. Current value dot done equals true. Okay, cool. We got this. So just a regular ass fucking calculator at this point, which is kind of funny. Okay, so 2 equals 3. Yep. Well, that didn't seem like it worked. 3 equals 6 equals 9 equals 3 plus. That's wrong. 2. 3. Okay, that, yeah, okay. So you've last. Okay, current value dot, you know what? Current value equals current value default. There you go. Reset the fucker. Then we don't have to worry about setting it to done. We need to dereference it. Okay. Clear the whole goddamn thing. That was a great bug to have there. Just wasn't resetting the calculator. The value that it was holding, so it was just, yeah. Okay. 0 equals 3 equals 6 equals plus. Oh no. Wait, but I actually don't know what happened there. 0. Okay, wait. 0 plus equals 3 plus 0 3 equals. That's wrong. 0 plus 0 equals 0. 3 plus 3. Oh, something's going wrong there. 3 plus. So when we click plus, it's not doing it right. So, yeah, fuck you. So when we're clicking plus, it's not doing it right. Okay, so let's restart. Let's see what plus is actually doing when we click it. Since we haven't changed anything, it should launch really quickly. Okay, 0 plus equals. That's never going to work. 3 plus. Okay, wait, that worked. Equals 3 plus equals. Okay, 3 plus equals. Okay, 3 plus 0 equals 0 apparently. 2. Wait, why'd you write 3? Plus 2 equals. 2 plus 3 equals. 3 plus 6 equals. Okay, so a number plus a number doesn't work. Something is like out of sync by like 1, I think, is what's happening. So 3 plus 3 equals. Okay, so a number plus a number doesn't work. So why does a number plus a number not work? So when you hit plus, the operator comes in. So currently you won't have an operator set. We'll set the operator to this. Okay, so set the operator to true. If current value is used, we push the current value to the string and we push plus plus plus. I feel like we want to say, hey, current operator is not used. Push plus 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 and then pop it off. Push plus plus plus. Right. So the idea being that if it's not currently used, if there's an operator and we've got a number, apply the operator. Else, pop the last 3 digits and apply plus. Okay. Now, set the current operator to plus. If it was used, if it's currently being used, right, which means we just apply the operator, we want to push. Interesting. Okay, that's interesting because how do you do that? Because that's a confusing piece of logic to me. Like it's like we're doing something here and then doing something here and then doing. But okay, so if I say 2 plus 2, okay, plus, so you applied the logic here and said last is equal to apply 2 plus 2. Okay. So then you say, hey, if you're not used, if you're used, okay, so then you're pushing. So you've calculated what the answer is here. And then you're saying, hey, if I did calculate an answer, push the answer, right? No. Push the old value and a plus sign, which is what I did, 2 plus, onto there. Now set the input equal to the last value, right? So set input, which is the string, right? The input, yeah, input. Yeah, set the text here equal to the value that I just calculated. And then current value dot new equals last, okay? And then current value dot place equals 0 and used equals false. Okay. So a lot of steps, but that seems like flawless logic to me. Now, something's going wrong with used being equal to false here. If used is equal to false, you just pop it off and you set the value to 0. So what exactly are you doing then? 2 plus 3 equals 3. So when I hit equals, if there's an operator, set last equal to applying the operator last with no. Okay. Otherwise, let last equal no. Okay. I think it's actually the other way around. If there's no operator, let new equal last, I reckon. Right? Because that's what we do here. We say let new equal last somewhere here. Let new equal last. We then push our output, which is the new value, right? We push the new value, and then we say dot 0 to push string equal sign,
last value equals new. Okay. Okay, so if there's no operator, but there's an operator, so it doesn't matter. Because we're like 3 plus. Now there's an operator. So it can't be this bit because there's an operator. So when we hit equals 3, so used is true. So we push the output, which is this top string, equal to the new string, which I think is incorrect. Maybe, I don't know. Wait, no, the new string. Yeah, so we push this value up to there. Then output dot 0 pushes the equal sign. Yep. Okay. Then input equals current value dot last, which I guess because last, yeah, toString. Okay. Current place is equal to 0. False. Current used is equal to false, and current done is equal to true. Why are you not updating the input? Okay, when we get to here, print line. I don't get it. We also want to maybe print line current as well. New. We should also probably stop testing with the same digit so that it's actually clear which digit's wrong. But you know, that's a me debugging problem more than anything else. I'm not sure where I'm not setting a value correctly, which is annoying me. Okay, so 3 equals. So it said last and new is equal to 3, which is because of this piece. There was no operator. Then we say 3 plus 3 equals last and new is okay. Yeah, again, probably. Actually, that's incorrect because okay. Right. Well, we should probably just. Let's go up to operate the calc ops, and we're going to derive debug on them. Cool, that's what we want. Then we're going to come down here. We're going to say when you get in here, can you info applying. Okay. Now, this will tell me if the operator actually gets applied. My thought is that it's probably not. Something's like clearing the operator. So we say 3 plus, so it didn't do anything, 3, okay, doesn't do anything, equals. It's not applying the plus operator. You're running, right? Correct? You have to be, like, right? Where am I setting current op? If let some current uptake. Okay, so we take it here, we take it here, we take it here. Is there anywhere else? I don't think there's anywhere else we set it back to 0. Here. Okay, so let's add a print line done clear. Okay. So why the fuck are you not applying op dot apply? Okay, because it's not currently being set as used. That would be why I'm not applying an operator. Right. So why are you not getting set as used? Used is false when I click plus. 3 plus 3. Oh no, here it is. Applying 0 to 3. Wait, 3 plus 3. Applying 0 to 3. Why are you passing in fucking 0? Here. Why is last equal to 0? Okay. Last, which is the 0. When are we setting last equal to 0? Well, obviously when we're clicking plus. right? Maybe, I don't know. It's current value dot last is 0 at that point apparently. Is it ever not 0? Plus no. Okay. So when we hit you, for some reason we're setting you to 0. Where do I assign to you? It better not be because I'm assigning it here. That would be really, really annoying. So you're printing it out there. No, it's in master string. So does 3 plus 3 plus... Okay, so again, it's set to 0. What the fuck is setting you to 0? Current... Oh, no, it's last. Something is setting last. What is assigning to last? I never assigned to last. Okay, well, technically, the apply assigns to last. Is apply just returning 0? No, it definitely returns the value. And then I assign the value. Can I get you to... well, the funny thing is that the debug result is going to be that we have to be like let equal then we have to come down here and say well, first off just return r, but we also need to like log r. It a plus b, like why is it getting 0? Like nothing's resetting it, at least not that I can tell, which means it's just never assigning it. Three plus 3 equals... Okay, well obviously yeah, 0 plus 3 is 0. Okay, but that means you are actually returning 3. So why the hell print line, why are you not actually assigning anything? I don't get it. Nothing fucking overwrites it. And done should be set to false. It's not even printing done, is it? It'd be really obvious, really annoying if it's like, not annoying. I'd be really frustrated if I've missed it where it's just printing done. 3 plus 3 plus last is now equal to 3. Wait. Okay. Okay, wait. That's interesting. Something isn't happening in the correct order. Okay, so 3 plus. So when I did you, I just clicked plus. Now, there shouldn't have been an operator set, so this shouldn't have run. Okay, we set the current operator to plus. We need to assign... I think I just noticed it. Okay, so it's something to do with the fact that when we click it for the first time, if the operator isn't set, we never assign last. So I think we need to do something like else. If there's no operator set, current value dot last equals current value dot new, right? and then we set the operator, and then if used, we push the value to the string, and we push plus. Okay, and then if current, okay, 0 dot input. Okay, input dot 0 equals current value dot last. Right, that makes a little bit of sense. Yeah, okay. So I think this is the issue, is we were just never assigning the first time round. Okay, well, let's just work on you. So first off, let's go find these buttons and let's go tweak the buttons ever so slightly. Buttons. We want to go wherever their string representation is. I just want to like make sure that all their string representations are 3 letters long. Don't give a shit about yours. I probably should, but yours is exactly 3 long. Yours is exactly 3 long. Okay. Yeah. Now I can just come down here and be like, your push string, and then you're pushing this. So wait, we're doing it with the plus. So the plus pushes the string button dot string rep. Okay. And then button dot string rep. All right. So the idea of that being that I can just copy paste it down. All I need to change is that. Okay. I think that should now work. Okay. Let's find out. This is going to be really annoying. Oh, All right, 1 plus equals 2. 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 9 equals 13. 3 plus 9 plus 5 plus 7 plus 8 equals. Okay. Woo. She be a calculator. She not be doing anything. 32. Oh, 3 minus 5. Yeah, I didn't change that, did I? I fucking said. Nope. Okay. So then we're just gonna copy this. Well, I guess just copy the whole thing. Copy this. Okay. So then we need to go beep beep. So we need divide, multiply. You need to be multiply. You need to be divide. All right. Then we need to track down the rest of the fucking buttons and make them do buttony things. Okay. So okay. So that should make all the basic buttons work. And then, so what other buttons do we need to do? Okay, so we need the divide by, so modulo. Okay. So I think modulo we can probably stick as an operation. Mod. Okay, and then we're going to say a mod B. Okay, and then again, you'll just become the same thing. We paste this in and we change this to mod. We're going to change you to mod 2. Mod. Okay, so now mod will work. Okay, cool. So what buttons are left? Calc button clear. Clear current, right? Clear current is going to set use to false, input clear. Okay. I think that's how clear is supposed to work. And then clear everything is just going to say dereference dereference current value equals current value. Now, my only issue is clear everything. Apparently my internet's decided it's going to have issues. Okay, the difference between clear and clear everything is we should be able to say something like 15 plus, so like 15 plus 6 clear 9. Yeah, so right, so 24. Whereas if we say 15 plus clear everything, that didn't redraw it. we need to also say input clear, output clear. So yeah, and you clear the input. So you set new and place, but you keep old. Okay, cool. I think that should be right. And then we're going to say back, and so if places is less than 0, that's not how that is far from how that works. So so if places is less than 0, we say something like let v equals current dot new times 10 to the power of negative place plus, okay, wait. Okay, so it's going to be something like current value dot place plus equals 1, and then current value times new times 2. Okay, and then we're going to round this dot round, and then current value dot new equals v. I think we can probably times that at this point, times by v to the power of the negative place. Okay, so that should then reset you, and then input dot 0 equals current value new dot toString. Okay, else current value dot, yeah, sure, except it's not times 10 round divided by 10, it's yeah, no, it is, if places is greater than 0, then it's just divide by 10 round, not multiply by 10 divide by 10, it's divide by 10 and then round. Take a tens place out, and then you set the current value to string. Okay. Yep. Right. So that's our backspace. And then what other buttons are we still missing? Inverse. Yep. New just times equals. Yep. Okay. Cool. Current value equals negative value. That's what the inverse button does. And then square root. Let's not bother with that actually. We'll work out what buttons aren't working in a second. So this one works, and that works. We haven't done any of those buttons, but they're like the only buttons left, right? Okay, cool. So reset. And how are we going? Okay, so current sum 15 plus 5 equals 20. Okay, 15 minus 5 equals 10. 15 times 5 equals 75. I don't know, is that right? Is it 60? It's, yep, no, 35. Okay, 75 divided by 5. Oop, no, back. Yeah, I thought that was gonna Hmm. 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 If place is less than 0. Well, apparently. Wait, no, but that just means it just didn't run round, did it? No, it's yes, no. Hence, it's the other way. It's this. It's not round. It's dot. We're gonna floor it. Otherwise, we divide by 10 and then we floor it, which I think actually we need to do with you as well. We times you by 10, and then we floor you, and then we divide you by. That one we technically don't divide by 10. We multiply you by a value. Like, if we're in like the 6th decimal place, we multiply it by 1,000,000, round it to the or truncate it, and then divide it by 1,000,000. Right. So what we're doing, we were doing 75 divided by 5, which should give us 15, right? And then we want to say apparently 4 and then backspace. That gave us 0. Good. Then we get 20 and we're backspacing. She was 2, and we should be able to go 5 backspace. Oop. Okay, 25 divided by 5. Yep, cool. So 52 backspace gives us, backspace, okay. And then we go, so decimal point 2, so 0.2 times 5 should give us 1. Okay, cool. So we say 2 backspace, okay, 0.2, and we say backspace. Ooh, look good. My phone
That's
is
a small
there.
number.
No,
What are you thinking
what the
about?
fuck? No, go away. My phone decided I was talking to it, which is okay. So backspace. So if we say 0.2 backspace, that didn't work. Why? Okay. Weirdly, it also kept the value. So I assume it's because it gets to 0. Interesting. Is it actually trying to clear it is the question. Okay, so print line back current. Right, so is it actually running this on the 0.2? So oh, yep, didn't like that one. Equals 0 0.0 0.0. Oh, okay. 0.0. So we need to write like a custom case for 0 up here. Anyway, let's keep going. So 2 backspace 3. Ooh, that's even more confusing. Backspace 9 backspace 5 backspace 8 backspace 8 backspace 8 backspace 8 backspace 8. What is it doing? Okay 0.01, right, backspace equals, so it didn't seem to subtract anything. That's the trick. We should probably also get rid of some of the debugging code that we're actually not going to use. Oh no, I fucking copied a piece of debugging code onto everything, didn't I? Can we find replace with nothing? Thank you. Okay, cool. So 0.02 backspace. Right, so it is running in back. Right, so we increase the place by 1. So then I want you to print what first off, what value comes out after doing this? Because we maybe just be doing it in the wrong spot. Okay, that value. And then we're going to floor that value. And so with that, the answer should be 2, right? I think that's right. Yeah, the answer should be 2. We floor it. And then Right. Okay, no. So it's more like we need to do that. Go up, floor it, come back. Right. Right. So it'd be like this. And then we say that you are now equal to fuck it. Yeah, do that. Then we floor it, and then we say v times the null power, because if it ups to 0, then it just becomes 1. That's probably the issue, isn't it? Because it becomes 0.2. Yeah. Oh, I'll work it out. Okay, 0.2 backspace. So you took it up to 20, which is incorrect, and then back down to 2. Okay, so that is very much incorrect. We should very much be doing the +1 first. Should have taken you up to 2 and then back down. Okay. Maybe not. Reset. We should maybe test the modulo function while we're in this and make sure that that's not going to be wigging out. So we say like 15 mod 5. Okay, yeah, 14 mod 5. 4. Okay, cool. It's confused for a second over there. Come down here. Okay, so you go 0.2 backspace. So we're backing 0.2. We go up to 2. We truncate it. We go back down to 2, which is incorrect. So what we need to do is go up by slightly less. Okay, so how do we go up by less? I think we go up 1 less. Up 1 less. Okay, so go up 1 less, then truncate it to come back down. You see, but that's the same as doing that, right? Which is the same as saying adding 1 would make that number 1 smaller. Which is so we put this here. Okay, wait. Okay. Went up to 20, which is incorrect. You should be not going up so far, which is interesting. Okay, it's the other way. So we don't want you going up so far. So we need to increment the place by 1 because that's what hitting backspace does. We then want to do that, which should give you. Right. So then we want to be like -1. -1, I think. Maybe. I don't know. I'm starting at the point where I don't actually know what I'm doing. See, because we need to go apparently up 1 less place, which doesn't make sense to me because we want to go up, truncate, come back down the same number of places, which is I thought what I was doing, but apparently not. 0.2 backspace.
Okay, 0.02. We got a lot of zeros now. Backspace. Yeah, see, that doesn't make any sense. Okay, 0, enter. 0.02, enter. 0.02, backspace. Enter. Apparently that's equal to 0, which is incorrect. Now if I say 0.002, backspace, enter. Still equal to 0. 0.002, backspace, 02, enter. Now we're not overriding the right value by the looks of things. That's something to consider. Because apparently, right, so, okay, clear. 0.02, clear. 0.02. Okay, backspace, 02. See, actually seems correct. Backspace, 2. Backspace, 2. Backspace, 2. 0.02. Backspace, 1. Okay, so one thing we need to do as well is make sure that we don't clear this. We just want to, I think, pop, right? Because it should be like dot 0 dot pop. Now, here's the thing. If place is equal to negative, I think what we need to check, right, is this how it works on this calculator? If we say 0.1 and then hit back, 2 point, back, 3, back, 2, back. Okay, so we're going to say if input dot 0 dot last dot peak dot pop, if let, this is getting horrible code, sum last equals pop, if last equals place equals 0, that's it. Continue. Okay. Well, I mean, in theory, right, we just do that. Right. I think that's how that works. The issue is that we keep rewriting to the input, and in Rust, if the value is 0, it's clearing all my decimal points. So 0 point, and then we move back 0 point, back 0.3, back. Okay, so it's still reset it. Okay, so we haven't quite got it. So you pop it, and if the last character was 0, yes, no, you don't pop twice. Sure, fix it. Okay, so if you pop off the last digit, if the last digit was a dot, set the places to 0. I don't care. Else, if it was less, if the current value is less than, if we're at the fractional point, do the fractional calculation. Else, print the else just divide by 10 and floor it. That should work, because it just means, like, specifically if we're doing the backspace, we want to do something else. And no matter what, we want to remove one digit, so it actually kind of works. And it's always the last digit, so popping works quite well, actually. Yeah, popping, working out what to do with it. In theory, we could do all sorts of stuff, but we 1.3 backspace 6. Ooh, something didn't work there. Okay, clear. 1.3 backspace 2 equals. Okay, so you got 0.3. So what went wrong? We set place equal to 0 there. So it's only if we're popping a 0 off. 1.3 backspace equals. How did you get to 0.1? 1.2. I need you to please print line. Current. Does current value have debug enabled? No, it doesn't. Let's track down current value and fucking enable debugging on it. Current value. Now, please get debug. Debug. Okay. I need to be able to see what it is. For some reason, I'm not entirely sure why. I think it's because we're adding to the place, isn't it? Interesting. 0.3 backspace. The place is currently -2, 3. Okay, 0.25. 0.25 backspace 4. Okay, so it's when we end up anywhere more than 2 places down. What the fuck happened? 0.25 backspace. Interesting. Now, what the fuck are you doing? So we're in the negatives. So we're going to say somehow we need to print. Okay. So I've already printed the current value up there. We're now going to say print V. I need to print V before it's floored as well. So we need to print V before it's floored. Just because if we don't print V before it's floored, then we don't end up. And then we just want to print. Okay. I don't know what the fuck's going on with that one. It doesn't make sense to me. That's like it kind of does because I'm moving it by 2 values and 2 values, but that's because it was the only thing that fucking worked before. The better question is, is the other stuff working? 25, 9, backspace 6, backspace 8. Yeah, okay, that makes much more sense. Okay, 2.2 backspace. 2.2. You go up to 2. Huh. No, see, that's not right. Wait, that is doubly not right, because... Okay, so that's part of what's wrong. 2.2 backspace. So, 2.2, which is current dot value times 10 to the power of I minus 1, which is incorrect. Is it? No, it kind of makes sense, doesn't it? I actually think it's because I'm supposed to be doing +1. Wait, no, you're -1. And then your V times 10 to the power of place +1. Maybe? Because that's the problem, is that you're ending up that you're going, well, in this particular case, we're not doing anything to it, truncating it, and then dividing it by 2, which is incorrect. We should dividing it by 10, which is incorrect. I think what's happening is we need to shift the place by 1 because that's what we do, but we need to increment it by 1 less than the new place, and then bring it back 1 less than back by the amount that we incremented up. Maybe, I don't know. 2.2 back. Okay. 3 back. 5 back. 9 back. That's not good. I think that's a floating point error. 0.258. Okay. 0.2589 back 9 back 9. Ooh, 8 back. Wait. Oh, okay. 0.2598 back 9. Kind of 8 back. Okay, so that means that we need to, when we I need to make sure whenever I set current value, my question becomes more of a they should all be set in the current value correctly, which means that when I get to here, will it be safe? Here. Can I be like, the last thing I do is say input.0 equals fucking format no is equal to current value dot new, but I need it to be like this. No, 0.2.2. Okay, dot, and then we want to say current value dot place. Yeah, I think I can. I gotta look up if I can do format strings. Format string Rust. There is a way. There is definitely a way to format like leading zeros. Well, not leading zeros. The number of decimal points to render a float. There. Okay. So we need to say dot star. No. Dot 5. 1.5. Okay. Okay, so argument 0's x is argument 1, 0, which inline 5. Okay, but I don't want an inline. I want to say 2 with a space specified in argument 0. Okay, with a precision specified in argument 0. With a precision specified in argument 1. With a specified in the next argument. Argument 0. Okay, so it appears that if I said something like dish appears to be no, this is while. Yeah. So then we go comma current dot precision place, and then we say, I think it's minus, and also I think it should be out by 1. What are you fucking saying? Mismatch type expected reference found that stuff. What? Nope. Okay, so expected reference to U size. So that makes me think it's negative current dot place comma value, which is bullshit because that's not what it says. Nope. this, as you size. There we go. Okay, so it might be slightly off. I'm not entirely sure. So I'm thinking what we need to do is, I think technically all these places it rewrites it, but if the last thing we do is rewrite it. It doesn't matter about the other places. We can clean them up later when we, if we ever clean up the code. So what I'm trying to do is just get it to go to the right amount of precision, because what ends up breaking is when you get those floating point numbers. Yeah, so it's got one too many zeros. So as I was gonna say, pretty sure. Plus one. Oh, -1. Okay. You get all those, when you get all those zeros from floating point arithmetic errors, and then we backspace, we remove that that zero, but it actually removes the wrong number, but it does remove the right number. Oh, didn't like that. Formatting argument out of range. Ooh. Right. If current place is less than 0, else let's just do that. And then you just take that. That's your argument. Okay. So go back up, run that again. Yeah. So what was happening is our floating point numbers were getting really long, and so when you backspaced the last digit that it was displaying, not the last digit that was there. So we said like 0.11585 and then we said backspace, and then we said 8, backspace and 6, backspace and 7, and back, and enter. Now, technically, you probably need to do the same thing whenever we push to place. That was very weird. 0.345 enter. See, there's our really big number. Ooh. That's even more weird, because and interesting. $3.28875 times. Okay, we want two small numbers. Oh, error button not implemented. Yeah, thank you. Can you rerun that, please? I need to check what the fuck was going on. So we said like the 0.0000008 times 0.00001. Yeah, that gave us a really weird number. I multiplied two numbers together. Is it 001? Is it 0.003 minus 0.001 1 no 0 1 minus 0.00001 plus 0.001 plus 0.002. Well, apparently it's equal to 0.002. That's applying add to 0.01 and 0.02 equals 0.03. Like, it's put the right number out there, just didn't put it in the box properly. The fuck? Alright. That probably reset the place or something. And so we're using that. No, because it still rendered it with. To be honest, I don't know. Yeah, no idea. Okay. Anyway, so we need to just implement like the reciprocal button reciprocal button. So else match button. Right. I think it's you. You don't have to worry. It's when we say output. Somewhere we say like output dot push string. Okay. To wrapper. Okay, so when we say anywhere we say like current value new to string, I think we need to replace all of the instances of that with format. Let's work out what we actually want to say. It's gonna be something like format. It's gonna be this dot this. No, was it 0? No, it was that. Right, we need dot that. So it's format, and then it needs to be okay. So instead, we need to say dot absolute -1. Interesting. So it's possible that if it's 0, you'll still be wrong. Okay, so it's more like we need to say -u -1 dot absolute. Cool. And then new value. Okay, so that's our format code that we want. Let's control that. Just paste that bad boy in there and do that. Okay, cool. It didn't seem to have worked. Right. So we're gonna find all instances of. Can I do that? Is that how that works? Apparently not. Okay, so we're gonna find all instances of this. Control C. Go. There should, if I go do this right, be exactly 6 copies of this floating around. Apparently there's 5, which is more concerning. But we just need to replace that with that. But then you go home up and say $, and then you replace all 5 of those, and then one of them will still complain because somehow I've managed to rename something. I think it was when I Control Z'd it undid one of the changes, but not all of the changes. So my guess is it's in mod. Nope. Div. Okay, it's in here. You apparently are slightly different in shape. Okay, cool. Why is this a problem? Replace with unsigned absolute. Yeah, but you see, I don't understand because the main thing I'm not understanding is that it's saying replace it with unsigned absolute unsigned, but like that doesn't change anything. The absolute has to be a positive number, so why would changing it to unsigned absolute and casting it back? That doesn't make any sense to me. Like unless it's doing some kind of optimization. Anyway, calc. Okay, so that should fix hopefully any potential chance where it's like going to be a really weird rounded number. I should probably check that I haven't made everything really bad. It should be fine. So that's what we do. Negative -1. Maybe we should do the same thing with you. Maybe. Can't bothered. 0.0001 plus 0.001 equals. Okay. Unclear. 2 plus 2. You were also rounding to 1 point too much precision, which I do find mildly amusing, but interesting. Well, that's equals. Let's go with, what is this? This is minus. So if we just remove that from minus, the question becomes more of a, does it work or does it crash? Maybe it should work, I think. I guess technically the only place it wouldn't work is if you put point something, because point something would then it would display the point. Like this calculator doesn't do it. Like if you go 0 point and then enter, it just puts 0, whereas I think mine is going to say 0, enter, put 0, 1, enter, put 0, 1 point 0. Oh, that's interesting. Clicking the decimal point doesn't seem to work properly. We need to fix that. I think it doesn't render it. 1.2. Okay, so 1 minus 1.1 minus. Interesting. Interesting. Well, something's a bit broken there. Apparently that's -0. Okay. Anyway, so but if we go like 1.9 minus, okay, interesting. 1.2 minus. Okay, now we're getting lots of rounding errors again. 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus. Okay. 1 minus plus 2. Interesting. 2 plus. Okay, so you've got the issue. 0.1. Minus. Okay, 1.1. Oh. Okay, so if we say 1 plus, it adds that, and then we say 1 minus. Okay, clear. 1 minus. Okay, interesting. 1 plus. Okay, so it's definitely broken on the plus and the minus. The issue is it seems like 0 point minus. Okay, point plus. That's even more bizarre. Is that point minus, point plus, point times, 1 times. It's pretty weird. I don't get it. Anyway, we can just not really worry about the absurdity that is the characters being pressed. Clear. So we just need to find where our decimal is, and we need to say, hey, decimal. When you get called, input dot push. Down here we overwrite. Interesting. Can we specifically say that this is getting needlessly? So yep. Okay. Let's say if current a dot place equals -1. I want specifically on -1 to format. Okay. I mean, technically, we want it to be like this. Do that, and then we're going to say if current value dot place is equal to -1, push a 0. Push a decimal point. Thank you. For my own sanity, push a decimal point. What am I doing? I feel like I'm losing my goddamn mind. We still need to implement just a few more buttons to be done. Yeah, plus. So the plusness being fucking weird. Anyway, decimal point times. That didn't seem right either. That really didn't seem right. Clear this. Clear. 1.2 times 1. Okay. 1.2 times 2.2. 1.2 times 2.2. That's correct. 1.3 times 2.5 minus. Is that actually correct? It might be. I don't know. It seems a bit weird. 1.3 times 2.5. No, it is correct. Okay. I thought I saw it like I had like 1 point something times 1 point something and it gave me 2 point something. And I was like, that doesn't make any sense. It was like they added together, but maybe I could add instead. Log's probably gone. Apply add to 1 and okay, let's see. It added add. So I thought I hit multiply, but apparently I had add pressed. I probably had add like that. Yeah, 36. That's very incorrect. Anyway, the calculator is far from perfect. 8 minus. It's very wrong. With this specific piece of logic, I should turn it into an if statement. So I think if we go find this, there's 5 of them apparently. Okay, cool. So what we need to do is go, and minus is the one that's not. We need to replace u, and with what logic? So we need to go find minus. We need to set minus up properly because minus is the only one that won't work. That's plus. You're never used, which is hilarious. Which actually scares me even more because now there's only 4 of them. Where's minus? Divide minus. Okay, so we're going to say if current a dot place is less than 0. No, else it's 0. I think that's right. If the current place is less than 0, then the number of decimal places to display is place minus 1, I assume. So if the place is equal to 1, is that wrong? I don't know. Sure. Paste that in there, like that. Then we go, someone didn't follow the rules. Oh, it needed a comma. Multiply. Okay, equals doesn't seem to have got the memo. Did mod get the memo? It did. We go up here, we go using it. Okay. Where the fuck was the comma? Okay, I just must have not copied the comma. All right. So running that would probably fix a bunch of issues. We should really implement like the last 3 commands or whatever, and then call it a night. It's getting late. Fuck me. The trick being, if I go to bed early, I can just work on this tomorrow. So divide by 2 plus 3. I don't think a half plus 3. Why did you not work? Okay. Apply, add 0. So who the fuck first off spit out new? It's gonna look like that. Okay. You. Why? What the fuck rounded you? It's what when you hit equals. And equals pushes fucking upward. So, yes. We don't want to round. Okay, when we hit equals. When we hit equals, don't do this. Don't. This whole thing. Just. I mean, push the format string, but like. I think it just do that. When you hit equals, don't round. To be honest, I don't give a shit about the rest of them being wrong. I think it's kind of funny actually. But we have like 3 more commands to implement, which is square root, calc button, square root. I'm doing them in the order that I thought of them in my head. So that's square root squared and then reciprocal. Okay, so square root, if you press the square root button, we go, I think the square root button doesn't give a fuck. If you say 5 plus, and then you hit square root, that's it. It's, okay, never mind. It adds the square root of 5, which is even more bizarre than I was actually expecting. Except it didn't add the square root of 5, because that's the square root of 5, isn't it? Square root of 5. Yeah, 5 square root. Yeah, that's the square root of 5. So when it says, when I say 5 plus square root, it tells me the square root of 5. But it, ooh, that's very, very bad. Okay. I want your square root symbol. I don't like it. Okay, when I press the square root symbol, you will how did it work? So first off, the first thing you do is you let s equal current value new dot square root. Okay, then we say yeah, that current value equals, no, we need to push it onto the old first. So we need to say let it's output dot 0 dot push format square, except it's not square root. We're gonna get the square root symbol. Square symbol. Okay, so output that, and then we want to say that it's a new input dot 0 equals s dot the square root. Now the question is, how do we exactly? Wait, can I say like s dot frac? Okay. S dot did. Wait, what? Okay. Distance did. Frac dot. F32 get number of fraction digits. No. Count significant digits. That doesn't sound right because this is S. This is F32 digits, which is not correct at all. Yeah, no. Mantissa digits. Nope. Okay. There's probably almost certainly a formula for doing. I have no idea. I'm sure there's a way. Anyway, it just means my backspacing isn't going to work. Admittedly, I could just pass the string. I don't like that would be the correct way to handle doing this. But anyway, wait, don't push equals. Thank you. Square root pushes that symbol, right? Because if you clicked the if 5, you push that symbol. So what happens if we say 5 and then we say square root? Interesting. Okay, so we say 5 and then we say square root. 5 and square root. Yep. Okay. So we push that, and then because it's fucking stupid, if well, actually, I think that's just what we do, isn't it? So we set current value dot new to square root. Is that it? That's just what it does. Square root 5 square root. We need to apply the current, because plus and then equals. It just adds itself, and then we say 5 square root times 9. Okay. I'm very confused. You need to consume the thing if it exists, correct? Like, if I said 5 plus the square root plus 5, like it kept it, like, right? Like it applies the plus. I don't even care if it's used, it just applies it, doesn't it? It's the same as equals. If current op set that, otherwise else last value equals, yep, I guess. That seems like it might work. I don't know. I feel like it's not going to, but you know, like it will. It's just gonna work because the only thing I can see it not working for is that we say 5, then we say square root. It doesn't like the font doesn't like it. God damn it, Bevy and your cheap ass font. Okay, and then if we said clear, we said 5 square root. Ah, damn it. Oh no, 5 plus square root. Okay, we're just going to replace the square root symbol with SQR because, you know, so just, and then we go SQRT. Okay, just because, you know. So then we equals. Ooh, it didn't quite work. Okay, so something went kind of wrong there. What did you get wrong? So 5 plus square root. So that's identical behavior. But why? Because there's no operator. So you. When we hit equals, what does equals do? Equals sets last equal to new, which I don't think you should be doing, to be honest. Because that's like the equivalent of saying 5 plus 6 equals. Yeah, 5 plus 6 equals. Yeah. Wait, why is equals doing that? I thought you were working. 5 plus 6 equals 9 plus 9 plus 6. Wait, what? Okay, no, we're plus 2. Yeah. You were being a little shit. If there's no operand, last equals new. Incorrect. If there's no operand, new equals last. Actually, I think if there's no operand, you just shouldn't do anything. I think square root should be the same. Don't ever assign that. And weird calculator. Okay, first off, 3 plus 6 still equals 6. You still reckon 9. You just, for some reason, say that new is equal to 6, which is not what you're actually supposed to do. You applied the operator. Dumbass calculator. Well, that's the point, isn't it? The equals, wherever the fuck equals is gone, equals, plus, minus, divide, multiply, equals. Equals should be displaying, because new is wrong. Last is what you said. So we should be pushing output. Okay. Yes, push new onto output and push equals. But then say input is equal to la. Wait, what? Okay. Can I just... What do you mean? Input is equal to current last. And then I display input is equal to new. Okay, right. So it's more like no, what are the when you hit equals, no matter what happens, we want to set. Well, we want to push new here, and then we want to say that current value dot last is equal to new, right? Because then we render new, which is why I'm having the issue here, is that before I was updating the rendering here, but now I'm overriding all rendering here. See, even here, I'm printing last, but then at the bottom, I'm printing, 2 plus 3 equals, well, apparently still equals 3, which is equals. So current last equals, last equals new. No, other way. It's new equals last. I fucked up again. That AI, it's filling me. It's auto-filling it in, and it looks right, but it's not. Like, I literally just removed the fact that you were overriding that. Which means I think square root has to do the same. Square root current new equals s. Okay. Okay. So 2 plus 3 equals 5. Okay. And then we want to go 5 square root. Well, apparently that equals 0, which is... Which... To be honest, I don't get that one. 5 square root equals. So... You're not flagging done somehow, are you? Okay, 5 square root. Not 55, clear. 5 square root. Interesting. 5 square root. 5 square root. Okay, so you say here, so you calculate your output. So you grab new, you square root it. Then you say the output is push string square root current value new. Okay, then input dot 0. Okay, well, first off, we don't do that. We set new equal to that. Okay, and then somehow, if there's an operation, else last equals new. I think that's what we're missing. We're basically not ever assigning the square root to anything if we don't do it properly. Two plus 3 equals 5. 5 square root equals that number. So, question. Actually, I'm curious. 5 plus equals. Okay, yeah, plus 5. Okay, so first off. 5 square root. So we need to kind of go like, hey, because what is equals runs the op if there is an op. But what we need to do is not have you print if he's used it all. No. Yeah, that works fine. Yeah, no, because again, it's not currently. So it's pressing equals adds the current value. It's just annoying because I don't want to have to add a condition that's like square root, you get checked. Anyway, I don't care enough to fix it right now. Calc buttons, squared. Now, in theory, squared should probably work the same. So 5 squared, SQR. I love how it even just says it. Okay, so I think I'm just going to wholesale copy that, and then we're going to say, oh no, SQR. That way, SQR. Okay, and then it's how s to the power 2. Print the old s, assign the new s. If there's an operator, take it and apply it. I'm assuming that's what you do. So we said like 2 plus 5 squared. Oh no, that's square root. That's my one. It wouldn't tell me what this out goes. 2 plus 5 squared. Yep. So you write 25 there, and then okay. Let ops take, calculate, apply, and then the new one. Cool. And then the final button is calc button reciprocal, which Hmm. Okay. If value new is equal to 0, else S1, is that what you print? That's my calculator. If I said, well, if I you actually do just print 1 over and then the number. That is fucking lazy as shit, but okay. What do you print? What, not you. What do you print if I say 0 and then reciprocal? Cannot divide by 0. It does actually write it though. I like the I put that there. Technically incorrect. Anyway, I need to go to sleep. Can not divide by 0. Thank you. And it's also don't push the string. 0 equals string. I need to somehow indicate that you're have hit a divide by 0 error, I think somehow. So we're gonna say if this current value is really pulling its weight, in reality it's become more of a state than anything. Yeah, option string. If let some error equals current value dot error else. No, just else if. Okay, so then we say here, we just say ref. I don't know. There we go. Cool. Then we come here, we just say something like output equals clone. Why did you paste that? You weird thing. Yep, cool. Cannot divide by error or 0, and then we say here, we say, hey, if you try to divide by 0, x, and we say current value dot error. Why are you writing all these? So okay. I'm confused because you wrote it a handful of reciprocals for no real reason. Okay, first off, I don't have reciprocals. One. Okay. Yes. Well, that is true, and I'm curious. -1. Okay. Okay. So you just wrote a handful of true facts, which is weird that you set that to an error first. It needs to be all capitals because that's what we can not divide by 0. That's what you said, yes? 0 reciprocal cannot be divided by, okay. Cannot be divided by, wait, what? That's not what it says. Screw it. Cannot divide by 0. Okay. So in theory, we should check that as well. But I'm curious. Do you act? Okay. And apparently a whole bunch of the buttons stopped working. What was it doing? So I was just gonna see if I say 1 divide by 0, 3, 0. Okay. 0. Okay. So it's only when you actually do the calculation, which is fun. Which somehow would mean I'd need to actually put that inside there to check to see if it's a divide by 0 error. What does my calculator do? Just out of curiosity. I need to clear it so that, okay. Then we say like 1 divided by 0. Are you gonna panic? Infinity, no, just print. Okay. I'm surprised. Now I want to add that infinity symbol back. But anyway, the square root, the dividing by 0 is not infinity. You can't divide by 0. It's not how it works. Okay, cannot divide by 0. I'm sure there's other places that have errors. Yeah, I think that it's all the buttons working. I want to see it do it. I think when we clear, yeah, okay. So that should also mean that it will work in this, that when I clear thinking about when I say like 0 reciprocal cannot divide by 0, cool. And then when we say 1, okay. Oh, hey. 1. Okay, clear. When we say 1 divided by 0, infinity. Yeah, so currently you can divide by 0. Anyway, square root 2. I don't know what's, so 0 square root 0. Also, why does that equal 0? 2 square root, okay, clear. Square root 0, 2. Wait. Is that what's happening here? Is that what your problem is? Is that why I had that fucking thing in the equals? Probably. Equals if, okay. Else, if there's no formula, then last equals new. No, it's new equals last. No, last equals new. If there is no formula, last equals new. No. Wait, that's incorrect. Well, okay, 2 equals, okay, 2, clear. 2 plus 3 equals 5, 2, 5 plus 6 equals 2 plus equals 6 plus equals 9 times 9 square root equals. That is incorrect. Incorrect. Okay, I'm going to bed because it's fucking late. And I can't be bothered trying to fucking track down that bug because it's too late. I've been doing this for 8 hours. I don't actually really have any idea where that bug could be coming from. It's almost certainly... What I should probably be doing is keeping a track of the state and actually calculating things per frame. But I also didn't make any commits like I was planning to. Anyway. Oh, wait. No, it's I don't know. Kinda. Okay, quit. I hate it too much. Anyway, thank you for tuning in to the stream. I might stream tomorrow. I might work on this video. I don't know. I probably should have worked on this video for 8 hours, not streaming for 8 hours. But it was a lot of fun. I had consistent viewers the whole time, which is always nice. I will see you next time when I work out how to stop the stream and stuff.